think he was holding his team back a little bit. It sounds like he chose to step back. He chose to let the boys run with it. And so far, it's really paid off. So I do think he will be supporting. He is on the back, got these guys' backs. He's looking out for them. But he stepped back and said, okay, I trust you to run with this 4 a.m. thing. And I think it's going to go really well.
Oh, I like that. Okay, giving us even more insights for the people that might be watching PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 for the first time. And you know, I'm gonna put you on the spot because, hold on, give me this tablet real quick, Toffees. I know you got something in your back pocket, and it's none other than the chicken. So I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. Who's gonna be getting that first win today? Wild guess. It's pretty much like closing your eyes and just throwing a dart and hoping it lands on the correct team.
If I have to pick who walks away with this chicken, game number 1, I would go with none other than... No, I honestly don't know. I think ALG... ALG... AGAL.
I'm dyslexic. Why are you doing this to me?
AGAL has so much on the line with the cup right now that they're going to come out aggressive, and they are a scary team in general. So I look for them to come out hard.
That's a good pick. I'll go with the... I'll just be basic, and I'm going to say Virtus Pro. I mean, if you're going to look at consistency, that's a squad that should be hyper-consistent, and I'm expecting them to walk out, but sometimes they don't always get the chicken dinners. Second place seems very common for them.
I like those picks. You know, I was going to pick a team, but the team that I was going to pick doesn't have one of the players here today.
Yeah, well, we were all going to we were all going to pick them until that happened.
On game 1, I don't know if I would pick for game 1.
That's a fair point, actually.
Twisted, they usually take a little while to warm up.
So who do you pick now, though?
I'm looking at Full Sense.
Okay, I like
bold choice.
You like this?
Bold choice. I
Reigning
respect
champions. Yeah. I was there. I wasn't there working with you guys when they ended up winning, but I was on the other side of the arena for that one.
Their IGL got stolen, though.
Yeah, their IGL got jacked, and traditionally, if you win with PGC, you don't do so great the next year.
Damn. So you know, see, it sucks because it's not the second day. Because if it would have been the second day, then I would have been an easy pick. Falcons would have been for me because they always end up performing so well here. Yeah. But yeah, they're not here at the moment. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Full Sense, even if their AGL got stolen.
You look like a genius when they come out on the first win. It'll be good. It'll be good.
If I don't, I'll be like...
Meanwhile, Twisted is actually going to win the first round, and we're all going to look like fools, having been like, oh, well, they're missing a player, blah, 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 blah. Listen,
if Twisted wins the first round, everybody needs to be worried. If they come out here, because Tab is not a slouch, okay? Their coach is a pro in every aspect of the word. So I expect them to still do well, and if they win one, all bets are off.
Well, for everybody watching at home, make sure you put in your predictions in the chat. Use that hashtag EWC. Let us know who's going to be winning the first game here because PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 starts now.
Test ljudi. Brate, ovo je brutalno. Evo ih. Odmah prvi kadar,
I think with the group we are in, I would probably say AL just because they are such a horrendous team to run into early. So we just try to avoid them as much as possible. For me, I would say it would be MIF. They show pretty good this year.
BBN, below. My biggest rival is BP.
In Group B, I'm going to go with Twisted Minds as our biggest rival.
MIF is going to put out the performance they did last PGS. They are a strong opponent for sure.
Mid, make in Thailand, and Twisted Minds.
Honestly, it doesn't matter for us. We're just ready to fight later on.
I don't want to fight Navi because they got Hackatory. That guy's built different. He's very scary. He's very good at the game.
I would like to fight Twisted Minds because they're a strong team. I think they are still the best team in the world.
这个小组也没有我们想打队伍，因为这个小组比较均衡。
I think a spicy take I would probably put is maybe Vitality, because they are a bit of a wild card sometimes.
The VCR as well.
I'll go with R8 Esports.
其实小组赛我们没有怎么怕的对手吧，然后因为我们的整体实力其实也不差，然后也都是老对手了，然后他们的整体风格我们也都知道。
Sadly for Falcons, I think they not gonna make it.
Nisam ljubitelj VP.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à Paris. Welcome at RWC for a new week of competition here on our Battle Royale stage. Today, there is chicken dinner on the, there is chicken dinners coming, and there is, of course, PUBG.
24 of the world's greatest PUBG teams will enter this arena to fight for glory, $2 million, and of course, the stunning Esports World Cup trophy. That right there smells like a recipe for an action-packed week.
En effet, Barney, beaucoup de surprises nous attendent cette semaine. In just 6 days, we will crown a champion. So time is limited, and you only have 12 games to secure your place directly to the grand finals.
That's right, Luti. Only the teams who can handle the pressure, adapt to every challenge, will be able to lift that trophy. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, joined by the awesome Luti. And we can't wait for this story to unfold. But before we do, it is time to introduce your teams to the main stage for day one, starting with R8 Esports.
Dobri su ovi vojitelji, Konačno nije ona bela već. S njim nema ništa protiv lika i dijela. Ali ovo je bolji.
Team Nemesis.
Petrichor Road.
For Angry Man.
Braća 4 ujutro.
DN Supers.
Da, adresuju Navija. Adresuju Navija su vas da brutalno.
Sense.
Nema fan. Magical Guardian. Ovi će biti jebeni, ovi su navijamo od ovi ne dođu na turnir.
Team Liquid.
Shadow Esports.
GK Esports.
AGAL.
Himas.
Virtus Pro.
Evo ih, VP. Koju Onyx ima jaknu, bre?
Team Vitality!
And finally, our defending champions, Twisted Minds! Nous y voici. The first 16 teams are locked in and ready to fight. There is no better time than the day one to make a statement.
And so, coming to you live from the Gdynia City Grid in the Port de Versailles, today is not the day to be lifting the trophy. It's about proving that you belong in the race to lift that trophy. And so, welcome to day one of PUBG at the ESPORTS World Cup.
Your 2025 PUBG champions are Twisted Minds!
It was important to get this trophy in our collection of our team and also to help our organization achieve a lot in club championship, so very happy.
I think Twisted Minds has had a tough time in 2026 because they've had a very difficult time adapting to TPP.
A Lu sinoć igrao Scrimse, ljudi. Ne znam.
In the conversation to be the champion of a tournament. This time around, though, it feels like a lot of teams have been able to catch up with them because of all of these changes, and it'll be difficult for them to kind of keep up to the excellence level that they're normally used to.
There's a big chance they could make it again because once it is these big tournaments, they are just playing their hearts out. In my personal opinion, I think they're going to be top 4. I don't think they're...
Što je dobro ova jakna što Avenger ima, je.
จริงๆคิดว่า Twisted Minds เนี่ยเป็นทีมแชมป์เก่าของปีที่แล้วแต่ทำให้เขารู้สึกว่าเป็นทีมที่น่ากลัวในรายการ DWC ครับแต่จริงๆก็ผลงานเขาล่าสุดก็ไม่ได้น่ากลัวเท่าไหร่ระวังพวกเราดีๆครับจะมาแย่งแชมป์เขาครับ
I think it's going to be difficult for Twisted Minds to be back-to-back champions for Esports World Cup. There are a lot of strong contenders across the board. They're going to have to overcome an extreme hurdle to become the back-to-back champion.
We're just ready to fight everyone.
Da, bukvalno Igor. Ima li negdje live leaderboard za ovo? Biće. Da, biće.
Be careful guys, we're gonna win it again.
Hoćete. Sigurno će da vinaju again.
Awesome intro right there, and we got a chance to see one team that we didn't really get a chance to talk about earlier on, and it was none other than Team Liquid.
Oh, Team Liquid, a squad that wins my heart but can't seem to win the game. This is a squad that somehow manages to, like, they've got a core of 3 that rotates in a 4th that is always a phenomenal player. Presently, it's Cowboy, previously played on Al Qadzia, managed to really qualify up and I guess punch above their weight last year. Before that, they had Sparking, who's just walking off of a PUBG Nations Cup victory.
That's got to sting for them a little bit, though.
This is a squad that got 2nd place behind the Expendables at PGC, but somehow just can't seem to navigate managing to make it in later stages. It's like
Kako je dobro ovo, ljudi, baš dobra stvar.
a very kill heavy.
Baš dobra stvar.
Now they'll make it in the late stage, they'll get placement points, but they
Streamovi.
won't get the kills.
Yeah, it seemed like the team that's going to be the champion of PGC 2020 maybe sometime, okay? This is the issue I have with them. They dropped Sparking. I think it was a good call. I think Cowboy is fitting in with this roster well.
Yeah.
That said, it's got to be a little bit of a kick in the shins when you see the guy that got dropped go ahead and win PNC and walk away. And not only win, but get the MVP award as well. They got a lot to prove, and Cowboy is going to be the key to that.
Well, let's see if Team Liquid's got what it takes to end up proving that they can also do it even without the PNC.
Uštoval za meso ko trofej. Podsjeća me na one trofeje što dobiješ kad budeš drugi na tenisu.
Thank you very much, boys on the desk, and much like the Swallows of Capistrano,
Na ovim velikim turnirima.
when the break dancers hit the floor, you know it's time for
So,
another
vraćao,
PUBG international
vraća.
competition. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Mr. Avenger for the first time, I feel like, in a long time.
Yeah, we haven't casted in ages together. Now we get to do it here at the biggest stage. Esports World Cup 2026 just about to start here. And this 24 team scores, the fact is, after these 3 days...
Ima li neki balkanski proigrač za PUBG? Kako nema? U Virtus prvo 2 lika. Luka Ruksiniks.
In our crusher.
Imamo dva naša i menadžer Virtus Pro je Mamić, isto naš.
By the crusher. Eventually, those will, as you said, 8 teams will be sent down in there. We'll see who will be moving on to our final, but a lot of big names on the board here today, Avenger. Most notably, our returning champions, Twisted Minds, but they are kind of playing a little bit hamstrung here today.
They are, even though Tab is a great player. Missing out Lou is a big name to take away from that. I'm not too nervous about them, for them, to be honest. I think the top 16 here for them, even playing with their coach, is very achievable for them. The question is, are they able to get that substitute in for the final here? But we're just about to start here.
Very excited. We're getting to start on Erangel, El Clasico, as we come to know and love it. Get to see all of our beautiful player cams right there.
64
staring down at you.
Ušto kamere jebem ti.
Yeah, but we'll see a few smiles.
A ljudi, da li ima POV, znate li?
Not a bad plane to start things off, though. Pretty much everything in play.
Absolutely, here from the southwest up to the northeast over south, but most of the teams are going to be able to
Nema.
get to the loot spot or get a car and drive a little bit further to get into that. And also a surprising fact is that R8 is going to be able to take Pochinki uncontested, one of the arguably best loot spots here in Erangel, and one of the teams that's just qualified for this, and one of the lesser known teams is able to get that, so hopefully that can help them on their way towards that finals.
Almost call that the 17 effect, don't you?
Yep.
You know, a day when that team is not in the lobby, normally that is their preferred drop spot, and I don't think any other team is thinking that they want to challenge that for right now, even when they're not in the lobby. 17 playing a big part in how the map shapes up as we see. Looks like nobody
Dobra zona.
getting anywhere near each other.
Not too bad.
No early shenanigans to be found, and a nice circle right in the dead center to start us off.
Yeah, and let's talk about our defending champions.
Znači, hoću ovo da ugasim, ne znam kako se gasi ovo.
The IGL for this one here, and on top of this is they're not in their usual drop spot. They have bowed down from school and apps, and they're looting here on that military island. And considering where our circle is, drop dead center on that school and apps, where Petrico Road are uncontested currently, it's going to sting a little bit for Twisted Mind. But being alone on that military island here, it's going to be plenty of loot, plenty of everything they need. They can, loot for as long as they want to. Get those vests, get maybe a flare gun to put themselves into that center.
Ali što zovu Elim se ne kill, skontajte.
If they have Lou there, do you think they challenge Petrichor Road?
I don't think so. No, it's not worth.
They did it earlier this year.
They have been, and there's some of the early fights here. Vitality are defending that spot that they want, that South George and crates area. I talked to them yesterday. They feel like those crates are so valuable. They don't want anyone to take their cars away from them. They don't want Vitality to take anything from this spot here. South side of the river is Liquid's. North sides belong to Vitality.
Yeah, a little bit of a victim of the plane path there, as I think Vitality was trying to cheat a little bit south of the river there, and unfortunately for them, Liquid were a little bit later in grabbing vehicles, and they will take one away from Vitality. We'll see if they're able to collect that chip at some point, bring that man back. It looks like Team Liquid will get Cowboy back on his feet, and they have crates.
Pa valjda su uzeli čip, jebote. Pa da, uzeli su čip. Jao, komentatori su krenuli ljudi od prve sekunde da trolaju. Kune vam se život. Možda je vreme da ih smanjimo.
He's going to be playing as a 3-man for the rest of the game. They're not going to be able to bring that chip back and that player back, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Luckily for them, they don't have high priority in this circle here already, so they're going to be playing it very slow coming in from that North George area.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
Šta ti misliš kako će Nemesis odigra i to bolje od Vitalitija? Pa ne mislim da će odigra bolje. Nemesis je jako dobra ekipa. Ali Vitality je po meni bolja. Sad vidjet ćemo.
On the south coast, still wide split. They do have full sense just off to their west, but it doesn't look like full sense is in any hurry.
Kad igra Tigleton, nemam pojma. Nisi se baš potrudili za izgled ovog stage-a. Ali recimo ova opening ceremonija mi je bila 100 puta bolja nego bilo koja dos.
Honestly, these teams are respecting each other quite a lot here.
Nevice gore kog prvi ima poen. Kako se to gasi, bet? To sam bio gasio, dobro se kako.
Some teams we don't want in the final. We're going to make it hard for them because they're certain that even without placement points, just with the kills they're going to be able to get through this group stage here, they're going to be easily making it into that finals here. Obviously, only 8 teams go out, so it's just a cut off from that top 16 and that bottom 8.
They've been an absolute force to be reckoned with for sure. Going back to last year even, so they've not slowed down. The Perspective changes and all the other additional changes that we've seen in our game. Last year, 2025's PUBG, not this year's PUBG. So as we mentioned, we heard Toffees talk about in the opening, it's been a lot of adjustment period, especially for teams like Twisted Minds.
It has been. A lot of teams have been grinding. One of these teams is
Valjda sam ugasio, jebi ga.
You might recognize a lot of these names.
Jebi ga, to je skripta koja se pokreće, vrate,
Navi
ono.
prior,
Nemam pojma.
one PGZ with Navi, State's been there, Diffic's been there, Sosa's been there most recently. This team, basically a super team if you just look at the
A
players.
za ono prvo što su ubrzali, bolje kako nije. Malo se Beno Navić kad igraš, to smo mi baš primijetili na skrimovima, trebaš malo brže luta, ali je bolje. Problem kad te stvari urade što oni su brzali zonu, nisu povećali lut i te bi dalje lut vrijeme isto, a moraš ga skratiti. Osim na tego je stvarno dobro.
South here on the dirt road. Nobody anywhere near them, just south of dead center circle, but just taking their time to slowly scout their way in and seeing a little bit more discipline from that team than maybe we've become used to seeing before.
It's always been like that. And the first day of this tournament, especially the group stage here, where you just got to make your way in, a lot of teams are just slowly making space, trying to figure out this information that's coming in here. And very interesting is that we've got a red zone dead center. We could end up having that terrain destruct, have a big impact here. Shots coming in here from Tyloo, trying to put some pressure onto Nemesis as it goes on here on Draken on the roof here, getting a lot of information, a lot of damage done towards that Nemesis voice. They are going to be taking some peeks at them. They lost the tire already on the Dacia like this here. It's going to steer a little bit more difficult for that, so it's going to be interesting to see how they approach that. Looks like right now they're kind of itching their bits on being on northern circle, but it's close to the river. We have to remember as well, new circle settings has been applied to this. It does no longer in circle 4 and circle 8 go away from water, so we have a lot of impact with that, and
circle 8
circles can end up being in some of these very interesting areas.
He brought up
bravo.
Quite a few there changes from last year. If you have not gotten a chance to watch competitive PUBG since last EWC, then there's a lot of new things that you're going to be seeing here, most notably that terrain destruction, as you said, and the most recent one being those circle changes. No more land ratio, which means that we're going to be seeing circles that we have not seen before, and or have not seen in a very long time at least. As we see, oh, hello, my bad.
Oh.
A dobro, ovi krugovi nisu toliko strašni, iskreno. Par dana, recimo prvih 7 dana nakon update-a bilo je haosa, bukvalno se po planinama završava. Ali su fiksali to. Tako da nije loše uopšte.
Big blow to Vitality to begin things off with here for our first game. Sure, we are playing 8 team in the group stage. Each team will be playing 12, but still, that's a big name. Out of your 12 games here. Full Sense, PTC 2025, defending champions here. So far this year, it's not been looking too good for them. They're far out of our overall PGS score in terms of our international standings. They got here by a regional qualification. And with this, I'm excited for them still. Belmore, our MVP, IGL MVP. And yeah, excited to see how these guys are going to be performing here. Now, again, it's the biggest stage. This is what most of the teams there are fully focused on. They have taken PGS maybe at some training here, but they have quite the way to make in, and they're making their way in behind Virtus Pro, and they'll be very adamant of protecting their behind here. So let's see what Liquid's going to be doing from this Ruins here. We're going to have a circle pop just soon here, Paro. Oh!
There we go. The first of what is likely to be many hard shifts that we will see this week. All the way over to the west, so Team Liquid hanging out in Ruins. Looks like that'll be all for them as Gam will be hanging out in the boatyard. They have to rearrange themselves now to defend from all sides, as they are likely to see pressure.
Yeah, and Gam you might know as Gam the Expendables. They were 2024 PTC champions. 75% of the roster still together with Hong F coming in. They have a dead center spot. He's looking really good for them. We talked about this circle setting. This circle has such an impact, so much water in play, and a lot of teams are going to be playing around that with how this kind of goes. A lot of teams are trying to lock down some of those central locations. The question is, though, this big little ridge that's coming in, it's going to have quite the impact from Russia too. Big fights are already happening here. Ming finds Spaceman for him. It's China fighting each other at the moment.
A lot of teams scrapping right now. This is just right in the middle as 4 a.m. is losing a couple. One to start off with. Nice seat swap there from Shen, as it looks like 4 a.m. has just decided to take this fight in waves. 2 down for Petrol Road. I-26 V6 with that side angle though, causing some problems. To see 04MB on the move, trying to rejoin his team to see if they can get involved. But now Supers has arrived as well, dropping utility from the high ground. But Guman, I think that might be all he's going to do. See if he can go fishing with dynamite, but he's not going to come up with anything.
It was the start of the year. Everyone's looking for these third-party fights, especially in all these circles here. DN Supers taking space both sides of the road here.
Are you watching EVC?
Very greedy. I like it though, but with 4 a.m. having
what do you mean?
kills, Shens gets one, and what a headshot that was. They're trying to lock down the southern side of this ridge I was talking about here.
Everyone. It's World Cup.
Delvin currently, the IGL of AGL. Is down and knocked, and the other guys are getting
playing a lot with their SLR right now.
And from Virtus Pro, Flush is coming in from Lugo, confirming another kill for VT here. 2 points them in this game.
But it's OP.
Fortunate there for AGAL, running into Virtus Pro on the very south side of this new zone, just outside of Pachinki. But as you mentioned, R8 with that northern angle onto that could just
kilovi ljudi za VP.
So it kind of forced AGAL's hand. They lose 2. We'll see if Destroy and Sololzi can make their way forward.
Ako se po jutru dan poznaje.
Check in with Nemesis. They've made the long wrap on the north side, managed to avoid. It looks like GK and Vitality, yes. So Nemesis, they're continuing that long wrap. Looks like it's going to pay off pretty well for him, though, as that western side on the north end is pretty free.
It's always, when you have these hardships here, you're always trying to look for these backfills here. And right now they're looking for a lot of players. They're going to be able to come into that cube area from the western side here and have quite significant amount of space. Let's see if they go south side or north side of the river. Right now, just waiting for that next circle pop to see if we are going to go any side of the river. Likely going to go south, but let's see what happens here.
Da vidimo, daj nam zonu, bre.
Virtus Pro is going to be laughing at that. There's some free, high priority compounds available. Looks like Virtus Pro is going to be trying to grab some of that southern space here. Look at all the teams that's currently in around the Roshak area and outside to the northeast of Poro. We're going to from that eastern and from that northern side.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. The GAM hold-on boatyard was going to be very difficult to do. It's a very difficult spot to hold from all comers. It looks like Tyloo was able to get everybody in there, and now they're just going to go ahead and reposition all together as Vitality is starting to make their way over. Myth also making their way over. Geekay, they're going to come over here from the eastern side. They're going to try to avoid Twisted Minds. It looks like Twisted is perfectly content, just eating a little bit more blue zone, and waiting and biding their time to come in as they have spotted out this rotation just ahead of them.
Yeah, and there's been some reses coming in as well with the recall.
Ide Nemesis na VP sad.
Twisted Mind continues as wide.
Ma, VP samo treba zona, ne bojimo se niko.
1 damage per second is fine for them. The next one does have an impact. Infecting stops here, actually has the barrel in hand, tries to maybe set up for some shots towards GK. Did feel like a little
samo da zona posluži.
Kind of hurting them towards and to stay away. Especially with the cars driving, those drive-bys can be extremely strong here. Let's see how far they end up going here. GK is entering that area towards the eastern side here. They might run into their countrymen from DN Supers on that east side of Roshak. Let's see what happens with that as the recalls are coming in.
Jel top 6 se... Ja mislim da su rekli top 12 fazon.
Recall on some of those players.
Ili je 12 mečeva bilo. Ne znam. Pojma nemam. Već. Nešto je 12 bilo spomenuto, pa sad je li vjerojatno 12, bo 12 ono faza. Ja mislim ti igraš prije Žembo, veliki pozdrav. Veliki pozdrav, Ivane Žemberi. Palo je Malilo. Cijelu, ne znam, brat, sinoć igrao Scrimse, jebote, još smo komentarisali. Brat igra Scrimse, a da nije NVC. Tako da nešto se dešava tu.
Looks like they've managed to keep everybody. Oh, nope. Kong going to go down, and so will One Dragon. So Tyloo, they try to make the bold send to the north side of Boatyard, and they pay the price.
And Lee's last player here. Just going to try to go for that res, potentially onto One Dragon, but shots are coming in. Myth and Jacob is saying no. 18 HP. Last player here from Tyloo. Can he make something happen? Well, they have so many teams in and around the Boatyard. Goes for the very greedy ego peak here instead of going for the res on One Dragon. Let's see what happens here with Tyloo as they are in this fight with Boatyard. Circuit is going so fast, so compressed with the amount of teams that's in and around that Boatyard area.
Lee maybe just making sure that nobody was intending to crash on him before he goes for that. I mean, he is so scared to go for that revive. It's just, and I don't blame him. I mean, you hear footsteps all around you essentially right now in this position as we check back in with GK. See, they got the P90 in hand as well, but Super's coming up over the top. We'll see what their utility situation looks like as that circle will hard shift to the north. So Boatyard it is in the end game as we see a number of teams from the south trying to regroup.
And those are so rare again because those circle 4 shifts goes away from water. It's extremely rare prior to these circle settings that we've seen in England like this. And all the teams already kind of camped in around that area. Tyloo tried to send it in but didn't have an Alo, finds Getrox from Vitality. So Vitality has a lot of pressure here as Liquid tries to hold on to that western side control here. Ruin's going to have another fight as well. Full Sense potentially going to third.
Šta im radi Liquid ovaj meč? Razmontirao Vitality.
Yeah, Team Liquid sending 2 into the south.
Jako zemlja zona. Jebi ga, to su ove nove zone sad bez Land Ratio.
But you can see Full Sense starting to look over in that direction to see if they can get involved. But all of these teams off to the south have to make a move.
Bukvalno vam je jedino pravilo da centar mora biti onaj na kopnu. Eto, kao što vidiš, bukvalno je greda od mula u centru.
Absolutely. AGL here on the eastern side. 4 a.m. fight about to be happening here. MT with a pants of Faust onto Batulins. That's rough. Heaven finds a card.
Bolje je žem, vjeruj.
Finds MT. As Twisted Minds takes control of this ridge line here. Third parties with nades coming in too. Batulins and Tab is both down. Teddy finds Tab.
Ne beži od vode, da.
The Jar and Aimbot's last 2 players here. Third party comes in as well with...
Ajmo, VP. Ulazi.
No, this was just never going to work, was it? Twisted Minds try to send it for the dip.
No, perfektno su omašio spray. I ovo da se vidi. Što je dobro gledati Twisted s desne strane killfeeda. Nino uzima kill.
But you can just look at the mini-map, so many gunshots being sent over in this direction, and that actually might be what saves them. Petrichor Road going to have to retreat off of this.
Trying to make space next to them. Oh, Aimbot finds them. RA tries to defend this area. Another nade comes in. That's perfect. Eliminated here. Batulins going to be able to go for that.
Kako hlača Batuli.
Sharks in the water. Both Nemesis is trying to get in. Petrichor Road's trying to get involved. The VP's taking so much space close and next to Twisted Minds.
Ajmo Nino. Ajmo Nino, pošalji ga Nino. Molim.
Batulins just barely survives. Nixie.
To je to, Nino.
But you see what Virtus Pro is working with. Nice little
to je to, Nino.
For Twisted Minds. They go out in 15th place. But I gotta say, surprised to see this many teams alive, this many players alive in a circle this late into this game. 17 minutes in, but you see the kill feed just lighting up like a Christmas tree as now AGAL is taking it with Myth. Nemesis is trying to hold off 4 a.m. GK and Supers are fighting on the east side. So many fights happening all at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. A Melman gets found as well here by Shen. 4 a.m. getting involved in this one. AGL 14.
Jebote, koja je buka tamo njima kad lik nije čuo. Bukvalno mu je na metar prišao.
Nade's gonna come in and confirm, and Stade gets that kill confirmed here. Dean Super's also out. A lot of top teams are holding early on. Cloris hit the mortar.
Steal them away. Get a couple of those much-needed points as the circle does shift to the north again. All water all the time. That's what we wanted, right? Nemesis still trying to finish
kako, sad se bukvalno skriva pitan kako Nemesis igra ovdje. Ali dobio sam odgovor vrlo brzo.
So that timeline has reduced significantly here.
Yeah, and with that circle shift to the north as Cowboy finds Lukarok's Liquid's going to be involved with that fight, trying to defend that southern side. We'll also see it. Samemi here, shots coming in, finds Stiffix with the M4 headshot. Soset and State tries to make the most out of this one here. They got 2 kills so far, but it's really extremely difficult. This team's going to have to try to make it inside the circle. I don't think they're just going to go for the points here. It makes most sense to me. Nixie finds 2 members of Petrichor Road as VP's taking so much control outside Boatyard, but it's going to be a Boatyard proper ending here. What a first circle we have here at Esports World Cup 2026.
Wild stuff there.
Ubit će ih ovaj s leđa, brate,
in the end, Nemesis keep an eye on Hasameme. But as you said, I mean, it's just getting that 1 kill. They thought it would be easy.
Sosed je donji.
There's just no easy outs here. EWC
ide Bimi.
Sosed. Hasameme just stands there healing up, laughing, surviving just a little bit longer here for 4 a.m.
Bimi got the confirm onto Sosed. He was nothing. He was inside the zone, but shots were coming in here, and VP's realizing Let's try to farm and close as many teams on the southern side.
VP 7 kilo,
fight for some space south side on that boatyard here. It's Mehmet. Looks like it's just going to be him trying to get some heals. Obviously, we're also playing on the patch where heals have been buffed. VP is making their way in now. Oh, lots of damage from that nade. A great pre-nade, but all 4 members alive. 7 kills for Virtus Pro. Looking extremely poised for getting double digits potentially in this game.
Just picking the right times. Showing the right.
Pogledajte zonu, brać.
They've managed to get
Gledajte zonu, brać.
into this south side of Boatyard. That one grenade from Cowboy could have caused so much damage from him, but it was just a little bit too late. As we hear the mortars coming in, Luke 12 will find Thanadol in flash. But what can they do to capitalize off of this? As you see, the vehicle will explode. Full sense, they might be able to reset here.
Potentially, if no more mortar comes in,
Opa!
it gets 2 confirms on full sense and knocks Tigger as well. With that M249, he tried to go for the rest. Now it's just down to Belmoth, our 2025 MVP.
GG, kleine Mann.
And the IGL blue zones are being hurled at him, trying to hold them out.
Oh.
And Liquid's looking to shut this down.
Just bouncing the wrong way, though, for him. As see there, want to go out there and finish him off, but you also don't want to risk. I mean, you saw Cowboy just saw Virtus Pro with a 4-man squad backfilling. You don't want to take that risk that while you're trying to finish this off, Virtus Pro is just going to sweep back around you. So I think Team Liquid showing a great.
U odnosu na kad. U odnosu kad smo igrali zajedno, jes.
It's not like they're in any better position now. They're still going to have to come
here
here eventually.
Yeah, it's a great observation here. Honestly,
this
2-2 split for them, making sure they potentially get the 2 points off from full sense, but also locking down that backfill or third-party opportunity onto Virtus Pro. That's exactly why Liquid is such a great team. As we look back on some of the kills here, so much fights, and what a crazy circle we had. All the
Brate, šta rade sa ovim mortarima, jebote? Kao da imaju joystick I navigiraju raketama.
Next he finds Setsuna as well from Shadow. Akan goes down to Baron as well from Myth as they continue to try to involve themselves. And look at this, with this center dot being basically in the little harbor of Boatyard. It makes it extremely difficult to figure out, are we going to go west around or north around on that side of the Boatyard.
A couple of interesting situations right here. Myth kind of up against it. They do have a little bit of a foothold inside the zone here, just under the bridge. Geeke on the other side of the river. They've got EJ and Akan trying to swim across, but meanwhile, Team Liquid will hold.
Liquid je popao.
They tried to drop the smoke wall and make it in, but Team Liquid was ready. They will collect their 5th kill.
Great start.
Da li imaju 60 FPS sad? Pojma nema, brate. Baš ćemo ih pitati, ali trebalo bi da imaju EVC je dobro organizujete. Vas da je kod ih harapa najbolje što se toga tiče.
ESPORTS try to advance a little bit. Purdy finds EJ from Geeke. And Lee here from Tyloo, last player. Can they fix it out? Can they get him done? And it's going to be a Clarice with the Panzerfaust. A quick rest, and that's going to be quickly done here. Geeke also goes out in that 6th place. And now we're into the top 5. A lot of placement points are going to be distributed here in the next couple minutes.
Pogledajte zonu, ljudi.
Full 4-man squads here.
Mislim da je ovo prvi put da vidimo.
They saw Gam take that knock. But it looks like they'll get him back on his feet almost immediately. But good job by Hwang F and Duck Juice to expect that backfill. And they're going to put a pause on VP's rotation up to the north here, while Liquid is starting to creep around here as well, starting to look down where Virtus Pro just was. But it looks like we'll probably slow down here, at least until this next circle pops. And then you got to imagine Myth is going to be in a hard spot.
Yeah, the next fights bound to be happening here is, of course, Virtus Pro and GAM Esports. And, of course, as well, Shadow Esports with Myth. Liquid's looking really good for a top 3 from this position here, controlling a lot of space, reinforcing the southern side while their IGL Pretty Curdy is trying to figure out, can we cross this bridge? Or are we going to have to third-party that VP and GAM fight? With this circle as well, going up to the northeast side, they're going to have to make moves. It looks like the other guys are running to that western side, so they're going to try to cross the bridge. Pretty Curdy might have been spotted that not that many people from Shadow Esports is reinforcing this bridge side here. Next fight's going to be, of course, as well, Myth outside the circle. VP has a way in, but Myth is going to be a big move too.
Just going to swim across, yeah.
Smart.
VP ima sad veliki fight.
Because you know,
Pa im mora dobiti. Ako dobiju bi ne već.
Backfilling VP, you have the possibility of getting third party by another team, but if you go on this western side, this is what you're having to deal with.
Yeah.
And seeing maybe they feel like they've got a pretty good read on where Shadow Esports is.
Malo i da ga lutne. Avem. Ima li šta bolje?
Just for the funsies. But Jexy kind of on the clock here for Shadow as the rest of his team is watching Myth currently.
And that part of the harbor is actually perfect for them. They've got bridges on multiple sides. Kamalzo takes some shots towards Kiss. See if they can take Myth out. Deny them space here. But utilities being thrown.
Bravo, Beamy.
Go down to Beamy. The Lukarooks also.
Bravo, Lule. Swap.
Being a big fight here in the southern side and northern side. Multiple teams denied entry.
Yeah, two scraps going on at the same time. Myth versus Shadow and Gam versus Virtus Pro, while Liquid just kind of swims around, working their way towards the middle. Myth will use that smoke to get up to the walls. See if they can gain a little bit of safety here as they were just getting peppered with utility in the middle of the street. But you can see just off in the distance, Gam has taken a few knocks. They will get their man Hwang F back on his feet, but Virtus Pro still 4 strong and being very methodical about how they push through.
Yeah, they know exactly where they are. They're looking for it. They're using utility to create space and to put pressure onto Gam. Lots of utilities being, and you know, Gam right now just immediately disengaging from this fight here, trying to go towards the mid area. So we just have 1 player left from Shadow Esports, 3 players left from Gam, and 2 full rosters on Liquid and Virtus Pro.
How on earth does Myth make that way across and not take a single knock? As Shadow Esports, as you said, down to just Jexy. He's got the shotty in hand, hoping for the best. He's going to have the worst as he does get the knock on a Scaffy, but nobody really near enough to capitalize on that, so Myth should be able to fully reset.
Oh, and then the next circle is straight onto the hop, and look at
Jel mi stvarno gledamo Jacoba koji se revive-a, ovamo fight ide.
Small ramps to get up, and that's going to be difficult for some of the team to make it in here. It looks like it's going to be like just on the curb of the harbor edge.
What a circle to start things off here at Esports World Cup. Oh, good grenade, and Cowboy with a follow-up will take down Lukarooks. We'll try to
Jebote Liquid kao Navy Seals izlaze.
flush out that kill.
Navy Seals. Nismo ovo očekivali, brat, a nije ni Virtus.
It's not going to be enough to save Luka, though.
Gonna be difficult here. How does VP just go onto and try to push onto Gam here? Next he finds Tanvu, big names to take down immediately here with the AUG and the headshot. And now Gam, it's a 3v2. Grix has been hit with the Molotov. Very methodical in their approach for this one here. Losing Lukarooks is not going to be a problem for this engagement. Beamy still has a Panzerfaust as well. Glorious finds Beamy. Nixie gets found as well, but Correxy returns the fire out to Glorious. Oh, Hwang F.
If the last player left alive will take down Correxy, and it's going to take down Virtus Pro as Gam now up to 9 kills as they will try to get their man back up Tanvu. As a duo, very dangerous stuff for Gam. But Myth still 4 strong, inexplicably 4 strong after fighting their way from that northern side. Team Liquid has got the wide spread swimming around. But you can see that road, the role that it is going to play. It's Team Liquid start to kind of regather themselves, trying to figure out how they want to approach this late game. You got to imagine
Samo da ovaj Myth ne naći.
Much utility in the bags left for any of these guys. Maybe Myth, that might be the only one.
Yeah, Myth have looted just a little bit here. Pretty curly. They've got stuns, they got nades. They've got plenty. 8 kills for Liquid as well. If I'm looking at anything here, it looks like a Liquid victory. Liquid chicken dinner for this first game here, just based on how they're set up, the amount of control they have. And also, look at the dot. It's just in their backyard with where we're going to be ending up. And Myth and Gam's going to be fighting each other. It looks like a perfect third-party setup for Liquid.
Lots of Doritos falling from the sky here as you see whatever left of the smoke in the bag being put down by Gam, seeing if they can at least get to these walls. But Myth, it's just eyes on. Tanvu has the high ground. Now he's going to jump down. Once he's been spotted out. 5 kills for Myth, 9 for Gam. Hwang F. Got a few more smokes left to drop down. Liquid is just waiting for all of this, as Alo will take a little bit of damage. So Myth doing a good job of keeping eyes on where they need to go next, as well as the Luke 12 Molotov will take down Tanvu. Now the
flash here, but
another one will take down Kiss from Myth. Baron goes down as well as Team Liquid start to assert their dominance here in the end game.
Utilities being perfectly deployed. Luke finds Jacob as well. It's a 4v1 here. Surely Team Liquid takes this first chicken dinner.
Odakle su ljudi vinali?
One heck of a way to start off your esports World Cup. Team Liquid in a boatyard finish manages to secure the victory with a nice stack of points to go along with it.
Absolute cinema here for Team Liquid. You can see how excited Extreme, their coach, is. What a way to do it. And also the control they had to move all the way through the boatyard from ruins, had to defend from full sense. Our PGC 2025 winners, and they did it easily, methodically, perfectly executed here for Team Liquid. What a way to do it.
Using everything in the bag as well. Mortars, grenades, Molotovs, guns. Team Liquid finding kills.
Bravo, dečaci, svaka čast.
Ko
je sad slušali, to su antifoni.
But a lot of other big
Antifoni.
in that first game as
Da
well, though. We saw
buku smanje s polja.
they have been looking so strong here in 2026, and they make it all the way to second place. But in the end, the fight from Team Liquid just a little bit too much.
Yeah, it was indeed. What a way to do it. Although the team still 5 more games to play today here, but that is gonna be such a moral booster, confidence booster for these guys here.
VP je dobro, VP je odličan, 13 bodova, odličan game.
We're looking at and into all the teams that we're not used to playing against. It didn't matter. They just rolled up and dominated. And what a Panzer to find Jacob through the smoke there.
Jeste skontali što je pogodio Panzer?
Wow. What a play here for Luke.
Let's go. Get those comms. Yeah, they're very excited as well. They should be, as that was a chaotic late game to say the least, as they were frogmen essentially, Navy SEALs fighting from the water up onto the shore and into our hearts and into the leaderboard. Team Liquid, your game 1 winner.
And of course, with Liquid winning this one here, it's going to put them really far ahead of anyone. Last year we did look at something around 55 to 60 points cutoff. With the amount of kills they had with this one, along with the chicken dinner, it's going to put them so close to be able to go straight to that grand final.
All right, well, heck of a way to start things off. We are going to go take a quick break, and we will be right back with more PUBG.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
BGS Circuit 1 for Virtus Pro was a very interesting one because it meandered so weirdly. They did nothing in the first stage and second stage of PGS 1.
We started off pretty rough by missing some of our finals, but then we came strong and won one of the bigger finals we had so far this year. So I would say it's been a bit up and down, but like we have adapted and improved a lot with this year. I'd say it was like average performance for us. There was also a lot of the up and downs, but we're looking to show our best performance here at EWC.
VB đang là một đối thủ rất mạnh và phong độ của họ đang rất tốt ở những giải đấu.
เพราะว่าเขามีเพลเยอร์อย่างนิกซี่แล้วก็บิมมี่ครับที่เป็นตัวแบกของทีมมีแบบพลังพาวเวอร์มากๆเลยทำให้ทีมของเขาเนี่ยโดดเด่นขึ้นมาครับ
I think everybody would look at Nixie though as the guy for them, right? Claiming MVPs on the international stages and also doing it in a cool way. He's very nonchalant, one of the best players in the world because he grinds. He's a grinder. So we've got to pick Nixie.
There's no doubt in my mind it's Beamy because, you know, he's my superstar player from Team Denmark. He's a guy that has so much information readily available and he applies it to his game, and he's one of the best mechanical fraggers and all-stars in the game, in my opinion.
I think it's probably how much work get put into like adapting, especially with how the game has changed this year. So just a lot of work in adapting to the meta and how the lobby works and all that. I think our strength is that we are unpredictable and we like to do a lot of crazy stuff early games, and I think that's why like other teams are scared of us.
I think we still have to see more from them, and I think they got a big shot at potentially winning Esports World Cup or PGC at the end of the year.
VP needs it. 3 points in the bag so far, but he will go down in the end. But look at the damage he put on a Xiaobei. He did not go down without a fight.
I think last year we were like unexperienced team. It was first tournament with the new roster, and then after that we have like a LAN wins, like big wins. So I think we are really mature now to win it all.
Any doubts that the Team Liquid fans might have had coming into EWC? You can kind of put them to the side because this squad showed up in a big way with that win.
Sorry, I was fixing my microphone.
You're good,
All right, so it was a huge win for them. Liquid, again, this is that team that I spent the entire last year saying, these are the guys who are going to take the championship. This is the team, second best in the world. They know how to play. And here's the thing. They've been playing since like 2018, right? So these guys know what it's like to win a circle while swimming.
That is a really good point, but they had to really fight for that, right? The utility they had to go through, the nades that was being rained down through them from Myth. That was a really intense game for them, but they were calm. They were composed as much as you can be in the water when nades are raining down on you.
And the way that they were able to kind of approach that too, especially when they had VP, they were throwing nades at VP players towards the end. They decided to slow it down because they saw Gam on the offside and they didn't have, I don't know if they had any extra smokes or not, but they played that so well.
I mean, if we're breaking this down, here's why Liquid wins this, right? They've got that off position by themselves. They hold a push using Luke 12's beautiful mortars. They slow play it into the water. I mean, I think Purdy was carrying a zip line at one point. So like these guys were prepared for anything that could possibly happen. And you're right, they showed restraint at the right times. They let the other teams deal with each other. And then like in VP's case, they go, oh, there's 2 knocks. Let's just go ahead and slip in and finish this team off. But we're not going to overpush. We're going to make sure we maintain our defense.
There was a few moments where they were pushing across the bridge towards Myth that I thought maybe they were actually going to overcommit and then just get torn up, right? Because there was another team, Gam was entering on the other side, and that was going to cause a big issue for them. But they slowed it down. They didn't get ahead of themselves, and I think that's something that we had seen from Liquid in the past. But now they're just really playing the cards that they have.
Oh, as we look at the overall ranking right here, and I'm gonna go to just directly to one team, even though we have so many top dogs that were able to perform there, and it's none other than that team in 5th place, Toffees, Shadow Esports. It's taking advantage, even though it's just game 1, but they're taking advantage of today.
Well, I said they got to have a decent day 1 or they're going to get absolutely lambasted tomorrow when 17 shows up on their drops. They come out, they got to a good late game finish, but only 5 points, Godspeed. And I think that comes down to Myth was just better. Scappy dumpstered the defense that they tried to hold him off on.
I mean, Myth just basically decimated anyone that was coming in from the north side of Boathouse, right? They made sure that everything was covered. Now, Virtus Pro was also doing a pretty decent amount of work backstabbing the teams that were trying to get in on Myth, but they didn't really need the help. VP as well, I want to talk about them.
3 šotke su imali ljudi, 3 šotke.
A really good first game, all things considered as well.
I mean, it's almost impossible to push into that side. And I think what Liquid did, as you brought up, really smart here, is they kept waiting for these engagements to pop out. And then Luke 12, who I'm going to be honest, has felt quiet on this team. There's been so many times where we talk about Alo as like the go-to fragger when he's on. Cowboy, the new blood. Luke has been here a long time, and Luke has been one of the best exports out of his region for as long as I can remember. And there's been kind of, last year it felt like he wasn't playing up to his potential. This game looked like classic Luke 12, man. He was out there with the mortars, with the panzers, with the guns. It doesn't matter what you hand him, he's going to kill you.
The mortars, okay? That's what I was looking at. The mortars, because they were absolutely amazing. We didn't get a chance to fully see them, but hopefully later on today, we'll get a nice little replay of just those mortars coming down. Now, for everybody currently watching Esports World Cup, there is something amazing coming up later this year, and it's none other than ENC.
Jedva čekam NC, ljudi. Biće brutalno. To je mnogo zanimljivije gleda nego klubove, iskreno.
For the first time ever, nations will compete across 16 titles over 4 incredible weeks, all all in the pursuit of one championship. So get ready to stand behind your country, celebrate your favorite players, and witness history from day one. The Battle Royales will include PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and of course, Apex Legends. And all of this action will be taking place from November 2nd through November 29th. And the real question here, Lace, is who are you supporting? I mean, I'm gonna support the Aussies, of course. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! And if I have seen the Apex Legends possible rosters, I mean, we might have the US beat. Listen, I'm obviously also supporting the US, and I'm just gonna say we typically do a bit better than you guys. I mean, it's because you take our players from over there, and then we finally get them back. It's going to be an insane 4 weeks for sure. So, of course, for all of you at home, make sure you're tuning in and get ready to stand behind your country for the Esports Nations Cup.
Down here on the ground here with Paper Thin, my name is Kalaris, of course, as we take a look back at that game and how everything went down. Of course, what's crazy about that, Paper Thin, is the fact that a boatyard finish makes things super crazy. We don't often get to see that in the previous circle settings. Now, this is going to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, exactly, and it forced the teams to adapt to a very bizarre situation, one that you're not going to be used to unless you're like hot dropping in that area just for fun, maybe in your normal game. So getting a really interesting part of the map that forced teams to do some really interesting strategies.
And no doubt. I mean, Team Liquid looking at how they were able to capitalize off of that. The transitions and the holds, I think, that they were able to do there were quite special.
No, this was an insane performance from Team Liquid in terms of adapting to a really bizarre situation. They had a mortar set up to hold off full sense over on that western side. Really nice stuff there. And then coming up with the theory to get across the docks like that, to go through the water, that's so difficult to do. Anybody who's played in that part of the map knows it's really tough. A lot of times you feel like you got to fight through the houses on that eastern edge.
Yeah.
They went in the water and made it work.
Yeah, I did notice a zipline gun in the infantories, which obviously we didn't really see much of in previous metas, but there's use cases where it could work out. So I think they're good from Team Liquid, a great hold against full sense as well. I want to pivot a little bit. One thing that I didn't like as much, and I think bad, considering where they were, Shadow Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty easy hold for a lot of teams on that northeastern corner. Myth is coming down. Yes, a very powerful team. We know how well Myth can frag, but you've got to hold that. You've got a 3-1 split there. Your one is watching Liquid, who's stuck in the water, so they're not that much of a threat at that moment. Your attention is where it should be, but they're not able to hold the line. They're getting taken out by utility and shots and some really good play from Myth, of course, but that's a hold that should happen probably 95% of the time for a team.
And then Myth and Gam obviously have to go up against one another. Team Liquid takes the position across that dockyard.
Nema tvar tablice, našao sam ovaj link, mislim šalju ga ovdje u chat. Ali im baš kasne rezultati.
They were able to hold that position down and really exploit that. It was difficult for be it Myth or be it Gam to really come out of there swinging against Team Liquid, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at that situation and you're thinking initially this should be favored to whoever's on the coast, right? But there's actually a lot of cover up there. It's really hard for some of the teams to get that utility to land on the Liquid players on those ramps because you have to time the throws of those grenades so perfectly. So you saw a lot of them bouncing around where Liquid had a ton of util left. They were able to make their grenades and other things hit in that moment, get that beachhead established, get some of those triangles down, those Doritos to give you a little bit of a setup, and then they made the finishing move.
All right, well, thank you very much for checking in with me here, Paper Thin. That is us done here down on the stage. Let's head on over to the studio to get everything ready to go.
Thank you so much, Kalaris and Paper Thin. You know what? You guys were talking about how crazy that ending was and how we usually don't end up getting a finishing boatyard. Let's talk about the beginning.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of this, right? Yeah, we got to the end. It was chaos who got to be there. But the issue is who got to be there and how they got there in the first place. There's not a lot of real estate in that area. By 5 minutes, we had everybody in the entire island inside of about 6 giant squares. Like that tells me the teams are moving quickly and they're moving early in this event and they understand how valuable center is going to be.
And the big issue with that rotation in general is you're going through waves, which is just south of Boatyard, right? You're going through that. It's very rough. Now you have the destructible terrain with the between just the grenades, you have the pickaxe, you have red zones, right? And all these things are creating cover, creating trenches for people to camp rotations. We saw a lot of that actually happening in that waves location in general. And then Boatyard itself, right? It's such a difficult area to fight. You have basically a giant U, you have an open middle, and then everyone else is just sitting in buildings. So it's just a nightmare. And for Liquid to have navigated that as well as Myth, Gam as well to make it that far, I think was very impressive for sure.
Would it be safe to say that Gam was a big surprise there to make it in the top 5?
I mean, I think GAM's a really good team. I think they've got a ton of potential in this event. I think that they did surprise us in how well they were able to sort of push in. I do think part of that came off the back of VP's stab, right? They slid up and around. When Luke 12 set off those mortars, they slid through that opening that I did not expect them to be able to make it through because Cowboy was covering it. But I do believe Cowboy got distracted cheering for Luke and how good that shot was. And VP like executed a really nice transition. And that opened the door, I think, for GAM on the other side to make it a little bit deeper into this round. But again, I think when you're dealing with a situation where 8 minutes in, everyone is within 3,000 meters of each other. I don't know what math sucks, but you know what I mean.
Spot on.
That is 3 kilometers, right? Yeah, freedom units. Anyway.
I'm not going to pretend I know if you're right.
The
other difficult thing about that as well is just coming in from like the North George sides, right? Coming in from that bridge, you have the separate island that separates the boathouse, and then you have other teams that are also looking on that hill for potential rotation. So it just creates a traffic jam, as you were saying, that just makes the rotations an absolute nightmare.
And one team that it kind of ended up backfiring too, and we expected a slow start from this squad, especially with what's currently going on, is Twisted Minds. They only ended up finishing with just 2 points that game. I know you guys were saying it's a slow start, and it's currently looking like it's going to be a slow start.
I mean, Matt nailed it, though. Twisted Minds is not an out-the-gate team. So even with the departure of Lou, like Tab is not a slouch, but they are not traditionally a let's go game one and dominate this thing. So for them, I'm not worried about it just yet. I think they should, even with the sub, have an easy path to the final.
I agree. I mean, we usually start working on with Twisted Minds on like the last day.
Yeah.
They usually find a way, and you know, with game 1 down, we're now Tago.
Yes.
Don't mind if we do.
Time to Tago.
Oh, out of Tago, which team do you think it might be using that to their advantage? I mean, we had some of the other squads. We saw what TL was just able to do. Myth as well. Any other teams that kind of come to mind coming into Tago?
I actually think VP. I think VP is a team that's going to be incredibly consistent overall this event, especially watching, you know, just PGS Circuit 1 and 2. They've just been so consistent.
2 tega si igraju ljudi, to je novina.
Their windows, their openings, as you said, they have Nixie.
I novina koja mi se baš sviđa.
Good player. That whole roster is just absolutely stacked. I mean, I don't need to name a roster, but I think the way that they've been able to kind of fix their rotations over the last year, when we kind of first saw VP, we saw what they were capable of.
6 mečeva.
Into, you know, 2026.
Yeah.
That's a damn strong team.
You know, I talked to EB, their coach, a little bit at the start of the day today, and he said one of the challenges is moving to the mindset, right? They've been going through these PGS sequences, these circuits, and they're important, but the skin isn't quite as heavily in the game as it is here for the $2 million, right? This idea of EWC, and he said we got to get in the right mindset for this. I talked to the boys when they arrived here this morning. They were quiet, they were focused, they were ready, and they had that air. If you've ever been around an athlete, that air of this is the moment, right?
Yes, you know.
Before the storm, all 4 of them just pouring off of them in energy. So I'm not shocked they start strong. I think they'll continue.
I got a fist bump from EB before he played today. So say,
you had to reach up for that one.
It's kind of a big deal. Actually.
Did you have to jump to fist bump?
That's the first time I've ever had to look up for a fist bump. Yeah,
right.
That's what I have to do when you guys try to give me a fist bump. But I have to look up every single time. Sometimes I'm like, Tuffy's pick me up. But talking about some of the other squads, you guys were saying like the aura that you feel from some of these teams, right? One that comes to mind, and not necessarily in regards to what you were talking about, is Shadow Esports, and that's actually why I was so happy to bring them back up, because you were saying, Toffees, they do need to have a great day 1 here. They need to make sure they use it to their advantage, and so far it's looking like that way. Even though they didn't get that many points, that's at least going to give them a little bit of more confidence going through the day.
Ne znam, Baki, bret. Prave pauzu. Kao da se od kopanja odmaraju.
Confidence. Those are the 2 biggest things that I think propel you. Sure, mechanical skill is good, but if you've made it to this stage, your mechanical skill is top tier, right? That's where the minutia comes into play, and that is attitude, excitement, confidence. And the fact that they did make it top 5 in the first game, I think you're dead on. That's going to give them the hype to continue forward.
Yes. And I think the most important thing as well for a team like Shadow is
Jeste skontali dron, sviđa dronu.
Coming back in. This is a new team for me, right? Very new names, not very familiar, and we need that new blood. And for them to come in here the first game, even though it wasn't the most insane finish, the fact that they're still getting up here and showing like, hey, look, we may be kind of new kids on the block, but we can play.
All right, well, Tago is ready. We're ready. Everybody currently watching at home is ready. So let's send it over to Avenger and Poro.
Thank you very much, and we are 1 game in, and Team Liquid has kicked open the door on this Esports World Cup group stages, but can they keep that going? It's going to be a tough challenge, as we saw a couple of other teams that were really stepping up there, Avenger.
Absolutely, and you know what, for me, here in this game, the circle being this wild from the top, from the very first start here, that just throws a spanner in the works for everyone here. And yeah, we have to focus in here. Just 5 more games to go today, 11 more total for all these players here across all the groups. We're about to get Tego kicked off. It is time to Tego, Boro.
It is time to Tego, and lots of spanners, lots of works being thrown about here as we get to see all of our boys in the plane right now. Everybody looking a little bit more locked in. We started to see a little bit more gamer poses, a little bit more guys leaning forward this time as opposed to leaning back after that first game. But looks like we've got a pretty easy plane path going from southeast all the way to the northwest, so don't think we'll see any early game shenanigans once again.
Well, most of the teams trying to get into their usual drop spots here, and of course, yeah, sure, you have to get some cars, maybe get into Yongchong for Virtus Pro, get some of that. Get into your locked location here for Team Liquid to be uncontested in Palace here. It does feel like it's going to be an easy qualification, maybe potentially even on day one. Hitting that 60-point plus threshold will be amazing. AGL just south of them in that fishing camp here. A lot of teams in and around and close to Hosan. Tyloo trying to get into that area too. And Vitality trying to lock down Ouyang here. Again, we've had some wild circles, and historically, so far this year, we've had a lot of them very wild on Tego as well.
A lot of hard shifts too, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Ovo će treba večeras.
Water area.
Pa, ako nastavim tempom da sigurno. Ali nema veze već, sad bolje gledat.
Centers up somewhat close to Buksansai here for Petroka Road. That could be a great one for them. 4AM looking poised for this one too. Vitality all fall strong, not having lost Levante, they star fragger. And they could having some high priority compounds in this start here from the second game.
So you mentioned the 60-point threshold. What do you mean by that exactly for the people at home that are watching?
Yeah, so of course we have over the course of the 18 games we're playing in the groups, the teams are playing 12, and last year that 60-point threshold was around where we ended up being here. VP is looking to be pulling up onto Rex here. They saw he was a solo in this compound, and they are 2v1ing or 3v1ing this player right now. They're trying to put some pressure onto Rex. Shots coming, headshot with the shotgun.
Bravo, the
jumps in to take him down. First player out. DN Supers is Rex here, and I love that punishment. They immediately saw it, and they know, knowing of course playing with Beamy here, they know that they usually take too much space around there, trying to take as much away from them from the beginning here and punish that greed that DN Supers have. They have both Go Dog, they have the south side, a lot of the compounds around this area here. And yeah, Virtus Pro, just from knowing and having played against these guys for so long, they knew they could punish that, and Rex is a great player to lose early on.
Yeah, that's a perfect combination.
Kakav maco im dali, je.
Having that confidence to play as aggressive as possible, knowing how important every single point could be when it comes down to getting that.
Kako je rekao, to je normalno. A šta će 3 na 1 TPP, već? I to nije shotgun imao.
Gunshots coming from Virtus Pro there as well at the end there, so I think Rex may be done for as that blue chip has most likely been destroyed. So Supers will be playing this one forward as 3. And they've got a long way to go to get inside this first zone.
And especially when you look at the circle, like that's the approach. You see, okay, we don't have any high priority going to this next circle here, so we have time to maybe go in and take, you know, one big name away from one of our huge opponents in DN Supers. So I really love that approach. It's so VP, it's so smart. And you know, all with this, they're at 14 points total. They're going to be fragging their way into this final so far. And yeah, here with on board with R8 also have pretty good priority inside this next circle here. They could take some of these compounds away, but they could be bombing into Petroka Road. And Petroka Road has been looking great so far this year, obviously having the win in our series.
Ovo kad se desi već ograda jača od života.
Look great for them. Good performance out of them so far. Now with a red zone straight onto 4AM, close to Geeklay and close to Vitality too. It's going to be creating lots of space here, as Spaceman is also creating some terrain area for him to set up. Maybe a little bit of a mold destruction if someone drives by.
Yeah, not too surprised to see this, as this has kind of become the story of Tego now that we have destructible terrain, as teams taking these, the top of these hillsides here, digging in little trenches and kind of playing in between, waiting like wolf spiders to eventually spring the trap on anybody that unfortunately gets too close. So we'll see if anybody falls into 4AM's trap as we check back in with Twisted Minds. Big wide 2-2 split here. That's getting a little bit close to Shadow Esports, but looks like they've got eyes.
Yeah, the 2-2 split is huge, keeping Perfectix and Tab on the northern side. Maybe for information onto VP here, Liquid is driving straight up and close onto VP. I see shots coming out as well, potentially a big fight here between Liquid and VP. Alo finds Nixie. Outside Yongchong. That was huge. Ah, okay, look at that. It's
Yongchong
for Twisted Minds. Okay. As Team Liquid took a name away from VP here, trying to backfill that position inside Yongchong, maybe getting that bridge. I think VP was waiting because they now have a red zone coming in and close to them. Hopefully Perfectix doesn't lose this BRDM to a red zone destruction. That would be insane.
You feel pretty bad about that one. It looks like Team Liquid actually sticking around here, or Virtus Pro maybe just repositioning themselves while in the city of Yongchong. They're trading shots back and forth. No more knocks coming through but just yet, but Supers is also starting to make their way in with the Polar Bears after losing Nixie. That is another big loss for them, but honestly anybody on Virtus Pro that gets lost is a big loss. They've all been playing so well together.
4AM finds Songjang here, one of the MVPs out of PWS, one of the GOATs. I remember him back in 2018. He's been here for a long time.
Ne znam gdje je umro Nixi.
Korea and PNC as well, just recently.
Ne znam da li mogu da ga revive.
Just a couple of weeks ago, and now he's here back with his team. They dominated the regional, and now he's here back to dominate once again. But yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for him being involved this early here. Shen getting that kill. Malaysian superstar on these Chinese teams here.
I think EJ might have been going for the... Yeah, I think EJ is trying to go for the chip here. I'm not sure if he was able to get it yet or not, but definitely seems to be the plan. See if we can maybe get Songjang back. And he might be able to get it because it's really only Shen that's over here defending. The rest of 4AM already kind of making their way in. Remember, at the top of that hillside, kind of entrenched here as we check back in with Liquid. Virtus Pro still keeping tabs on them as they make their way through, but you can see Liquid, it looks like they've managed to avoid the arcade for the most part, and they've made it to the bridge.
Mislim da bi trebalo da ubace indikatore za čipove. Oni trenutno imaju indikator da kad se revive lik, mi vidimo da se revive, jel? Na live leaderboard. Ali bi dobro bilo da znamo i status čipova, ono kad je knockdown, da li je uništen ili nije. Da ne nagađamo.
That's a great nade. Gonna do some damage onto him. Doesn't knock him though, but let's see what VP and Dean Supers getting involved just again. And now it's going to be a fair 3v3 since Liquid took one of the names away from VP.
Indeed. And yeah, this is Human going to find Beamy through the smoke. Will take down one player, but Virtus Pro not in really a position to save him either. So yeah, he's going to get run over. And now Corexi and Lucarux just left to try to send it across that bridge, but Supers already back in vehicles. Looks like they might be going for the chase.
Makes sense here. Down to a 2-man now for VP, and that's what you get when you involve yourself early on with some fights here. Dean Supers looking for an insta retaliation towards them, but it was Liquid to take the name.
Šta je s ogradama danas?
I don't think that's supposed to do that.
Šta je s ogradama danas? Mnogo loš, evo ga brate, Edi pesimista, krenulo je.
And it goes north here. Look at all the teams that's going to have to make moves here. Just 4 or 5 teams.
Ljud, ne valja pada u dep.
Team Liquid is going to be surprised with the amount of space that's open ahead. Look at all the priority compounds.
Ma 12 gameova, pritom ovo je grupna faza.
Once again and again, it's going to favor Team Liquid this time as they make their way in on that north side. As you mentioned, just nothing but miles of space, and they also know that they can expect Virtus Pro or Supers coming in from that northern side. So knowing that the potential threats that'll be coming in from the north side are also pretty good when you're kind of playing from that edge location. As we check in with Shadow Esports, getting a little bit close to Twisted, but it looks like they'll avoid them for the most part. Yeah, after hearing those shots, just trying to make your way into a safer spot.
Yeah, trying to sniff out open space, trying to sniff out if there's any compounds available. And right now, sure, there's one of these center spots here, but it's a 2-2 split for Twisted Minds. And, you know, some of their aggressive teams, if they figure that out, they're going to be able to pull that off. But Twisted Minds does look like to be connecting and going towards each other. Look, Liquid is coming in from the northern side, and shots coming in onto full sense as well.
Yeah, lest we forget that Twisted Minds does have that BRDM. We've seen how important those vehicles can be coming to the late game, and Twisted Minds, one of the teams that knows how to play around them very, very effectively. As we check in with Petrichor Road on that south side, as you mentioned before, whenever the shift did come through, so many teams on the south trying to find their way in. It looks like, for the most part, they've managed to avoid each other for now. Nemesis, really one of the only ones still making their way into Tyloo, very far off to the south. Looks like they're going to wrap around to the west. But overall, looks like teams have Kind of found a little spot to play here, although it looks like AGAL maybe getting shot at by Liquid, but it's more just forcing them around here.
With this next circle here and how this pseudo river is on that eastern side here, and not that much space is going to be able to be played on the next circle. Poppy Liquid being very greedy with the amount of space they're taking, especially this western compound is very breachable.
Slightly less greedy than I think they were planning to do, because they had left Alo up towards that revive station up on the northern side, maybe expecting somebody from Virtus Pro or Supers to try to make a run for it, but they will pull him back, instead play that tight 2-2 a little bit closer towards the center.
And especially if you have, you know, top 3 prior compound locked down already and your 4 guys left, I'd rather see them play to be for as long as possible. And especially with this next circle about to pop here, all the teams are coming in from that southern side. They have nobody except for AGL north of them here. So let's see what happens. Virtus Pro, last 2 players in that emergency pickup here, and it's indeed an emergency for them here. They're going across. They're seeing all the cars that's locked down, and potentially some guys are going to be shooting towards them. Maybe it's just a drop for an open space, or even towards a shack to take some of that central location.
Pogledajte timing koji imaju. Savršen timing.
Fortunately for them, it does donut up right towards the center, a little bit favoring west, but I think Virtus Pro maybe not having a good read on how heavy the south side of this zone might be, and maybe they think they might have spotted something along that riverbed that they can play. They're going to drop 2 down, but unfortunately they're right on top of Petrichor Road, and Correxi will find one, but Ming Ming and I-26 going to go down. He's getting involved as well. Corexi will get spotted though, and he will get taken out. Virtus Pro going out in 16th place.
Yeah, we got a lot of game, dečki.
With 13 kills to last place in this one. Sure, they got a kill, but yeah, it ended up being them getting that retaliation straight onto them here. And Petrichor Road trying to reinforce this position. And on this southern side, oh, look at that. So much space, so much of these open fields being controlled by so many teams. They have each their quadrant locked down already. Melman finds heaven.
Well, having to play these rice fields, these ridges early on, can't feel great, but important a storm here as NS will steal away heaven. That's another one of the Supers players going down. I think that's Guman and Deal now left as they'll make their way from the north on that dry riverbed. Liquid already in place. They're getting shot at in the backs and from the side by AGAL with a 2-2 split, but Nemesis is coming in here quickly. We'll see if Supers can survive a little bit longer as they get a little water on their tires.
It's going to be difficult. They're trying to get anything just to have just slight pause here in this circle here, but everyone is shooting at them, and in a lobby like this, in a competition like this, everyone just hits their shots, even from far away. Lots of pressure being applied to Supers here, and now they found a little space, a few rocks. Oh, Human down to 6 HP. Oh, Luke finds him from Team Liquid.
Oh, Luke just finding that mini right now as they will secure the point as well. And now Deal, the last player left alive for Supers, and he is not in any better position than he was just moments ago as he will retreat back to the rock.
Nešto se čudno dešava sa ovim automobilima, ljudi previše se rolaju.
And AGAL on that eastern side of the river a little bit too much, but Deal going to push right into the midst of Myth.
And if this next circle does not go north, we're going to have an absolute slaughter in those fields. Look how many teams. It's so congested already. And with Myth holding on to just a little bit of an open space, they're going to be able to pop out and put some pressure on. They already got lots of pickaxes going on here. They're going to be molding up and putting some pressure onto some of these teams that's in the fields. But now let's see, just 10 more seconds, and we're going to see that next circle. We're going to be ending up here. Twisted Mind still aggressive with the space they're controlling too.
Surprising, haven't seen any mortars really come into play yet. Do you maybe hold on to those a little bit longer, wait for the next circle maybe?
As you say that, doing it up once again here. Half fields, half a few compounds in space where Myth is, and Myth actually holding on to tons of control. And as you talk about it, mortars are coming in.
It's like Vitality. Going to send a few over, but they're just not finding the mark as the skies have started to light up with these mortars. As soon as that circle popped, Thanadol will get that knock on a Duck Juice. Big game for GAM to start things off, but now they are down to 2, maybe down to 1.
Yes,
Duck Juice will get flushed out. GAM in a little bit of trouble.
And honestly, around especially the TDM fields and the TDM hill here in the southern side, they have quite the information and control from Full Sense here. They're going to hold out GAM, they're going to have a fight with R8, and then they're going to be bringing the fight to all the other teams in this field here. AGL with a big send on that eastern side. But Tulins finds an R8 player here, but and more. Oh, look at the nades coming in. Lots of damage done. Beautiful. Finds another knock on J-Jar.
Perfectly placed, as you would expect from our defending champions. R8 down to just Teddy and Empty, fighting in from that southeastern side. Batulin's right back into that BRDM. Go. Make sure you collect that point. Don't want anybody stealing that away. As we said before, every point so precious here, as Gam will try to send it right through. You see it on your mini map. Clories and Wong F go right into the teeth of Tai Lu.
He's knocked onto the car borrow, and it's blown up onto him. So that's just gonna bleed out and be confirmed later on. Perfectic finds Wong F and gets flushed immediately by Tab. Meanwhile, it's Mehmet finds Salalsi. And GAM Esports is going to be out in 15th place here. It's going to be a good game for Twisted Minds. The amount of control they have already. Spaceman, though, finds the confirmation onto Salalsi. For Angryman being extremely angry and holding on to this location against AGL.
Keeping eyes on any potential third partiers here. This fight is taking a little bit longer than I think maybe they would have liked here, as Hemas will find Spaceman. He's going to go down, as we'll jump peeking through the smokes. The grenade's going to land. It's going to find him. Great grenade from Hemas. And now 4AM is up against it. Shen on the riverside will find the spray. Window will finish him off, as Hemas just peeks past the smoke. Will reveal himself just enough, but he should be able to survive a little bit longer. But now Nemesis
Petkovića 2T. Kad može Ana zvano, može ti zvati boltove. Veliki pozdrav.
Great setup for them potentially to be able to third party this fight, get some points, steal some knocks away. Now Shen is taking lots of damage from Nemesis here. He's down to half HP. And Winda is going to have to try to make space and maybe potentially get this confirmation onto him, as the rest did come off. He's low, he's going to have to heal, but they are disengaging just a little bit. They're trying to maintain control of the crevice that they've held on to. Oh my God, it's a double nade from Winda.
Beautifully placed, beautifully cooked. The discipline to drop two smokes first, and then Window will find him again. AGAL gets wiped, but Window will go down to Sosid. Can Shen get that revive? He's already in vehicle, trying to go over there and defend his teammate.
This is great for Nemesis, great for Deal, but Shen is going to have to go and try to put out some utility, get some smokes deployed. They're not inside this next circle here that starts moving in 30 seconds. To see all the fans cheering on all these teams here. The Esports World Cup.
Esports World Cup.
Maybe a little bit distracted here.
Nemesis ima dobre dresove, sviđaju mi se.
So they are able to get Winda back on his feet, and Nemesis will actually regroup. They've got Melman kind of the tip of the spear here. A little bit close. They've got Myth on the other side of the ridge line, but they've got to worry about how they're going to get into the zone. Shen will find Deal, and that's going to do it for Supers. Somewhere, unfortunately, Deal will go right into 4AM's waiting arms.
Yeah, what a clutch from Window. Taking down AGL.
Massive.
Big names to take out here. Nemesis. Are they too passive for this fight here? Are they just really aware that this next ridge is just about in and they want a third party and have a bit of a fight here, but Window is too quick about it. Now Nemesis is opening up, taking lots of damage, putting it onto Shen. Sosit finds him. Twisted Minds also fighting R8 on the other side here, but this is the next big fight for space we're going to have in between 4AM and Nemesis.
They've got to make their way through the raid boss here. Winda, 7 kills now for 4AM already. Starting to get that snowball rolling just a little bit. Although they would like to get a little bit more placement here. They're managing to get points through kills and keeping themselves in the conversation, which is all you can really ask for as Nemesis try to pull up, do the drive-by, see if they can spot him. But Winda playing a little bit sneaky, not going to matter. Sosid will finish him off. That's 2 kills now for Nemesis.
Surgically perfect
6-6.
for them to do exactly this.
Best of 12 se igra. Znači svaka grupa igra 12 mečeva.
Everyone across the road here. Example finds Empty. That is R8 out in 11th place, and Twisted Minds continues their onslaught onto this western side of the circle. So much space control.
2 tega, 2 Rangelen, Rondo i Miramar, da.
For that southern side here. We're closing in on the fields. It looks like
S tim što bi možda bolje bilo da idu 2 tega, Rondo i 2 Miramar.
So many teams
I jedan rank.
A lot of teams, and you can see Team Liquid starting to creep in. You saw Alo hopped on that mortar for a second. Not sure if he was aiming at somebody or just trying to create space for them to crash. Right now, they do have a little bit of a foothold here, right on the edge. Will keep those vehicles alive as best they can. Keep those smokes recycled, but they are riding.
Gdje si Doxel? O, red zona, gledaj to, brać. 400. 400 nejdova, lagan.
Oh my god, what a way to hold on to utility until the time you know exactly when another team pulls up. They create a pseudo red zone with that amount of nades coming towards Team Liquid. Go from 4 to 1 immediately. Sosit finds Scabby. What a way to third party for Nemesis, pulling off onto Myth.
Beautiful timing here for our Nemesis. They catch Myth out a little bit. The mortars are starting to fall through as well, though. Kiss will get the knock on a Mailman, and that's going to force Nemesis to pull back a little bit. But Diffix is already across the street. They have to commit to this fight. They've got the smokes laid down, but Myth is returning the fire. They still got a little bit of utility left, and Levante is actually going to get the knock on a Diffix. So Nemesis now on the back foot.
Yeah, outside this new circle here, everyone's third-partying this fight here. They know Myth is a contender. Nemesis pulled up great. State gets knocked as well. Petricaro deeply involved into this third party as Nemesis and Myth struggle to get into this circle.
Just full third and fourth partying coming from the south side here.
Pisin krešao koliko ovim bombi baci. Užas. Jezivo.
He will get the flush and he will take down Nemesis. Myth now down to 3 players, but they probably could have lost a lot more there. Great recovery from them.
Getting a little bit of kills for them. 3 so far. Could have gotten more. Belmont finds Gedrox. A lot of teams fighting for space. And this
Bombardirao krokodil.
Twisted Minds are laughing. Their compound they've been holding on to for so long is still inside. And there are sharks in the water with that BRDM.
Lako je njima, oni imaju FPS. Pitanje je veliko. Ja isto mislim da imaju.
And they're on the other side.
Jer ne organizuje Krafto, nego ovi Arapi. Ali nisam ubijeđen previše.
Park Pro, the Bush Monster, trying to stay here as long as he could, but it's going to be time to move here soon. As Shadow Esports, they were forced. They're right above. EJ will take down one, but will go down in the end as Shadow Esports tries to crash down. Twisted Mind sees all of this happening just uphill, but they've got the compound. They've got the BRDM. They have a direct path into late game. There's no reason to get over here and get involved in this just yet, but Myth, they might get involved as they will find the angles. More utility being sent over in that direction. We've already seen how successful they can be as Alo will get the knock on a Jacob. The third party from Liquid comes in, but he will go down in the end. Team Liquid out.
What a nade's going to come out from Kamals here. We're down to just 2 players from Shadow. Kiss finds Kamals though. Levante also finds the nades onto I-26 here. We're down to just Kiss and Baron. He's going to have to heal. He's down to just 23 HP. Full 3 gear turret, but nades comes in from Setsuna. Myth goes down to just 1 player. Baron's going to have to put pressure onto him. He's half HP up on that hill here. Myth is struggling to stay alive inside this circle.
The timing might be good for him, though, because Petrichor Road and Vitality were third-partying this, but now they're fighting each other on the south side, so they might be able to get a moment here to breathe, maybe to reset.
Ja ne znam odakle im je utility, viš pravo da vam kažem.
Finish off Setsuna. Oh, another good grenade, though. It's just not going to be on time.
Is going to go down to that. It's just going to crawl out on the edge. Might be able to survive. Smokes are deployed from Baron here, and Myth trying to hold on to everything as this next circle has popped towards them. Got a lifeline.
Gle Batulina s tenkom. Gle Batulina s tenkom.
He's backing off the BRDM, maybe considering to put some pressure onto this. One Dragon does find Hello My Bad. Vitality's been alive for quite a while here, but this next fight with Petrichor Road and Tyloo bound to be happening.
Zažmuriš i baciš, a? Misliš da ide to tako?
The fight against Petrichor Road, and they will win that fight. As Petrichor Road will go down in the end, but they do lose a couple of players in the process. Levante and Quizzy now the last 2 players left alive. Tyloo has been hanging out here in the middle for quite some time. They are very well dug in, literally and figuratively, as you saw those pickaxes go to work, but now Full Sense is trying to make the push on the Twisted
Vitality mora da radi sad.
Oh my god, what a headshot from coming in here. Example finds Tika though. Now Setsuna, 3 gear, 55 HP, continues to rain bullets towards Myth. Kiss is low. He's gonna be hurt by the circle in just a second.
Ljudi, Twisted wina, prognoza.
The circle has gone north towards them. If these 2 teams are a little bit delaying this a little bit. We're gonna have many teams, many players.
Gle. O, pa gdje su slušalice, ali možda je stvarno buka tolika, bret. Prije sam primijetio isto 1-1 duel lik moj na metar, on ga neću.
Gotta have your head on a swivel there, Flash. Or Belmont, rather, as he gets run over. Shadow Esports does get eliminated in the end here, as Full Sense have lost 2. It's just down to Thanadol and Flash. Looks like the rest of Twisted Minds, after losing Batu and the BRDM, they are still holding strong in the compound. A little bit more utility. Thanadol going to find Perfectix. It's a good knock to open up the door here. Tab tries to go for the res, but the push comes through. He will win the 1v1 though. And
kako je Tab ovo izvuko, ja ne znam.
Taken down.
Pick him up, get him into the other part of the
Ide coach životom.
Yes, everything is being involved. Tyloo being able to survive the onslaught for so many teams, still being four alive, extremely impressed with that. And now we're
Mid duo vina.
teams, Myth with 2, Twisted potentially with
Mid
3,
duo.
and Tyloo with 4. But they have a lot of space ahead of them. They're going to have to
Nije nemoguće do duše.
shortly when this next circle starts to move here. And 3 gears coming out.
Do duše nije nemoguće. Ali ako im uzmu ova kamenja, gotovo je.
Potentially towards Myth.
I would think that would be the easiest target here. Is yet Kong looking off in that direction.
Ja neću taj ludovina, ne vidim kako mogu i ovi lijevo i ovi desno.
This is a late game Myth. Already 9 kills and they have been fighting their way in. Will it land where it needs to? No. Not a bad idea sending it over towards that rock, but Myth just not there.
They are looking up, eyes in the skies here for this one. You're going to have to try.
Eyes in the skies for this one.
Without exposing yourself to other lines of sight. Myth trying to dodge and weave this one here. Baron still with arm in hand, but now potentially losing his car.
Kako braća špartaju teren, ne?
Now he's going to try to... Oh, damage done! 78 damage.
Ne mogu vina, brat.
Straight to the body of Lee.
This is a terrifying duo to have to deal with.
Ne može, Ikić nema trika, već. Simoa, ja vem, možda riješi situaciju, ali... Iskreno, Tylo. Tylo ili Twisted ako Tylo proda.
But Baron and Kiss doing a good job of keeping those smokes down, and unfortunately the mortars just not landing where they need to. Baron retreat back into the smoke.
Now they're inside the circle. They got smokes deployed here. If they can get a little bit lower ground and start maybe using the pickaxe just a little bit, they might be able to create some space ahead for themselves.
Adam i Eva. Jesi, Adame, Sokole.
This send a rock here, and if you're able to maintain or grab control on that early on here, the next fight is bound to be happening.
Neće ova Tylo proda, nije toliko. Boga mi Liquid igra danas bombica, iskreno. GG. Pogodio Doritos nade.
But one will bounce a little bit too far. That one will take down Example. The Tab will be able to stick the heel in time.
Savršen nade.
Grenades being sent over in that direction.
Opet Doritos.
Just shy.
Haos kr.
Quick rest here onto Example. Now Tyloo advancing, getting control. Look, Baron actually already got control on this one here. They're looking to third party, looking to put pressure on both of the teams, so they do as much damage as they can to each other here. Kong does do some damage onto Perfectix. Look, full gear on him with 3, and Famas. Lots of heals still possible.
Goodness.
It's going to be a huge fight.
Oh my
these
goodness.
Two teams just soon here.
I love the fact that Myth took advantage of that briefest
Boga mi
moment
Ikiću, a?
where Tyloo was distracted by
Možda predikt godine.
Took the rock closest to the circle. They are not out of this thing yet. As Tyloo set themselves up.
Sve zavisi koliko će Twisted napravi štetu sad.
They're down to just one. Tyloo.
Sve smo promašili, bet. Ikić.
Example's going to go down as
Ikić možda pogodio, vrat.
get that knock, and they're going to get him right back on his feet. The EMT gear.
I love it.
Coming in.
Ikiću, pravimo predikt, brate, za finale. Da osvojiš koju nagradu.
Knocked here, down to Perfectix. He does have the 3 gear. Lots of damage done here. Oh my god, he finds Baron.
A ja stidili. Tamo se kladite na Perfectixa, očigledno. Očigledno je nebitno kakav spot imate. Ali Kiss je, Kiss vina. Brate, vina, mid, GG za Ikića. Svaka čast, pravo si bio. Ali nažalost si bio u pravu. Treba nam da mit ne zna gdje je konja vezo, a ne da vina.
And they survived. Down to 2-man here. And it's perfect, of course, the amount of pressure they're able to put on both Tyloo and the Twisted Minds.
X haksa provjeri ga. Mogli smo mi te provući, brate, kroz mašinicu. ISKR. Se da je Pau zadržao meč, već.
It seemed difficult. It seemed impossible for Twisted Minds to do this. And yeah, that center control, that rock we were talking about in the dead center, they're able to take it at just the right time. And those peaks, Myth being able to do this and get this done here. Here's some screen. I had the pleasure of playing a little bit of pool with him in PNC, and he's hitting every single shot in game and on the pool table.
I'm telling you, man, Myth feels like one of those teams right now where everything is just playing out in slow motion for them.
Yeah.
Like it felt like there was 3 or 4 times in that round where they absolutely should have been wiped, but somehow, some way, they managed to come out on top. And in the end, it comes down to a 1v1, Perfectix versus Kiss. 1,000 damage done almost there for Kiss.
Yeah, and 7 kills to come along with it. What a way for Myth to show that they are in form, just coming from that PGS2 circuit final win.
I mean, we've talked about it. They've come in here probably as the hottest squad after getting 2 wins really in that circuit 2. I think it was PGS
won the first series in the circuit 2, yeah.
Yeah, first series, and then circuit
and then
3,
14th place, and then they just need a little bit of a break in that middle series there, but then coming back and then smashing. They're almost doubling the points of 2nd place, and that's just unheard of. They broke all the records we've seen prior to PGS, and just so what they're made of. Very impressed with Myth so far, and yeah, with this game here being able to put out that amount of points after what we saw from them in game 1 as well, they're gonna be so close, even potentially after this day, going straight to that final after just having played half of their games.
Well, it's a pretty scary thing for the rest of the lobby to see. They know what happens when Myth gets a lead. They know what can happen when Myth starts that snowball rolling in the right direction. They've seen it before. They might be seeing it again here soon as Myth gets a massive win here in game number 2. Also, gotta say, first game, they didn't do too bad there either. They got a nice little stack of kills for themselves despite going out a little bit early. Remember, they were the ones that crossed over the road, took down Shadow Esports, fighting their way in. But to start things off here, we do have an interview with Purdy Curdy from Liquid. Let's throw it down to Polaris.
That's right. Thank you very much, boys. Here I am indeed with Purdy Curdy, talking to him mostly about that game number 1 here from the tournament so far. So thank you for joining me, Purdy, here. Let's start things off with that map on
Dobar merch ima Liquid, iskreno.
Not something that we see too often at all. Can you talk to me about that? Obviously, you guys were holding full sense. I want to know about what you were thinking about all the other threats around whilst you were holding them. How much information did you have about where teams were in Boatyard?
We were pretty well set with information. I think the biggest thing for that game specifically was at some point Luke goes, "I've got a mortar." I said, "Set that fucking thing up." Like, the full sense is our biggest threat, and the fact that he was able to get some mortars off on them made our game very easy.
That felt like a shortest range mortar, like 120 meters or something.
Exactly. Yeah. 120.
Fair. Let's move on then about the new circles, of course. It's not too many tournaments we've been playing with them, and you're going to have a lot of water in. A Boatyard finish, obviously extremely uncommon as a whole. What do you think about these new circle settings? I saw that you guys had zipline guns available and stuff like that. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that's the new land ratio in effect, for sure. That mixed with the speed of the earlier zones, it makes for some chaotic moments, and hopefully you guys enjoy them, because I don't.
Hey, what the viewers get to enjoy, I know it's going to be difficult for the players, and it makes things a lot more spicy and a bit more chaotic. Let's finally finish up with how has prep looked like for you guys?
Da, to je taj efekat koji se postiže već godinama, samo da je zanimljivo za gledanje. To što njima pakao dolje, to je druga priča. Jebi ga, kad su ti hard shiftovi, kad dobiješ zonu, onda ti ekstra, ali ako nemaš zonu, onda su svi bogovi krivi.
We got a lot of hardworking guys. We got Nomi, our analyst, works his ass off. Russ, our coach, works his ass off. A lot of it comes down to execution recently, and that's something we got to improve on.
All right, Purdy, thank you very much. I'll send you back to your booth. Good luck in the next games, my friend, as I now head on over here to have a little bit of a chat about what was going on here with Mr. Matrim, who's going to be joining me to talk about this Tego game. Hey, Matrim.
Oh, hey, man. That last game was a barn burner. I loved the end of it. Twisted coming in very tail into that one. Got a bit dangerous. I was a bit nervous, but the BRDM, the rotates, felt pretty good. But that Western side, I almost thought that they were going to die before they managed to get into the tail end of the fight with Myth.
Yeah, obviously, Myth looking amazing. What do we expect like when it comes to someone like Kiss being able to clutch out those kinds of moments? And I think we'll see even more of that. I think it's scary for a lot of these teams now realizing that, hey, Myth's already coming in hot after those PGSs.
Dude, okay, we can talk about that. We can also talk about the VP dying early actually did open up an opportunity because that's an incredibly consistent squad. So we know the fact that anytime they falter out, you're going to have some opportunities for bigger squads. Well, I wouldn't say bigger squads, but bigger firepower to come out. And that's what we saw with Myth.
All right, well, it looks like we're good to go head on over to the studio.
Samo jedan meč je god. Ali brate, što ljudi zovu Series 1, Series 2, znači meč 1 i meč 2 su Series 1 i Series 2. Jel? Nemo здесь. Yes. Kakva je forma, koliko ide dalje to? Pa grupna je faza, baće, znači 16 ide dalje. 3 grupe, po 8 ekipa, 24 ukupno, 16 ide dalje. Što treba biti top 16 overall. Znači ovdje mora biti top 16.
Ladies and gentlemen, Myth has arrived. As the casters were saying, they had an amazing game 1. This game 2.
Jesse, pika.
Absolutely blew it out of the battle. By the way, Godspeed, Lace, Toffees, and the 7WG. Welcome back. Lace, thank you for joining us, but Myth.
Yeah, man, I've been out in the sunshine.
Ne valja ljudi što Myth vina, brate, znači Ikiću zabranjujemo da predikta ako je Myth u blizini, neće da znate.
I'm so glad I got to witness this, honestly. I've been running around like a crazy.
Može da predikta jednako VP ima zonu.
That is Myth. Now, obviously, this Apex South team, you know, it's that kind of aggressive play style that gets me really going. I mean, match number 2, I'm not going to...
Iskreno, ljudi, ovi voditelji mi se mnogo više sviđaju nego za PGC, PGS i ta sranja.
Was a Team Liquid sort of dissipate from that and almost Virtus Pro. That just paved the way for Team Myth to sort of make their comeback and their aggressive play style. And plus, you know, usually...
Ne znam ko je ova cura, ali kida je.
The star player, but we gotta hand the mic over to Kiss because that was such an incredible performance and to be able to hold that sort of...
Samo me slušaj, Klajci fan. Ljudi, radit ćemo predikt za finale. Ikić je pokrenuo, brate, sad me interesuje. Ja se kladim prijatelju isto i votam ono što ti votaš. Ali, brate, sad se moraš potruditi da do kraja dana pogodiš šerat. Nemoj sad ono bude ćorava koka ubode jednom.
Between Tyloo and Twisted Minds. And I don't care what anybody says. Scappy, he's scrappy. Jacob, he's a leader. But Kiss is the Reaper, and there's a reason we say Kiss of Death, because that man God's been going pop, pop, pop all over them.
Pop, pop, pop.
So impressive. If you go back 2 years, you know, you talk about time. Let's take a little trip down a little walk memory lane, please, if you would humor me. Going back 2 years, you know, Southeast Asia in general was never really seen as a very strong region, right? They would come to they'd come to an international, they would kind of get farmed, unfortunately, and then they'd go home. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've seen the rise of Cerberus, we've seen the rise of Forest. Now, obviously, in this fantastic team here, and Southeast Asia is no longer here just to participate. They're here to take over.
These Thailand teams are really turning up the heat.
And boy, did they end up taking over. By the way, Twisted Minds being able to use that BRDM, or as I like to call it, the Splat Maker. Because they were just going around all over the place, and they were able to bounce back. Remember what's been going on with that team? This is kind of what I wanted to see out of Twisted Minds coming into that second game.
You know, they're playing with a sub. They kept strong during that whole fight. And is there a more iconic duo than Batulin and the BRDM at this point? I don't know, because he seems to be using it really well. What the key to me is Tyloo put a red zone on those boys. It was brutal. They got 3 back up. They pushed over the top, and they made Tyloo look like children. They came over and they said, all right, you've got grenades when you can hide, but when it comes time for slinging lead, lads, we know how to play.
I feel like a child between you two tall guys.
That's why I'm all the way over here, okay?
I'm a very small man, but, you know, I don't know why you'd feel that way. But speaking of red zones, by the way, let's talk about Myth red zoning Liquid. That was absolutely disgusting. And then something else I want to talk about when we talk about Southeast Asia, or just Asia in general, Winda, dude, holy crap. Winda came through. He wiped AGAL almost completely by himself, which was absolutely disgusting. And then he went on with his teammate to continue to wreak havoc before 4AM went down. And this is the first time, I think, this year in a while that 4AM is really a serious team to look at, especially when they have Shen, the Malaysian superstar now. That team is disgusting.
4AM was given the reins to run the way they want to with this team this year. This sort of the latter
and you can
half.
tell.
And it is turning up really well. I think the other thing about Winda is you're right. He's dead on. He's phenomenal, but he's this sort of new blood that's emerging, right? It's the same idea as like, where was Kiss
Fresh
3 or
meat.
4 years ago? Becoming monsters. And that is the thing. You brought up SEA, right? The whole region has been powerful, right? We got from that region, PGC champions, 2 in a row. I think Myth has watched that and said, okay, we can do what they do. They've moved from forest. They got out of the trees. They've picked up a great support system. Now they have that behind them in addition to everything else they're doing. They're named after their own country. Like, that is all the hype you need to drive yourself and go the distance.
I got a chance to interview them both as well, and honestly, the focus on these guys, and I'm quite a yappy, chatty person if you can't tell at home.
We didn't know. We didn't know.
Sorry, guys, it's coming out now, but my God, these boys are locked. And I hope you guys get to see what I was chatting to him about.
We did. Earlier on, we got a chance to see all of that. But yeah, Kiz being able to perform, Winda as well. I can't wait to see what other teams and other players especially are going to be stepping it up in the coming matches. But I want to take a look at the overall. I want to see how everything is currently looking, because another squad that's kind of building that momentum, building that confidence, Shadow Esports. Once again, not crazy stats, but I'm just with them Toffees. I just want them to do well, but you can see right now, Myth just kind of running with it.
So at their win at PGS, they averaged 5.1 points per game. They are already pushed well over that number, which means they don't have to really stress at this point. They have the freedom to run. And just to touch briefly on Shadow, they got wiped again. You know who wiped them this time, Godspeed?
Bonnie and Tommy.
Myth for the second time. Myth has their number. And so those guys need to adjust and just avoid the monsters.
Yeah, you can see the eliminations from all the squads. Team Liquid, I mean, we saw what happened with Team Liquid, especially what you were talking about, Godspeed. Those, Myth just demolished them, if we're being completely honest. Twisted Minds with the bounce back game esports, but I also want to take a look at some of the other teams on that second page, because these are teams, as we're heading into the first half, in a way, halfway through today, we need to start seeing a little bit more out of some of these squads.
So, Lace, I saw Team Vitality in that game. You saw it pull off the sort of the pickaxes, try to lock it down. It was a tough situation for them to sort of decide, do we go in? Do we get out of this defensive position? And I'm not sure. That's what I'm worried about when you look at them, is are they making proactive decisions?
Yeah, look, I was sort of touching on I like an aggressive squad, and I'm not seeing it from Vitality whatsoever. And this is what you need to do in these starting matches. You do need to really sort of push through and get those eliminations early, because otherwise people are going to take that lead. And I did not see that from them. And also Team Nemesis as well. I did sort of pick them as my underdog, but now they're a little bit too under. To be honest.
A little too under the dogs, as they say.
Yes.
Some of the other squads, GK, not really having a great day here at this Star. I know a lot of people are expected a lot out of this squad. They were able to previously be with CIS. Now they have a Korean team coming in here. What are the expectations going into this next 4 matches, especially going into the next match?
I mean, I think for the organization, the expectations are high. I think it is a challenge. I mean, I saw, it's hard for you to give a hype speech that involves a translator, right? So, like, the team owners are trying to hype up their guys, and that can be difficult. I do think, again, 2 games in, and you and I know, like, we've played this game, Seven, you know that it is not something that is won in a sprint. This is a marathon, and so I'm not going to write them off for a tough 2 games where circles may not have favored them. I mean, Boatyard is kind of a one-off. Like, I almost got to throw away game 1 in terms of teams that didn't get in. Like, it's hard to do.
Well, let's give it a second, Godspeed. I want you to put yourself in this mindset, all right? You're one of the squads there towards the bottom. You're their coach. What are you going to be telling them, trying to hype them up? Let's just act like they don't have to.
I don't actually think my coaching style is a little less how do I say this? Hand-holdy. I would just lock in. You guys need to lock in 2 teams that I think need to lock in specifically are AGAL and Supers. Right? Those are 2 rosters that have absolutely no business being on the bottom. Now, again, we talk about only first 2 games, sure, yeah, whatever. But again, this is something that can snowball. You and I have specifically seen this so many times where a team that we know should make it, they're like, oh, we're not worried about them. Oh, we're not worried about them. All of a sudden, 2 games left, they're 40 points away from qualifying. So I do think those teams and those rosters are obviously strong enough to make a push. Again, we're early, but seeing them down there this early does give me a slight slight.
You're not out of it when you let it slide, but every inch of rope you let slide rips the skin off your hands. You know what I'm saying? So you have to make those plays early. And for every chance you fall lower, it becomes harder, it becomes rougher to mentally get yourself back into this. That's my word with Soup. I think the Supers are amazing. Everyone knows I love Soup, but I need them to step up and slam down here in Game 3.
All right, well, we're going to be working on our coach talk here and make sure that we can actually end up airing it when we come to the desk. Because, Lace, you'll be the next one. Not right now. You'll be the next one maybe if one of these teams don't end up performing well, as we're going to be going into the last game. And for everybody watching at home, make sure you end up predicting some of these squads. Go to the EWC website, go to the app, and just put in your predictions because it's out there for everybody. And if you do share anything on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, as we will love to see some of the stuff that you guys are sharing. But it's time that we send it over to none other than Avenger and Borosaurus.
Thank you very much, gang, and we are back for match number 3. We are heading to the dusty dunes of Miramar. So far, made in Thailand, and Team Liquid at the top of the table, but right behind them, Twisted Minds, GAM Esports, Virtus Pro rounding out that top 5. But as the desk mentioned, there's a couple of teams that haven't really shown up just yet, Martin, and maybe it's time for them to find some success here on Miramar.
But are we the ones to pass our judgment after just 2 of 12 games?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll do that then. As the game is partying up here, Puerto Paraiso straight up northwest here. Very easy and great playing path. A lot of teams can get into the usual spots here. And Shadow Esports straight into Picado here. Can they make the most of it? So far, they're 9 points because of that first game. They got a good amount of points here, but that center spot there, is that going to pay off, or is going to have to be strong for them? I'll say this, though. We're going to only have 1 Miramar per day for all of Esports World Cup. The featured map is now Tego, where we have that twice per day. So Miramar just once. I do enjoy playing it. I think it's great, but we're going to be going just once per day here. Now for this and how everything kind of lines up, I think a lot of teams are used to those big rotations. And oh my God, look at that first circle pour. We're going straight up north.
Just barely kissing the plane path there, isn't it? All the way up to the northeast we go. Towards Cruz de Valle, up towards El Azahar, towards water treatment. We'll see where it ends up taking us. But 4 a.m., they've got their pick of the litter as to where they want to go to start things off. That could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I know you've had a little bit of experience in game. Do you find it getting that circle 1 dead center, does it become more of a problem, or would you rather be dead center, or would you rather be kind of working your way in from the edge knowing that your back is clear?
I mean, there's 2 metas that's very defined. If you are in anywhere of high priority into this circle, like 4 a.m. is right now, you are leaving extremely early to go to some of these high priority compounds, the barns, some of the areas around the center where you have a lot of control, where teams are not able to pull up onto your position just easily without you being able to put some bullets towards them. So you usually have 1 or 2 guys that go into that, you just get a few guns, not maybe even having a level 1 backpack, a level 1 helm, just get straight into that, a 2-2 split. It's not so much about preference, it's more about, do we have that, high priority towards the center of the circle, or are we far away? And then that shifts towards, if we're far away, we're going to loot for a long time, try to get as much gear, get your preferred guns, attachment, everything set up. And also, as you saw in the last game, utility is so important.
Absolutely.
That's what the most teams, they loot for a long time for.
Yeah, it's a big difference between a good central compound and a central compound that you can defend.
Yeah.
Right? So, especially from all sides. As you know, you got some of the best teams in the world in these lobbies. And they're always looking to third, fourth party, any potential fights, try to get those points. We have seen a priority being placed by these teams on securing those kills, making sure that they finish off any knocks that they get. But we've seen how important, you said, as the 60 point roughly is what we're kind of thinking of going in, at least through 2 games, as being our cut line. And there's no last chance qualifier, Martin. It is just top 16 moving on. So there's no backup plan as we see Team Liquid. Getting a little bit close to RA, but it just looks like RA doesn't want any of this. He's just going to go ahead and pop right on out of there.
Yeah, disengaging immediately here. R8 so far 0 kills, 0 placement points at the bottom of that leaderboard here, and Team Liquid just pushing on, and it's outside the circle. There's no point to fight for this. This has no priority, so I understand from R8's perspective. There's no point in staying here. 2 nades, a Molotov in hand, no first aids for him, so he's still trying to loot up here. maybe even going back to El Pozo is worth it for him. As Ajar is going to try to get some more information. Liquid is leaving. They're going to be going out here. And AGAL, so far, surprise to me, only 3 points through kills for them. Has destroyed Delvin, him as Insolsi. Absolute all-star players. They've had a great performance throughout the year for them so far.
Yeah, a lot of expectations placed on that team, and with good reason, as you said, superstars.
Evo me ljudi, prastajte. Ko je IGL u Virtusu? Nixi, prve dvije zone pa Luk. Ali u zadnje vrijeme Luka više, rekao bi tako. Po njihovom razgovoru ja bih rekao Nika, nije Niko.
Hugging that eastern
Nika,
road
Luka i Nix.
ahead of them, so they should have a pretty clean path in, depending on how long they decide to hold this coastline. They decide to cut in, they may end up.
Skontajte kocku, gledajte kocku, brat. To je ona kocka što treba da visi ispod retrovizora. Malo izbagova.
Hello. Two of the series the PGS we've had so far this year. Now we take a look at
Jesse.
They're a little bit greedy, I would say. It's a 2-1-1 split for them, and if some of these teams sniff out that it's just 1 or 2 players in some of the higher priority compound, they're going to get pulled up on. They're going to get drive-by'd. I'm looking forward to see what happens with that one for sure.
One thing they got going for them is that their split is.
Popinjo, je li FPP turnir ili TPP? TPP. A nema više FPP turnira, brać. To samo ako se napravi nešto. Sad mi napravimo BPL i stavimo FPP, to je okej, ali ovako oficijalni turniri svi su TPP.
That is the risk you take by taking those high priority compounds, but we'll keep an eye on 4am as we check in with Vitality coming through just north of Picard.
Čime je udario?
They should have a pretty free path in.
Točkom.
Absolutely.
Ajmo, VP.
Teams that come in late, usually these, 6 to 8 teams that are not close or somewhere close to the center, that's just about information now. Trying to sniff out where other teams are, and especially with the circle pop, to see if anyone starts leaving that compound. If they are in a split, you can see a car leaving a compound, and it's like, okay, they're regrouping in another spot that they prefer, and that's where the backfill comes in, especially here from a team like Virtus Pro. They're going to come in from the southern side from a high ground spot. They're going to have lots of information available to them once the circle starts.
Kakav je ono Games of Future? To mi je poznato. Šta je Games of Future? Je li to u Kazahstanu onaj turnir, Jugić? Ima neki veliki turnir u Kazahstanu, ne znam je li možda je to. Nešto mi je poznato to Games of Future.
Mass will hold the line for now, and Tyloo will just continue their way.
Da, bomba. $1 million price pool. Je li $1 million price pool? Ako se ne vara $1 million, moram provjeriti.
But this circle, and I say this.
Pa ja pričam s tobom, a nije tam.
Like it's got hard shift written all over it, doesn't it? I mean, it's everybody is crowding to the south side of this zone essentially, and if this hard shifts to the north, it would be absolute
Milionče tačno. Pa to je krenulo. Prvi mit. Ma mu jebem, šalim se. Ne šalim se. Liquid igra, stvarno dobro, nisam očekivao, brat. Ali koja je to razlika, brat? Dođu na Scream se raspadnu. Ali dobro, mislim, Scream su baš specifični, ono je bolest. Majke mi ne treba ih igra, opet s druge strane i treba igrati, jer bolje nego rank coka. Za neke stvari, opet za neke nije. U što kadar jebem ti.
And chaos equals fun most of the time. Well, let's see if we're going to get it. We did see Team Liquid playing with that BRDM, so that's something to keep in mind as you do get that treatment shift. So
igrao sam pre silne popinja. Iza BPL je Screamove, GLL, samo FPP. Da. Samo 3 meča po danu. 6, kako 3? 6. Ovo je treći meč. 6, brać. Evo, grupa A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 meča. Ali baš kasne rezultati, ono. Dobro ste to odradili. I oni ručno nose, očito.
Over towards Tyloo. It looks like Gam and Myth coming in late from that northern side have actually been blessed because they have just their their pick of the litter as to where they want to play is.
Oh my God, JGL full pull up onto this 4AM compound.
Circle closing, kako je dobro ovo što su napravili. Stvarno mi se sviđa.
Oh, the rest of the 4AM.
O, 4 ujutro je mrtav.
Leave Hazameme by himself.
VIP igra danas i sutra. Mislim da da.
In the Bronco.
Da, danas i sutra.
Oh, that's a tough turn.
VIP je grupa.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, every second that ticks by.
Oh, he actually managed to get it out.
Oh my goodness.
Zato na Ivej neka ste najbrž tabu cikl.
Let him escape there almost.
Jebi ga vet.
Also because like if 4AM
Liquid je po meni sve bolji i bolji još prošle godine.
Rather be a 4-man strong here with a decent compound, and they can backfill this compound later on. 4AM can still move west here, so getting at some out here is very crucial for 4AM's campaign throughout this Miramar game that we have going on. Match 3 so far. After this game, we're halfway done. Losing a few tires here for Samemit. That is not good. Already smoking just a little bit here. He's going to try to get out and get behind some of the cover that's here. Shot to come in, connecting, and he's just behind cover. Delvin, IGL, and the GOAT coming in.
Razmišljam se o tome što si napisao i zapravo jest tako. Liquid je pod TSM-om bio drugi na PGC-u, ako se sjećate. I onda su potpisali za Liquid i on se raspali bukvalno. Ali, da, performans im ide nagore od tada. Ono, najviše, jel, na bolje sam htio reći. Tako da, ima smisla. Ali dobro, opet, 2 meča se odigrana, tek mogu narednih 5 ne uradi ništa.
Oh, look at all these shots.
Ali definitivno igraju bolje.
It's rumbling. You hear everyone pumping their DMRs towards 4AM. And now with this one here, next circle's about to be popping here, and DN Super's ready for this emergency pickup. It goes somewhat south here, so I might wonder if one of them just stays. Twisted Minds looking great, GK looking great, AGL still in, water treatment's completely open, and Team Liquid is moving in, and they're getting extremely close to mid here. The two top teams potentially fighting shortly for water treatment control.
Are indeed, and it looks like Team Liquid's going to go for the treatment plant. It's
nije jedna dobra zona, braće, odmah da vam kažem da nema neke depresije. Nije li VIP bio drugi na PGC? Ne, ta bi se 2024. PGC. Znači PGC, ne ovaj prošli 2005. nego 2004.
Liquid not really set up for this just yet. They're still kind of finding their way around as Purdy Curdy has that BRDM scouting around. And that sandstorm hitting at the worst possible time. I'm not sure if he was able to hear full sense pull through. Here's Nemesis. We'll take a few shots at Gam. At least the trailing duo of Gam making their way through their territory.
Doći u finale i biti zakucane na tabele. Ko je Jugić?
It's there. Jacob, the IGL, is out front scouting, trying to get information from mid. As the other guys are backfilling and having high ground control, putting a lot of pressure on Gam as they move in and get closer to this spot here. And yeah, sure, they're inside the circle now, but have teams on multiple sides here. With Jacob's spot here, that could easily be an approach from mid to take control of this northern side. Purdy Curdy and the guys from Liquid are maintaining some of the control here of the water treatment, but I don't think they are aware how close and how many of full sense is inside this southern side of water treatment.
I feel like if Jacob had any more than just one grenade, he might get a little bit more active here. But if nothing else, he's going to at least keep track of Gam just on the other side.
Ali vidjet ćemo, jebi ga. Znaš, ako popravljaju igru, onda što da ne.
Making their way through, but this is not a bad spot for Myth to play here. As I think Kiss is actually just top of the order. He might be getting the
otkud to da je Dino u Yogi Boniti.
We'll see if
Yoga ostala bez Simona. Simon valjda ne može da igra. Jevi ga, dečko radi ono 400 sati dnevno. Ne može stigne na skrimse. Nešto tražili nekoga. Jebi ga, Dino ima najviše smisla. Ako žele ono da drže srpski jezik. Ako neće stranca. Tako da je on prešao iz redline ovam. Naravno, nama se to nije sviđalo u redline-u. Ali jebi ga, vet. Ko misli da mu je to najbolji play, go for it.
go. The mortars are falling, but they're going to go a little bit too far. But Jacob will find Tanvu. He'll find another one as well. Jacob with the high ground, making that AUG sing. But now he's getting shot at from the side by Sololzi. He's got to retreat.
Scabby might have heard. He's right here. You heard the nade. Shots coming in. Baron finds it. He drops the nade though. Couldn't be doing damage to him. Doc Juice confirms himself, but does some damage to Scabby.
Oh, evo bombi, gledajte bombe.
Falling towards him. It's doing damage to him. 39.
Gle pancer što je zove. Pancer spasa.
He saw Purdy Curdy pulling up in the BRDM and pulled out the Panzerfaust.
Ode VP opet. Loša zona, rekao sam odmah da je loša zona, da nema depresije. Čekamo zonu.
But that south shift so huge right now, as you mentioned, Twisted Minds had that compound, but they are now sharing it with Shadow Esports.
Oh my god, this shift is insane. There's so much open
Evo ga stil Kube, šta će biti tu? Pazi, on je to što se igra u sred ljeta. I što je svake sedmice drugi line-up, ono kako ko može. Ja sad, znači, Kube igra cijelo vrijeme, jebi ga. Kube je potreban.
So many teams opting for the salvage game right now as you see all the scrapping going on the north side, on the northeast side. AGL just trying to send it right through the middle, through the GK 4 AM gauntlet, and it looks like they're going to get away with it for now. Twisted Minds still managing to keep all four up while holding the line here against Shadow Esports, but there are eyes looking over in this direction as it looks like Full Sense might be sending something. Myth will get eliminated in the end as Gam and Nemesis crash down upon them. Looks like Team Liquid is now going to leave water treatment as well.
And this is a very breachable compound right now with Supers and Tyloo both having lost players. A lot of pressure is being applied here. For him is considering, is this worth it? Shots coming in. Tyloo is out in 14th place as Human and Deal is left to a two-man in this compound here, but 4 kills for them is going to push them up the leaderboard.
4 kills definitely needed by Supers considering the start that they've had right now, but 4 AM starting to regroup as we see Nemesis trading off with Gam. Only Clory's left alive, playing around that ridgeline, stayed with the blue zone flank. Not going to find any joy, but Clory's is going down to the blue quickly. The grenades will get sent out. He's going to put one up against the backboard. It's not going to do enough to take down Diffix, but Clory's is bleeding out. Team Liquid.
Liquid može da umre, brać, to nam je dobro.
As they continue to just play from the edge, see if they can maybe
Liquid nema zonu.
get some more points.
Shots and damage done here. We're talking about it, but
Nijemo gdje će da sendaju.
so smart. They're putting on pressure onto them and still got that BRDM in play here. Now they're going towards Geeky. That might be a big fight here. I don't know if it's worth pulling up in a compound like this, but there's no party. Cloris finds Diffix, continues to have an impact onto Nemesis.
These solo players are so hard to get rid of. As Clory's showing him out, and there you go, Stead will end up finishing him off, and we'll try to see if he can make his way in. It looks like he's electing not even to try. We'll just go ahead and try to heal up and heal.
Trenutno fight između najiskusnije ekipe na svijetu protiv najneiskusnije. Eto bodova za Twisted. Liquid ima tenka, ovo ne valja.
Liquid getting peppered from range. They're going to have to hop all into the BRDM just to survive.
Ovo ne valja, znači uzet će placement makar.
Go out for the center. Look, there's a few open spots here. That might be very playable for them. Yeah, actually, it is somewhat center in this zone. And we do have a big road in the middle that's splitting the zone in half here. Now Human is going to be trying to defend this spot here from 4 AM.
We were waiting for this push. It looked like 4 AM was sniffing around in this direction, knowing that Supers was down to 2, but Supers holding the line so far.
Šta je Snajlupa? A Jole ne igra igricu.
Up to the north.
Šteta, to je šteta.
Going on as R8 is getting eliminated. It looks like Shadow
On je klas.
overstayed their welcome. R8 trying to crash into that same compound. That's a little ambitious. They're going to pay the price for it as they are down to just 1.
Yeah, Nemesis out in 12th place here. So many teams trying to approach this Twisted Mind compound. They're being smart about it. They're holding off. They're maintaining control of the western side because they know they can third party later on. They didn't want anything from this very breachable side on the compound here. Now, damage done. Look at this. 4M got the res, but Supers are trying to put so much pressure onto them to get the most out of it. Perfectix finds Bellmouth, and now Spaceman. Look at that. The off angle from Deal pays off.
Supers just 5-head plays here, but there's just too many men to deal with, and Deal will get spotted out in the end.
Pogledaj to.
Exactly.
Ide nade.
Human is, but on the high ground, you hear shots coming in. This is Vitality third partying from range, making things a little bit difficult as they'll steal away Deal. Now the grenades will come through. Blues on grenade do a little bit of damage, but Human
Pa on je iza boksa. Viš da ima ovaj Hebel.
Well, that's going to be him out for sure. He's laying down into that. That's going to be DN Supers out in 11th place here. Winna gets it with the Molotov.
Duke managed to collect a few kills there before going out, so not the worst thing ever there for DNS, but again, 3 games in, only 8 points, not the way they wanted to start their tournament. But 4 AM still 4 up as Vitality have to send something.
Koliko si rekao da ih je dalje 16? Pa ovo grupna faza bać. 3 grupe po 8, 24, ukupno 12 mečeva, svaka grupa 16 ide dalje. Uvijek vam mora 16 timova biti u finalu. Kad nisi sigurni koliko ide dalje, koji god da je sistem na kraju ukrsti 16 ekipa. Opet pao VP Unlucky, jaja, baš loša zona, jebi ga, nema tu šta. Nema tu šta. Nisu imali ni send, nisu imali ništa, nemaju šta ni send. Možda su imali send. Možda su imali send, ali teško je to. Potka ih je Gwen strajkovala, juče ne mogu sasti.
We'll see if Hello My Bag can actually retreat through the smoke cloud. Get revived, but that is going to be asking a lot here as you see Chewy from Petrichor Road.
Lagani su onda igraju i sutra. Pa. Ma lagano bre. Mislim da je cut-off nekih 70 poena. Otprilike. Kontan 35 po danu na 6 mečeva. Top 8 da budu u grupi.
Just one more team eliminated. It's going to be one more point for placement here. So much pressure being put onto Vitality, and it just swings around the ball. The cars are exploding too, and yeah, you said it perfectly here. That could be a great bait set up for it. Did love it. AGL here. They have the eastern side control here as GK try to move into the northern side here, but they also have Team Liquid that's set up towards that center spot. We still have this big road that's effectively just a big river of nothing going through.
Big river of nothing.
Space and no cover to play around that.
Absolutely. And saw Geekay, they were causing problems for a lot of teams down south. 6 kills already for them. They've taken a knock. It looks like they're going to be able to get that man back on his feet. I think that's EJ. Able to get him revived as 4 AM, getting a little bit close to Petrichor Road, but you see how difficult this can be to dig these guys out as grenades and bullets will take down 2 from 4 AM almost instantly. Shen has to stop.
Liquid ulazi u top 3 možda. Pitanje će li ga GK čisti. Ako je GK očisti, to je bilo najbolje. GK nam 9. Ali imaju taj tank.
See here what 4AM is going to be able to do. I don't think they're able to save Spaceman if it looks like, oh, okay, might be able to get no utility being thrown at them just now. Pakro's out. Stolen by Pretty Curdy here. Liquid makes the most out of this one here. Look how many teams is on the south compared to the north. AGL, Liquid, half a Liquid, half a GK basically. This might be an AGL game depending on what happens here. Shen, more damage done. This car is going to explode too. The Golden Mirado out of there.
Well, it was a good thought for a second, but fortunately for them, they're still in right now. No more vehicles, though. You can be the rest of your game kind of decided by how many more smokes you have in the bag. As example, just free farming fire over on this direction. 5 kills now for Twisted Mind, still 4 alive. A lot of that having to do with the patience that they've displayed in holding this compound, letting Shadow Esports just remain as a 3-man in there. Avoid them for now. Eventually, you're going to have to deal with them. But for now, just let them survive.
This is such a great compound to be putting out pressure to the rest of the circle. It's just flat terrain around them. Let's see if they are able to maintain control. No, look at that. That's a perfect circle for R8 and Shadow Esports, but Twisted Minds is 4 guys strong. They know exactly how to approach this next compound. It's going to take some fight, but let's see what happens. From the northern side of the circle, though, it feels like only one team is going to be able to stay alive once this fight between AGL, Liquid, and GK and finally ends up.
Shadow Esports going to get an opportunity to fix their mistakes from game one whenever they weren't able to hold off Myth as they made their push away. We'll see if they can hold off Twisted this time around. It's 4 a.m. just beaten, battered, and bruised, but still alive and still in it. Trying to fight their way in, but Chewy and I-26 just dug in so well. That is so difficult to try to dispatch with. AGAL, meanwhile,
Ljudi, Liquid ispoj zone, ovo je dobro.
Right on the edge right now, and they're taking a lot of damage here from Twisted.
Oh, so much damage being done to AGL. Destroying him has gone down. It's going to be rough. It's going to be difficult. Maybe even impossible for them to get in. Delvin bleeds out. Setsuna gets the point for Shadow Esports. As the leaderboard does light up quite a bit here. 3 teams at the top is alive, but look at that.
Twisted Minds just exerting pressure across the entire lobby right now from the last bit of high ground. 600 something damage there, for example. No kills just yet, but Twisted 6 on the board for the team as 4 a.m. trying to regroup and see if they can maybe take this fight against Petrichor Road, and it's going to be a little bit easier now that AGAL has been eliminated.
Liquid might get a lot of points away from this game here. Hello, my bad fans. Shin here. Setsuna finds Songjang. Without just 6 teams now as 4am is eliminated. Hello, my bad, and Vitality is able to defend this off with Getrox as well being alive inside this circle.
What a hold, Vitality. Down to 2. They took the quote-unquote bait ditch earlier. Perfectix just solo pushing Teddy, and he's going to go down, but the trade come through. No, Teddy will get 2, and now Twisted Minds in a little bit of trouble. Teddy holds the line, but goes down in the end to Team Liquid. Shadow Esports down to just Kamals, but the damage has been done. All the teams that were coming from the west have been broken apart, and now all of a sudden it's a 2v2, v1v1, unless Shadow can get both of these revives off.
Oh my God, what a way for Shadow to get that. Teddy made everything possible, and they could third-party that fight between Twisted Minds and him. And look at this next circle here. Does go off the road here. Liquid's going to have to make moves. Petrichor Road is going to have to make moves. And Shadow, a gift from the gods. Their compound is still inside.
And they are able to just fully reset. Vitality not in a position to where they could capitalize off of those 2 knocks. They just have great position. There's no reason for them to push just yet. We'll see what Petrichor Road decides to do. Chewy and I-26 really, I think this might be just a game of chicken between themselves and Luke 12 to see who has to move first.
Yeah, surely it's just, you know, Luke dying out when he has to run from this one here. It's difficult to make anything work without vehicles, without cover. Yeah, Petrichor Road about to be having a fight with Vitality. This could just be a straight up gift to Shadow Esports. Perfect third-party opportunity from them. It looked like Twisted Minds had it in the bag, but Teddy denied everything from R8. Finally some points for them. 4 points overall, and now AGAL, one of the favorites in last place.
Like it might have been a rare misstep from Twisted Minds, maybe just not keeping track of R8 and not knowing that he was there, because he saw Perfectix just solo push into the building like there was nobody in there, and that is not something you see very often.
And first rule is you should never go in solo in a house you've not cleared together. Sure, you have confidence, but you need to go in together to be able to refrag so you don't lose players like that. Twisted Minds made exactly that mistake, unfortunately.
Rusi vinuju sa pola gas.
Team Vitality on the hold here against Petrichor Road. They've managed to find a little bit of a foothold with the high ground. They still got grenades left, and they're
Što inače, možda bratovi Shadow uopšte ne igraju loše. Nisam ih gledao nikad do sad i mislim se će izgubiti fight protiv Istida, a evo ih oni vinuju meč potencijalno. Ne znam ovaj neka ekipa.
That's difficult. Getrox might even be stuck under the car. It exploded straight onto him. He was stuck.
Zaglavio se lik.
He can't even get out.
Zaglavio se lik.
The car slid onto the top of him here. Him being able to survive is a miracle.
Really unfortunate there for Vitality, but I don't even think they have any utility left to throw over at Petrichor Road. But Petrichor does have utility of their own to send down, and so does Shadow, who are taking the opportunity to take the center of the circle. And now they're trying to collect some more points. They will finish off Petrichor Road. Vitality secures second place, but will go down in the end. And Shadow,
bravo, dečaci, svaka čast.
Relative unknowns come in and get the massive win in match number 3.
Gledaj šta im je Kung Fu Panda logo. Dobar dres, nice ljudi, sviđa mi se.
What a way for them to defend that compound. Third party Twisted Minds take down Teddy and then take the chicken dinner here. Shadow Esports. What a way to do it. 9 points going into this. Levanza just laughing. What are you going to do here? They're able to get way more points than you actually expected for them, considering that they send it that deep.
DNS je jako loša, ima tako kvalitetni igrač.
Put pressure on the critical road.
It was always going to be a tough game for Vitality once those circles kind of pulled.
A mislim nisu loši, ono možda da su loši, ali...
And they should be. What a game from Shadow. I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds basically allowed them to live right next to them without ever pushing them for a majority of that game, it felt like. And then in the end, as you said, Teddy just throwing just a wrench in the works for Twisted. It was like they didn't know he was there.
It felt like the way they set up was like, okay, as long as our part of the compound is in, we're just going to put pressure. You saw examples, tons of damage, no kills, sure, the other guys got most of it, but still, they were able to just think, okay, let's try to stay on the roofs, try to get as many kills as we can from outside the circle. And then
ne znam šta bi rekao, ono, razmišljam malo
like an easy plan, but the way
za DNS.
Not the way to do it for Twisted Minds. Still, sure, they got points.
Ja sam očekivao 24. je bila, čini mi se, kad su oni spojili, da ono samo pregaze čitav lobby, jer su imena brutalna, ali to se nije desilo i to se danas se dešava. Tako da ono, nemam pojma, ono, masu je tu faktora.
So Team Liquid looking pretty strong. Twisted Minds, despite not getting a win just yet, they're looking pretty strong as well. You can't discount them. I mean, they exerted so much influence over that line.
Nema saluta, ali 2024. je bilo salut, ako se sjećaš. Ona prva danava, Heaven, salut, ko je još tu bio, ne znam nije. Gumin, čini mi se, bio Gumin.
That's massive, man. You can't help but smile. You can't help but...
Nerealno, ja, Krostera ništa nisu napravio.
Let's be honest, not a lot of people had a very high...
Što je još jedan u niz dokaza i u sportu, kao i u e-sportu, kao i u sportu, ono, znaš, ako samo spojiš zvijezde, ne znači da će doći do uspjeha.
Yeah, absolutely.
Treba napraviti tim, jevi ga.
Found themselves in the boatyard, were able to set up and then take the chicken dinner here in game 3.
We love that. Well, 3 games down, we've still got 3 more left to play, so don't go anywhere.
Ljudi, razmišljam se šta stavimo za nagradu za predikt. Stavit ćemo pare sigurno, a se razmišljam stavimo možda još jedan dres Virtus. Vidjet ćemo, ima još 2 dana do finala, smislit ću nešto, ali možemo staviti dres Virtusa opet. E sad, da li će taj dres biti potpisan kao prošli? Ne znam. Znači, zavisi od toga da li će dečki doći u BG ili neće. Jevi ga, ono. Ne mogu baš da se smaram da mi šalju. Ko dođu u BG, dođu.
How are you boys doing? Doing okay?
Doing well, yeah. Doing good, doing good.
How are you feeling about your chances here to figure out some of these plays?
Not good about that. Not too good, not too good.
Not too good. All right, well, let's roll the first clip and see if they can identify a play from the past. Okay, we're on Miramar. A crash. Which teams or players?
A slika stopala ili autogram od Mange? Ne znam čija stopala od Mange.
Answer straight away from Luke 12.
I know this clip, I can't remember who. I see the Genji logo now.
There you go, Genji and PE, the hold, 2v4. Okay, that's 1-0. Let's move on to the next clip. Actually, I can see on the leaderboard why this might be easy to identify.
It's Twisted and...
Brate, sjećam se ovoga, ali se ne sjećam ko je bio.
Genji again? I think Genji again.
Da, ja mislim da je Genji. Mislim ja da je Genji.
You're right with one team, obviously.
Can't tell who this arrow.
Sad, da li je Genji igrao protiv?
In the end, this one is Twisted versus All Gamers Global, actually. AGAL. Next one's yours, okay?
Sjećam se ovoga, ali se ne sjećam ko je bio. Sjećam se situaciji.
Team Liquid.
Wait!
I got it.
He did it!
I did it.
He did it!
Alright, Luke, what happened here? You can tell it.
Evo, Liquid i ko još?
Ne sjećam se, ovoga se ne sjećam.
Some chaos.
You know what's funny?
Liquid i Alka, kako se voli, braća?
I don't know.
Alkadilja.
You know what's funny is actually yes.
Specijalni, premium čestitka.
Versus Genji.
Čija, Mange?
Okay, that's amazing. Okay,
Marka,
let's move
ček.
to the next clip.
Team Liquid.
Pa realno mi trebamo
Ne, smislit ću nešto.
čestitku Mange.
Smislit ću nešto.
Who's the bolt? It's T5.
Guys, you're amazing.
I think we're camping T5 right now.
Out of North George?
Yeah. You can.
Purdy headshot versus T5.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
T5.
Yeah.
There you go.
The bolt guy.
All right, the final clip. Let's run it. Also might be quite difficult. From 2023, game is 8.
This Pixel?
Oh, I remember this clip. Yeah, it's...
I don't know the teams. The Pixel's the guy that clutched, right?
Yeah,
That is correct.
I remember this.
But you don't remember who he's against?
SSG?
Nope.
No. FF?
Nope.
Oh, I have no clue.
It was E Arena, but hey, you got
Arena.
Pixel. It's
Yeah.
pixelated and you got Pixel. Guys, you did amazing.
better than me.
Well
Yeah.
played, boys. I thought you were going to be doomed, but you knocked it out of the park. All right, that is our first iteration. Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you very much, Cowboy.
Malo me smaraju, reći vam iskreno, brate, ovo je pauza.
One person. We were being told, don't even talk about them. Don't bring him up.
Malo nema
But
ovog
Shadow
kontenta,
Esports
to
with
nije
the
baš.
Ali šta će ti kontent bolji od meča jebot? Taj na meč to je kontent.
Since the beginning.
Pa da ti kažem, ubrzaj malo i onda imaš kontent. Koji je konstantno meč.
Have a good day one because tomorrow is going to be probably the worst day of their competitive career because they have to go up against 17 for a bunch of drops. So they need to have a good day today, and my goodness, they sure did. Now, that was handed to them on a silver platter the way that end game sort of played out, but I'm not going to disrespect it. A win is a win. It doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile.
Look, we've seen a lot of teams with the same position who should have won not win, right? Not take the advantage and push that envelope forward. So the fact that they were able to get the win is great. Also, Setsuna, just great round from him. Really coming in the clutch right at the end with a couple kills. You know, maybe 1 or 2. Who knows?
Especially when we talk about that finish. I know Godspeed, when we were watching, it's like, man, that is one of the toughest finishes for a lot of the squads.
Yeah, so that circle, there's a few circles in Miramar just horrible to play. That specific one around that compound south of water treatment is one of those, because if you're not already set up in the zone, especially where you saw teams like Twisted already trying to get set up, it's a crapshoot, right? How many times have we seen that Death Valley Road kind of just become a problem for the teams? And as you can see, it was not a problem for Shadow, though. They were able to kind of put themselves in that compound that I'm talking about, and that's exactly why they were able to weather the storm and get that first finish with 19.
Mislim, ne razumijem. Mislim, okej, aj naš ono, nestave dečki.
Ended up just destroying them. You know what? We're just going to go with absolutely destroying them. Good performance out of this squad there with 11.7 coming in from kills.
Pa, znaš, ako sporo idu rezultati.
I know you're looking at one team specifically, and it's none other than Full Sense, because right now they're not having one of the hottest starts. Very inconsistent.
Yeah, let's have a little conversation about them. For, you know, a defending world champ, we ain't seen this very champion-like team, but, you know, being in that sort of middle of the rank on the leaderboard, but I'm seeing a very slow decline. And like with a player like...
Ne možeš šta klikneš, nema replaya, nema vete, bez veze, znaš, kao nećeš da iskoristiš stvar i onda kao napraviš verziju svoju i prikažeš samo kilo, evo, baš sranje je.
They're doing exceptionally well, but yeah, Full Sense, they're in a little bit of a sticky conversation with...
Što nam ne daju opciju da gledamo meče.
Any good truth from them?
If we learned anything about Full Sense at PGC, it's that they're exclusively a finals team. So here in the group stages, we don't really know how they play, and I think they are being caught off guard. Now, they did well in the Thailand series, but my pick for that, and the reason they did that, is I think it's a little bit weaker as a larger group, but more importantly, it's an aggressive style of play over there that I don't know that it translates as quickly to the international.
It's an APAC thing.
It is.
It happens in multiple games. I don't know what's going on in my region, guys, but we're just full send, but sometimes it don't work.
I mean, but that's literally what built APAC, right? When we talk about, you know, the slump 2-3 years ago when they weren't that great, that was still always their style. You look at teams of the past like Day Trade, right? They were so fun to watch because they would just send it in, but they would die. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of a throwback to that, which I'm not really a big fan of, because when they were servers before AJAL, you have him as some of the best players in the world. At one point, he was the best player in the world. The trend of going backwards is not what we want to see from these guys.
And something that ended up helping out some of the squads there that were in the middle of the pack is that I believe from first place to 6th place in Circle 6, we only had 2 squads alive. Only 2 teams, which kind of allows some of the other teams to catch up, especially with the dominance that we were seeing earlier on out of Myth. One of those squads being Vitality as well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Vitality goes, and I'll turn that over to you to talk about in a second. I do want to say that you can't hold this circle against anybody, though. As you brought up, this was a nothing burger of a circle, right?
Yeah.
And some teams had to try to make a feast out of it. I know Vitality tried, and others came through with a little bit of a better position.
I mean, I was just going to touch on our joke that we had. I think they may have heard us because we were talking a little bit of smack about Team Vitality being down the bottom there. But honestly, I think that kind of pulled in their favor. Do I think it's down to skill and... No, I think it was a bit of luck. I stared into the camera and said, I'm so sorry.
Toughies, you mentioned burger earlier, man. Come on,
Yeah.
I'm over here gonna get hungry because I know somebody that's currently hungry for a lot of kills is none other than Luke 12. My goodness, his performance today, Godspeed. We saw him earlier on with the mortar, but now backing it up, it doesn't matter what he uses. He's just performing today.
Look, when Luke 12 first joined the STK standouts, right, Steve, you know this, he was arguably, in fact, I don't even say arguably, he probably was the best player on that team.
Agreed.
We saw him clutch. He was the reason that Purdy was able to finally win his first regional title. And so because of that, Luke has always been such a staple and such a performer on this team. Over the last 2 years, I don't want to say he slipped, but he definitely hasn't been that top performer we've seen or that we're used to. However, seeing this performance so far today, it's been wonderful to watch because Luke has always been a powerhouse on that squad.
The spark is back.
Yes.
Okay, the spark left and brought back the spark, if you understand what I'm saying. And it seems to work well.
Brazilian.
Well, but I'm saying, see, I think the change in the squad gave a little fresh air there. But you got to remember, like Alo, Purdy, and Luke have been playing together for we had like
Decades.
7-8 years at this point.
Decades.
So they have that chemistry, they have that system, and when it works, it works. The thing I love about what they did is they got caught on that rotation trying to go over to the left side from the top. They lost 2 players and they turned back, hunkered down, held their position, and salvaged, I think it was 4 or 5 points out of that recovery. And that's what the difference is between winning and losing these events.
I also have to say, that roster, you talk about the core 3, but when Sparking had joined that team, everyone was so excited and he was so dang talented. But Cowboy, I think, has been a wonderful addition, has really been stepping up in that roster as well. So I want to give a big shout out to Cowboy and his performances.
And he needs a haircut. You might see that.
Okay, I'm not saying all that.
He said it to me. He's like, where is the barber? And I said, I'm pretty sure there's one at EWC, don't worry.
There is one, actually. I ended up using it, so
Nice.
it looks okay.
Okay, well, there you go.
Well, I'll let him know exactly where it's at. Maybe we'll have Kalaris catch up with him and talk about that hairstyle that he currently has. But for some of the other squads, I mean, we got to look at the bottom, too. This is the halfway point. We have AGAL there towards the end, too. This squad is going to have to step it up in a big way. You know what? We'll actually get a chance to talk about some of these other squads later on. But for right now, I'm hearing that we got something going on in the stage with Barney and Luti.
It's called the City of Love. Yeah. But you guys put garlic in everything. You must go through breath mints like crazy.
You know what, Bunny? What I wonder about London, it's called the Big Smokes, and you all have bad teeth.
Yo, okay. Well, snails are gross.
I know, but British food is like testing of nothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
You suck at football!
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah. Truce?
Okay.
Okay, so we're about to go into match number 4. We need to rethink our strategy. What's our approach?
I think we just find a pickaxe, and we dig a hole, and we stay in it.
That's a good idea. Or we could get a third person's perspective on this next one. Casters, over to you.
I saw what you did.
Thank you so much, guys. It is going to be Matchroom and Paper Thin reunited, and it feels so good, my man.
So good, my friend. I am so happy to be back. It is going to be awesome. Been having a ton of fun watching the games. Not as much fun joining, James on the stage just because it's James. But other than that, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we both got to go hang out with James for just a second. We're getting a pretty interesting situation going on with Shadow having to come up here at the end. Big shout out to Setsuna, of course, just a magnificent performance. And we just got to see them step up and him step up for his team whenever we looked at the ENC qualifiers. They got into that 4th place cusp position and barely managed to qualify for the main stage. So it has been just a good couple of weeks for Setsuna.
For sure, and he was also at PNC representing Indonesia just not too long ago. A very, very good player in his own right, really showcasing what he can do, given a little bit of space and opportunity. Very impressive the way he's able to lock down that compound and keep some really good teams out. They struggled with it in that first game. We highlighted it quite a bit that they couldn't hold Myth out, but there on that Miramar, no problems, and they come through with a big, big win. But over to Rondo we go next, Matt, and this one, plane path looks pretty fair, pretty much down the middle, almost a little southernly shifted.
Yeah, but we keep getting these hints of Jijina City here lately. We haven't gone Jijina City yet, but we just keep going on that eastern side. I would love to see if maybe we can get a Jadina City some point in the future, but
we got a boatyard.
Team Liquid off of a good salvage in that last game is just being really consistent. We started the day kind of talking a little bit of trash about them. If it takes talking trash about Team Liquid for them to perform like this, consider me a #1 Team Liquid hater.
All right, go ahead. Speak your piece, my friend. I'll let you wrap. I might need to start going off a little bit about the Korean teams then, because they have been not doing so hot here today. GK and the Supers have been just a little bit kind of underperforming, I'd say.
I mean, it's day one Supers. I kind of consider that to be like kind of how they start. It's always a slow roll. Circle does pop a bit off that river coming out of Jadina City over to the west of it, so that is going to be Full Sense, who also just had a little bit of trash thrown their way by the desk. Now they're going to find themselves centered in a very open circle, so this is going to be a really intriguing situation for them and how they're going to handle it. Myth going to be pretty close to this, but let's go ahead, and I think that we've got a little thing that we're going to check out here.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of an interview that we want to hear from 4 a.m. soon. I promise.
When does it happen?
Eventually. Oh, I see what you did. Oh, how did I miss that? That was good. Well done, my
龙
friend.
都我最喜欢跳的是地图中心的车站，然后因为也是跟沙漠是雷同的嘛，然后地图圈中心，然后物资肥，然后肉点人也多。
All right, Winda. 4 Angry Men, not a terrible day, not a great day, not a good day, but this is a squad I came in with a lot more expectations. Spaceman's been popping off, Shin kind of coming into the squad, having a lot of success, but Winda has been the guy so far whenever we've been looking at this, most notably today. 12 points on the day for 4 Angry Men is going to make for a lot more angry fans.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that we know can pop off. We've seen it this year. I mean, we've seen what Shen can do. He is outrageously good when he's at his best. So having the players behind him, like the caliber of Spaceman, who we've also seen be really good in the past, with Wenda, if he could keep performing at that level where he can bring in 2-3 kills for you, that's huge. Like, that's going to open so many doors for a 4 a.m. team that should be really frag heavy. And we'll see if they can just kind of continue that momentum. They're going to have a pretty nice look at it, of course, starting from the Neox factory. So they're going to be a little bit more central circle early.
Oh, Tigger. You've got some Petrichor Road friends hanging out. We've been talking a lot about 4 Angry Men, but Petrichor Road's been having a quietly consistent day. Now they're going to find themselves a bit of a split right next to Tigger over here, pretty close to the center of the circle. We still have 2 players for Petrichor Road making a rotate, while Example for Twisted looks like he's going to be trying to claim some territory. So Example might take a couple of pot shots. But with this big wide split coming up from Full Sense, Tigger's pretty isolated, and I don't know if he has any idea that this is coming.
Yeah, something felt a miss for him for sure. It feels like he at least had some kind of sound cues that people were closing. Now he definitely knows. Yeah, now he definitely knows. But the way he was playing it so cautiously really led me to believe that something was amiss for sure. And he is just going to try to get on out of there. Maybe a little bit of a rescue mission here from Tanadol, trying to loop his way back in, and it looks like this should be successful. You've got a little bit of covering fire. This is a nice little setup for Full Sense.
Yeah, there's also a couple of hillsides that you can retreat away from. The timing on it's pretty good. Gamma is going to be getting to a hillside cluster just to the east of this in a little while, but it's not going to be a problem yet. They should be able to regroup just fine. That means the Petrichor Road gets control over the center of the circle. To the east of them is going to be R8. To the northeast of that is going to be where 4 Angry Men are going to be playing. And remember, that river does cut in around that area where R8 as well as 4 Angry Men are. While Twisted is getting more and more separation and control towards the center of the circle, that does kind of put them on opposite sides of 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of the expected split there between Twisted and 4 AM, given how they split the test track and the Neox factory. We didn't see anything in terms of a battle in the early part of the game. So Twisted, I mean, you got to give Twisted a ton of credit here. 29 points already today. You know, unfortunately not being able to have Lou come in the tab, a very good player, no doubt, as a coach, able to step through and help do some serious damage. But, you know, the 3 main players that are still here are very, very good, of course, as well. And these guys just continue to thrive no matter the situation.
Vitality on a little bit of an adventure here. Winda's going to be on the other side, and that was so easy. Gedrock's going to go down. Easy point for 4 Angry Men is Vitality, who have been kind of looming around in these later stages. Now presently in 6th place, going to have an early out for one of their players, and going to make it a little bit more complicated on the rotate because the rest of Vitality is going to be tail-inning just coming into the circle to the east of where 4 Angry Men are going to be at.
Yeah, this feels like 4 AM offering up a little bit of a different look to what maybe you had seen in the past from them on similar circles, because Vitality pretty confident to just send a player up on top of this roof, assuming that it would be safe, but 4 AM this time actually leaves a bunch of players back, and they're going to profit for it. So that feels like a move that could be just related to trying to do something different than what you've shown your opponents previously.
We do also have an emergency pickup that has been called. It looks like it is going to be anyone's legend taking that with 2 of their players. Delwyn already going to be approaching the circle. Himmouse going to be playing back behind that one. Try to jump over the EMP. Vitality is going to have tons of information. Remember, they just lost their player up.
Dobra nam je zona, ljudi. Samo dobijemo shift. Čak i ne mora shift, imamo sen. Ali ono. Ne lua, brat. Sinoć igrao s Krims. Non stop govori. Zašto smo sinoć baš pričali. Ulazimo na Scream, se vidimo Lua u lobby. Fazno, zar nije Lu na EVC-u? I onda su svi pričali u chatu kao jeste na EVC-u, ali očito ga nema na EVC-u. Sa šta je problem, da li je viza, da li je lik bolestan ili šta god, ne znaš, ali igra im coach. I to bi igra odlično.
Some aerial threats that you're going to have to maybe worry about. Twisted going to be seeing the Supers drive by.
This should be okay. There should be enough hillsides. Super should be able to get away from it. Good job on Twisted to control this territory. Just to the southwest of where they're going to be playing at is going to be where Shadow is. But it looks like Supers don't have too many other options, so they're going to have to send it opposite side of where Petrichor Road is playing. If they can get through this stage of the gauntlet, there is at least going to be some open terrain before they get to full sense in that VP territory. But there's not going to be a lot to play over here. A couple of hills.
Opa.
A couple of rocks too.
Rex is fine, able to hang on there with a little bit of a love tap from his teammates. Let's see how they want to split this up. Supers looking.
Pa ovdje je samo, jel tako, ovdje je samo Rex umjesto Saluta i to je to. Razlika između DNS-a i Danove. DNV, DNS, jedan igrač. Performans zasad isti.
I jedno slow. Especially if you're playing this the way that Supers are playing it, there's going to be so many mortars just watching around the outside.
Ode Akan. Kontam da onda nije to. Ne znam zašta pričaš. Refreshajte stream već. Jer ako gledate na YouTube, na Kiku ne morate, ali ono niko ne gleda na Kiku svejedno. Ali na YouTube morate refreshati stalno jer se akumulira delay. I onda vremena imaš po 10 sekundi delay. I onda kad nešto pričamo, ja nemam pojma na što misliš.
Okay, GK looks like they're wrapping back over, but here you go. Supers, with so few places to play, just sends it right into the territory where Full Sense has got control. Shadow's going to be on the other side of this. There's just not enough space inside this circle as we move closer to 2 lane. Means that we got a lot of hillsides, way more cover, less barren circle. But that means that there's going to be a lot of teams just trying to force their way in. Tyloo on top of Team Liquid to the south. Anyone's Legend's going to have to be roaming right in behind GK. But it is just a full cluster up here to the north as Shadow is going to at least sneak by.
Kakva je zona za VP, dobra je. Dobra je. Ono. Dobra je. Vidjet ćemo, možda da lijepi na njih, možda bježi od njih. Ali imaju šta igrati.
You're looking at them continuing to put pressure through here. Love to see them play with the confidence. That's a good grenade towards Ming Ming. Doesn't catch him though. Ming Ming able to get around the side of that box quick enough. Isn't going to find any more damage. Perfecto though has to be diligent, but he's getting shot in the back. 0-4 almost takes him down with the molly. Oh, it's Ming Ming's gun who's going to get the job done.
He's just got to run in and flush this as fast as possible. He knows he is swarmed by Twisted. Nade's going to come up all around him, and it is going to be Example that gets the knock onto Ming Ming. Twisted's going to come in, get a little bit more control over this.
Loše ovo Twisted odigra, već. Baš loše. Perfectix je sam ušao. Što je i njegova greška i njihova greška. O, šta je s ogradama, ljudi, ograda jače od života danas.
That fence normally, I feel that. It's every single time you think you're going fast enough just to break through the fence, it never feels fast enough.
I don't believe there is such a thing. I just don't try to hit him anymore. I just gave up. There's a lot of damage being done to him. And,
yeah, everybody's going to be trying to hit him now. He managed to hit the fence and
oh my God,
manages to survive, so just narrowly.
It is by the skin of his teeth for sure, but he will get there. And well, it's a place. It's not a safe place in the long run. Maybe he gets unaccounted for.
Kontam da nije vizar, je Batulin pisao na Twitteru su dobili vizu.
Has to deal with other stuff, and he's.
Pa dobro, ali...
But that car is going to make it very obvious.
Šta ne mora on? Pa ako je pisao su dobili dobijanje. Ne pisao je dobili smo vizu, ako mu igrač nije dobio vizu.
Has to go over to the east. Vitality's got to go to the west. And remember, this is the more open section of the map, so they have to make it by R8. Twisted, luckily, being distracted right now.
Max bi ovo pogodio. Minimum bi. O, evo ga shift. Vraćaj nazad. Kako su zalećali, krenuli nazad. I sad igraju full for man u kampu. Očekivao sam da će drže ovaj split i dalje. Iskreno sam očekivao, ali realno... Ono. Ovo je više safe opcija.
Nice bit of extra protection. We saw this BRDM be really impactful for Team Liquid in the previous game, where Luke was able to use that to get into the fields and survive a lot longer than you normally would in a situation like that. So looking to 4AM, maybe try to replicate that success.
A1's Legend just creeping in right back behind Team Liquid. Team Liquid does have Alo right on the edge of the zone, so they're just going to go ahead and let Team Liquid rotate in front of them. There is a couple of hillsides to play over here that should get you some distance away from Tyloo, but it feels not as good as you want it to. So a wrap over here into the west could find you a compound on the edge of the zone. A1's Legend, though, could have to deal with Nemesis that is
Generalno je produkcija baš dobro.
Baš se vidi da je next level.
Da nije Crafter.
Game though, they're willing to take some fights out in the open. Curious if anything will brew. Meanwhile, Vitality trying to thwart 4AM from pushing in this direction.
A ne, mislim da je to observ. Jer ne vidim da se ko žali od njih.
Different here. Your biggest concern, of course, when you're in that armored vehicle is that there's just a Panzer waiting for you on one side or another. Meanwhile, teams are just going to light it up as much as they can to weaken it as much as they can for the later stages. Empty. Getting a lot of damage in there. He's protected by his own vehicle. Not sure how much longer that'll last. Just wants to see how much exactly he can find.
This doesn't feel good. There's no easy approach in. Before your man jumps out, does get the knock and the flush on to Teddy. This BRDM is just taking a battering. It's Twisted on one side, R8 on the other, and even Levante still taking the shots on the backside of R8 does manage to connect. That's going to be easily picked up, I would imagine. Well, not easily. He's got to kind of curve it over the top of the hillside, but I don't think that R8's going to be able to chase that too efficiently. They got way too many problems in front of them.
Yeah, right now R8 is in a very precarious situation. Twisted Minds as well, starting to angle in this direction. So 4AM's BRDM looking very much not safe anymore. A little bit of damage done as they pop up over the hill. Example, retreat back to the safety of his vehicle, which has taken a bit of a pounding itself. Perfectix does have a little bit of space where he can take a moment to regroup and recover, maybe look for some new armor. Indeed, that is exactly what he's looking for.
We've got all of Nanqing that's essentially supervising this firefight that's going on between some of Vitality, 4 Angry Men, R8, and Twisted. So it is going to be Shadow as well as Full Sins. Super's mostly focused to the south as they've got Geekay that's next to him, but that's what's led to this really awkward rotate for all these guys over here, having to make more commitments in top of each other, and Levante continues to find more onto R8. This is going to be bigger and bigger for Vitality the longer it goes because Vitality's got so much control over the west.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Twisted Minds strike right now. They should. Levante
Odlična zona, dečki.
More there, and here comes Twisted Minds. They are trailing 4AM. They are trying to take them down. Shen is taking a bunch of damage, and he has in fact been knocked. And there's a ton of util still in the bags here for Twisted Minds. As we cycled through some of their players, I saw a lot still available.
Vitality had to surrender the position with Levante, so they're going to go back to their high ground where they have Quizzy at. Also, still have Hello My Bad providing some
Nikagora, da. Slažem se. Tu smo se složili, da, da.
They know that 4 Angry Men is weakened in front of them. Hello My Bad's going to be taking the shots right at 4 Angry Men in front of them on one side. Here comes the rest of Vitality. As 4 Angry Men has nowhere to go, they're going to have to run up this hillside, but good shots do force Hello My Bad down to his belly.
What's the escape valve here for Hello My Bad, or is he just really stuck? Is there really no hope? Just try to fight through and see if you can at least get a kill out of it. Meanwhile, that was a knock from Levante, an example. Gonna steal that one for his 4th of the match already. Twisted Minds now under pressure. It's Shadow Esports, your previous game winners, looking to see if maybe they could take down your defending EWC champions here. And Setsuna gonna take a charge at it. Perfectix able to get away.
Not gonna get much out of it, and this is gonna make for a terrible position. That rock cropping right up in front of him. Twisted's gonna wrap around the other side of it. There's no cover to be had. Setsuna in a ton of trouble. He's gonna go down. That leaves just one up, and Twisted already knows where he is. Empty on the other side of it. Gonna knock onto the Tulans.
Okay. Grenade.
Bate, sviđa mi se ovaj Shadow Esports, iskreno. Dobra je ekipa.
Second layer comes up just a bit short. Hansi again making the move. The tab slides on into the smoke.
Ide kure, ide kure.
He could get a little lucky and find Hansi hanging out inside of there looking for safety, but some of that terrain going to be affording him that for now.
A nije potvrdio kill, a?
More damage before he goes down, it feels like.
Twisted just racking up the kills. Eyes on that 9th one. Spots it out. Tab's going to pick it up. That is a massive kill count already for Twisted, and they have to go into the circle yet again. Can they avoid the Dancheng firing lines? They either have to wrap into that or the hillside control from Vitality.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure how it'll all play out. So we have 0-4, who somehow managed to get out of that building he was stuck in. Credit where credit's due. That was not an easy spot to be in.
Ne može Lua niko zamijeniti.
In trouble. It feels like it doesn't look like he's going to
Ali ne treba to tako ne gleda, svaki igrač donosi nešto drugo.
Afford him the opportunity to try to go for the first aid. Has the smoke for a little bit of cover as well. Stayed. Throw a smoke of his own. Looking to just spam through and try to get a little bit lucky. Still has a bunch of frags in the bag.
This is so throwing off Nimbus's control over the circle too. The longer he stays out there, finally do manage to take down Petrichor Road. But now they're going to have to deal with Tyloo in front of them on one side, Myth to the north of them. Circle does them favor, though, pops away from that southern area of control. And everybody in Dancheng is breathing a sigh of relief. They were terrified that they'd have to rotate away. But now here is the firing line coming up from Vitality, as Twisted still has nowhere to go to get into the circle.
Team Vitality looking to try to bolster their defenses here, so they're going to reposition Hello My Bad, who was able to regroup with the rest of the team into the front lines. And yeah, Perfectix getting absolutely lit up by Quizzy. The grenade is good from Levante. And Twisted Minds trying to regroup. Perfectix is getting away from these frags, but those follow.
Sjećate li se kad je Quiz igrao za Geekay? Je li Quiz igrao biše za Geekay? A sad igrao neki Azijat.
Isti line-up što ti igrao sad za
Pa igrao onaj PUBG. Ne PUBG, kako se...
Yes, PUBG.
Rusi na Ruse već.
Kind of revealed that there was nobody in the middle of these smokes, and so they're trying to now figure out if they can get anything else done. The tab's gonna pop through, and he's looking for
Daj mi taba I osvojit ću svijet.
Taking down Hello My Bad. Perfectix the only one left now for Twisted.
All right, so Perfectix, you get a run next to VP, who's fully stacked. You've got Supers, as well as Geekay, just even touched the circle. This is going to be brutal. Down to the south, it is explosions galore. Nemesis is eliminated. Anyone's Lanagen manages to find their way into the circle. Now Team Liquid, the odd squad out, trying to figure out how they're going to get in. Well, there is a focus of mortars right on top of Tyloo.
Yeah, this is Tanbu. Almost gets the knock there, or the flush, excuse me, onto Hausker. Just coming up a little bit off.
Nije ga mortari su vas da je jezivi kad na tebe lako preživiš brutalan.
We've got anyone's legend defending one side. Team Liquid with nowhere to go. VP doing a great job in the defensive territory. Mortar still raining down right on top of Tyloo, but Team Liquid nowhere to go, so they send right into it. They're on the hunt for kills.
Kako je ovo. Tanu napravio za Liquid idealan ulaz. Kako su ulećili dva ova nokana. Ovo što im radili bomba.
Okay, Solzi with one side, Delwyn on the other. VP putting themselves in the crossfire to go for the kills. Nades rolling down right on top of
Pogledaj ovo, bret. Gledaj ovo, bret.
And they are doing just enough to stay alive. That stalled out VP, but VP's now turned their focus, looking into anyone's legend.
I mean, it's just a timing thing right now, and there's enough protection for Virtus Pro that they can rain damage and grenades down into...
A može li neko da mi objasni kako je AGAL skraćenica od Anyone's Legend? Da sam ja glup samo. Mislim, to je vrlo vjerovatno. Ali ne kontam tag.
Into Virtus Pro's firing line, and he is in trouble.
Oh, there is nowhere to go. Everybody's gotten too entangled over here, but VP has more space to work with. The circle's popped, and it's moved away, gone a little bit further over to the northeast. So anyone's legend can try to step away, but it's such a barren circle. Anyone's legend knows that they're going to be walking into a potential crossfire that has now been set up by Myth, who's got some of their players in Danqing, but has
Znači, ako prva tri nisu meda napravila, valjda baciš drugčiji. A brate, ali ima i onaj moment gdje baciš liku u facu bombu i ne skine mu ništa. Ima i toga.
Pinned down, Perrin does get the flush onto Duck Juice, so that's one player out of the equation for GAM. That blue zone, I don't know if that gets anybody. Luke 12 just got a double on the backside.
Myth has to be so focused over here. We've got Myth on one side, DK on the other. Danqing has been abandoned by the circle, so that means that Supers as well as Full Sense have to fight their way in. And we still have this long standoff down here to the south with those nades that you're talking about. VP trying to crawl their way forward, but Luke 12 has done enough to defend. Is anyone's legend going to try to pounce on this?
That's a great question, and I think this is a perfect opportunity. Luke here might have spelled the demise of Virtus Pro. Nixie looking to stick the revive. Looks like he will get it onto Correxy. They're safe for now. Clory's fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. He did take down Tanadol.
Agal, all gamers global, anyone's legend. O, koji kurac, druže. O, pa to je ko da se Mercedes i BMW spoje i sad novo auto se zove Mercedes BMW. Pa rokno bi se. Znači ono, braća inovativna na max, kao aj spojimo dva tima, kako će se zvati, pa samo spoji. Ekstra. Ne, fenomenalno, vjerojatno. Fenomenalno. Ajmo spoji Partizan i Zvijezda, kako se zove Partizan Zvijezda. Ekstra.
Double res, full abandonment of control. They just need to get their players back up and ready to go. Full Sense has now made a push more over into the west, as it is going to be Supers right on top of DK, and Supers just can't find a way to get through this. Finally, at least gets one knock, but they have taken so many casualties on this push.
Yeah, they're not exactly sure where the players are, and they're trying to fish through the smokes to see what they can find, but right now, DK not offering up much. I mean, Park Pro even has a JS9 here ready to go. Oh, heaven.
Pa to se tako radi u e-sportu, ništa novo. Pa to što se tako radi u e-sportu i što ništa nije novo, ne znači da nije retardirano. Mnogo stvari se u svemu dešava, pa smo se samo navikli na njih, a nemaju mozga. Nema logike. Kao i na scrimsima pravilo nema fajta u prvoj zoni, samo navika. Kad razmišljiš o pravilu skontaš da je imbecil.
More dangerous situation where maybe he goes down and it's Super still with the player up instead. Full Sense gonna try to see if they can claim his point, but Sungjong, not an easy task. He's gonna go over to an AUG, it looks like, but Belmont has a Groza in this situation. Level 3 gear, that is so scary, even though Sungjong has some level 3 gear of his own. So
yes, Geeky update trust. Geeky update origin.
Virtus Pro is like, we know you want those.
Yeah, nobody down to the south can move. Myth has gotten control over all angles of approach. So VP, anyone's legend, last player for Tyloo and Lee, they're all just trapped over there. Even Songjong across the circle entirely. No way that he can step out of it. It's just going to be the firing line set up from Myth, and everybody that's trying to get into the circle, hoping that maybe Gam gets a good angle onto Myth.
As for Sungjong here, you're almost hoping that Virtus Pro is
još dva meča se igraju, treba nam 35 poena, ja bih rekao. Mislim treba, može i sutra se juri 50.
Right hand side, waiting with the stuns, throws one out. Of Full Sense not really bothered by that, and Sungjong looking to see if he's found the timing, and he's found a dip.
That is so well played. Realizes the moment whenever VP has to go, but VP is just going to send it right into the circle. That's going to put them in a crossfire by everyone. Myth was taking shots. Anyone's legend, even Lee looked like...
Zato sad PewDiePie igra Eurotrack rusku verziju. Ne znam šta radi PewDiePie. A da nije PewDiePie sa Jimsom u fazonu na onom timu.
Expert salvager. Just seeing if there's any more scrap available in this game. Clories. Oh my God, Clories. That's so good. He's got a blue zone to follow up here too. That's the last of the damage.
Ne, smiješan nešto dok se Lana zrati. Danas je nešto smiješan.
Still had a little bit. Baron trying to get up there and thwart him, but he can't.
there's nowhere to go. Myth has drawn so much aggro from taking shots at everybody for so long. It is going to be Glory's up on top of this. Spots goes for the peek around side. He does go down. And that is going to be GAM Esports eliminated, but Myth is taking massive casualties. Anyone's Legends making the push in from the south.
A Myth, an opportunity to really assert their dominance on this lobby. And you would think basically guarantee themselves a spot into that finals. I'm pretty sure they're already almost there. Trying to wait things out, trying to hide here from AGAL. Too bad, so sad. Delwyn gets the eyes, gets the prize.
Creeps forward, 10 kills, finding a big game. It's been pretty quiet from these guys so far, so how much more can you get out of it? AGAL not going to necessarily get too much more of the control of the circle, but they do have a mortar and they know where everybody is. Flash still being a distraction on the other side for Myth.
Zar James nije uacen sad? Nemam pojma, ne mislim da čak jesu.
Gotta wonder if everybody else watching this game is hoping that AGL
Crash Z, Miran Bud.
further into the tournament, potentially try to keep them out of that grand
Hoće li Crash Z igrat 5 ljudi?
A tough team to keep
Šta je call?
Especially you've got players like Himas, like Solalzi, big brains like Delwyn in the team doing work, and that mortar almost gets Flash.
That's all that really has to happen, though. He's just trying to survive for long enough, and that is going to go to AGAL. So another kill in the bag as they continue to stack it up. Twisted had a massive game with 12 kills, but how much more can anyone's Legend get on the other side of it? Myth at the top of the leaderboard right now at 44 points. They've got control over the northern section of the circle and did just get the knock onto Delwyn. What more can they find?
It's a good question. They've at least temporarily made it a 3v3, and a headshot on to Destroy forces him back behind the cover to see if he can get a heal off. Oh, just a bit too far there with the mortars. So right now, AGAL not going to be able to recover their captain.
At least the focus on trying to get down, anything going with Delwyn, get that flush has allowed Destroy to get closer, but as he's starting to try to just get into the circle, a couple of shots are coming his way. AGAL is pretty trapped over onto point. Myth has got that little bit of a lip coming into the road, and they just keep peeking right underneath of, I guess, what is it, the railings that are over there?
Yep.
That is such a brutal angle to try to hit. You have to be so exact, but we know AGAL can play that way.
For sure. This can come down to a situation where, you know, AGAL's players just hit some really nice shots, or maybe Myth kind of overextends a little bit. Right now, you're absolutely right. Myth definitely has a favorable position compared to their opponents, but as the circle begins to close in Phase 9, that can change the dynamic of a fight rather quickly. AGAL, still a couple vehicles there. Not sure if there's any more mortars left in any of the trunks or anything like that, but smoke's going to have to be deployed here by AGAL to try to survive this.
I mean, there's a bit of a lip that they can try to get to that's just on the other side of the road, but you can see that Myth has got so much control, just denying anything over there. It's just more to the northwest is the weakest angle of defense that Myth has got.
Kako nisu bili?
Gonna try to use that little bit of a ridge to
Kako nisu bili?
finding something. Looks like Himas gonna hop in a vehicle, try to do the same thing. They're not going for a lot. They're just trying to get enough.
Al da, no i sad igraju baš dobro. Od TPP.
Counter move on it. Does move across the road. Scabby trying to get nade range. They're starting to come out both sides. That nade's gonna get some damage, but doesn't get a knock.
Ooh, that grenade. Oh, that was almost a really good one. You will at least destroy the vehicle of Myth there. So you're keeping a pin if this grenade hits. Oh, the car blocked it.
I've never seen that happen before. Myth was about to be in so much trouble. That was cooked so well. Anyone's Legend.
Bukvalno auto 5 aktora. Brate, kako je mid živ? Može li neko da mi objasni?
Gubi mi to.
Himas. Ma vina je, bre.
Nisam pogledao.
Ali jeste sad skontali da je auto bukvalno vinalo među? 5 aktora.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That last fight was on a knife's edge between those two teams. Could have gone either way, it felt like.
Kamere.
Kamera ovo.
Force bot kamere, ej. 100%, brate.
And remember, we had Twisted dead for what? 3-4 circles at that point, and how many kills they find? 12? That is an absolutely nutty game from them.
A brilliant game. I mean, understanding that they still need to maintain that aggression, keep those points, you know, see if there's any way that they can get Lou back into the mix.
Like this,
with that kind of confidence, just imagine what this team can do at full strength.
Oh, where do you even want to dive into it? I mean, AGAL coming alive down in that lower section, finding so much. This is why so many people have such big expectations of him. He's just such a great player, but it feels like sometimes it's just so inconsistent, man. If he could find a way to consistently get like these 3 or 4 kills every single game, he would just be so hard to handle.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get a quick listen in there. Just a little nice. Yeah, I mean, him and Kiss,
so
2 of the best players we have in the world right now.
Yeah, and I mean, going back in the days whenever they were still under Forest and everything else like that, Kiss just, he can make some magic happen for himself. They know how to play, get into good positions to play around. And a squad that I was thinking that was going to be like a bit more dominant today was VP, who just can't seem to find a path into the circle due to defensive lines that are being set up by squads like Myth and the way that they controlled that circle.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. I was really encouraged by that first game we saw from VP, but since then, they haven't really been able to kind of muster much. So let's see if they can start to bounce back a little bit in these last couple games. We got 2 more to go today.
Oh man, it has been absolutely crazy through all of this, and see kind of what's happening off that last round. Myth, of course, with a big game, 19 points. Anyone's legend back behind that with a 17, but Twisted Minds not even touching placement. Just off of kills are going to be in 3rd place.
Oh, that's incredible, dude. That team just never ceases to amaze. Every time you come to an event and Twisted is there, you know they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. GK getting some points, Gam, Full Sense having some okay point accrue, ability to accrue points in there. Super still kind of weird.
Well, we've been talking a lot about what's going on with Twisted and everything else, so let's go ahead. I think that Barney's got himself Batulins down on the stage.
That's right, we are here on the main stage with Batulins here from Twisted Minds. An impressive day so far. I've got to say, let's quickly touch base on Toffees. Had a chat with you earlier today to discuss your kind of team alterations coming into today. Give us an update from your perspective.
Well, so we have been informed just before the tournament start that we have to play with the coach because our player is not here because of visa. And
Viz.
For like 3-4 years, I don't know how many years, and feel like he still managed to know how to play the game, right? Because it feels like we actually play pretty well. I hope we're gonna do better and better, like every game. But I'm really happy.
Vize ipak, ljudi.
Didn't expect anything from today, and like we are kind of good, so yep. Nice.
Viz.
Man, let's talk in a bit more detail about those games, right? You've had 2 top 5 finishes in the first 4 games. Talking about that 4th game, the one that you just played, look, you're on the edge of zone. It's a really difficult scenario. You're not really going to be able to get into the center. So from your perspective, is it just, let's try and just farm as many kills until we go down? Because it kind of feels inevitable at this point, and you managed to get 12 kills.
Yeah, I would say that this game was a classic Twisted Minds from like FPP era. Like we literally like saw the circle. We knew we're not gonna get there anyhow. So we just decided to farm everyone, and we did very successfully. So I'm just very happy with what we have done.
Pa ne znam, ta bi se... Nešto je... Znaš, vjerojatno su dobili ili od menadžera ili od nekoga kao sve je okej, znaš ono. I onda su ome cancelovali u zadnjem trenutku.
What is the secret to maintaining this level of consistency over such a long period of time?
Well, you know, like, it just, like, people, hardworking people found each other, and we had the same goal for like the whole life. I mean, it already feels like a life, you know. Yeah, we just managed to work and work and work, and I guess some good results helped us to stay together. Yeah, and just the same mindset. We keep staying together, and we keep playing good, you see. So yeah, that's how it is. I don't know, like it's not often, right, in esports when team stay together for such a long time, but we do so, and I'm happy that I'm in this team.
Well, we love to see it, my friend. And you know what? You've done so well so far. It's only day 1. There's so much more to play, but at the same time, it's incredible to see what you guys have managed to pull out of the bag in day 1, especially in your current situation. That's Batulins from Twisted Minds. We've got so much more PUBG action coming your way.
Što nemaju suba. Pade mi on. Pa brate, problem suba u esportsu je, pogotovo kod profi ekipa, je zašto ti spremaš suba? Kad će taj sub da igra? Znaš, nije kao fudbal da ti sub može ulećet kad se ovaj umori ili nešto, razumiješ? Esport će drugačija zvjerka. Taj sub mora da igra Scrimse, mora, a u profi orgama nije kao kod nas, pa da svaki Scrim igra drugi line-up, neko radi, neko ono, nego svima je to posao i sad gdje ćeš ti suba ubaciti? I onda je mnogo bolje da coach igra.
I'm with Andy here in the crowd. Hey Andy, how are you doing, man, so far?
Yeah, really enjoying the games. It's really an immersive.
Yeah, napuni kolo.
Really enjoying it, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So I want to know from you, let's go for today, right? Who you think is going to do well so far? You've seen a few games here and there. So what's been your thoughts about some of the teams that have performed so far, as well as who you're rooting for?
I've been really impressed with Myth. They've been taking like really aggressive fights, third part in a lot of fights, and they're climbing the leaderboard, so I've been really impressed with them. And I'm hoping to see VP do a little bit better. Apart from Falcons, obviously they're tomorrow, so VP. I'd like to see VP do a little bit better today. Yeah,
absolutely. Have you watched a lot of kind of the VP wins from before? Obviously they looked really good at some of the PGSs, not so good at some of the other ones.
Yeah, they were dominating some of the PGSs. Obviously since the roster changes, so yeah, I've been really impressed with what they've been doing, so they need to step it up today.
Yes, they do. All right, well, hey, thank you very much for joining me here, Andy. That's been us here. Make sure to check out the EWC Play apps to get your predictions in, just like Andy has. Myth leading to here were phenomenal. They were spectacular. Not only the
GG.
but also one of the most dominant results of
Ruka na
all
Čelovi
time.
što je
They
pričao o
are
Falconsovom dresu.
so good right now that if they
Nisam ja bio tu,
continue
nemam
on
pojma.
here at this eSports World Cup, everybody else should be
Čelovi
scared.
o Falconsovom dresu pričao, nemam pojma ko je frajer.
ผมรู้สึกว่า
Tu ga vidim.
ตอนแรกไม่คิดว่าจะได้แชมป์แต่ก็รู้สึกพอได้แชมป์ก็ดีใจและรู้สึกภูมิใจทีมทุกคนมากๆที่เชื่อใจกันและกันแล้วก็คว้าแชมป์มาได้ครับ
แค่รู้สึกว่าเล่นให้มันสนุกก็พอแล้วพอเราได้เป็นแชมป์เนี่ยรู้สึกว่าภูมิใจในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็สนุก
Kakav je Ki sunce ti poljubio, derne 2 burgera pred meč.
I think Myth is really good at finding areas that aren't as
Baš
like
ima skamersku facu, onako. S dušom skama.
A sjećate se onoga iz Bad Booma, nije Bad Boom nego iz BBL-a. Kako se zvao onaj debel iz BBL-a?
Kod.
Ma nije Kod.
Yes, Kod.
Myth are very good. They've adapted
Nije bre.
the new playstyle.
Ne mislim na njega, možda i on debel, ne znam, ali ne mislim na njega.
The new fast zones, they've been extremely good.
Ček,
They're very aggressive.
Smeš, Stipi živio, vrat.
Smeš, bravo.
Smeš je jeo živog mesa pred meč svaki dan.
They just get
Smash,
anything
smash.
they can and then crash a team or knock somebody and just go as crazy as they possibly can on them.
คิดว่าต่างกันที่มีทีมหน้าใหม่มามากขึ้นครับไม่ได้เจอทีมเดิมๆรวมถึงทีมหน้าใหม่เราอาจจะไม่ได้คุ้นชินสไตล์กับเขาว่าเขาเล่นยังไงเราคงต้องทำกันบ้านมากขึ้นแล้วก็บวกกับมีความกดดันที่ขึ้นชื่อว่า EWC
รู้สึกว่าต่างกันเรื่องความกดดันแล้วก็เรื่องเงินรางวัลที่สูงมากขึ้น
Da, imao glavu, jedva je stalo fisk. Morali su onaj fish eye stavljati.
แย่งการเป็นแชมป์แล้วทำให้รู้สึกว่าทีมแต่ละทีมเนี่ยมีความที่โฟกัสมากขึ้นแล้วรู้สึกว่ามีกดดันมากขึ้นมีความกดดันมากขึ้นครับ
If Kiss can produce some Kiss magic, if Jacob can look as good as he did during those PGSs as well, I think they could be a strong contender for the eSports World Cup.
รู้สึกว่าเราจะมาแย่งแชมป์เขาในรายการ eSports World Cup ครับในปีนี้
Hey, it's Toffees. I'm in the middle of a park in the beautiful Paris with Seven to talk. Seven Worlds Gaming. Get over here. I'm on my way.
Božica, šta ja gledam, druže?
Hey, there you are. Hey, I was relaxing. I was
Možda i najgora scena u istoriji kinematografije i sport.
Bukvalno, brat, bolje da je sjedio na klupi pa da je listao telefon pa da ga ovaj zove gdje je meditirao na pol fontane.
They dropped the ball at PGC. I think this has been answered. 2 wins in 4 games is absolutely banana sauce. I don't even know if that's a real word, but that's what this is. These guys have taken the game to a new freaking level and look incredible.
Banana sauce. I might need to add that to a croissant because that sounds delicious.
Everything's French with you.
It is. It has to be. Another team that has been able to bounce back really well, especially in this last match, AGAL.
Yeah.
They needed it too.
You know, I think Paper said it during the cast. He was like, the teams here, as well as all of the teams in the cup, are watching this saying, I hope you falter. And AGL is a team that when they start running, you cannot get the bridle back. You let that head go, and they are unstoppable.
Twisted minds when you're thinking about that. I mean, we had so many question marks at the beginning of the day coming in with the sub. They're currently not being able to play with their actual full roster. That doesn't stop them. They just dropped 12 kills.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, they opened the tab on this can of whoop butt, right? Because he came out, he's played, he's a sub? Yeah, right. This coach knows how to play. They're in first place without Lou. What happens if the visa gets cleared and they show up in 2 days? The finals are going to be crazy. And if I'm Myth, I'm actually shaking. 2 wins, and I'm still dealing with Twisted Minds chomping it behind me.
Yeah, we're continuing, by the way, with players. We just talked about Kiss. We heard the piece too with Kalaris talking about if they can be contenders. Honestly, right now, they're keeping up with Myth. They're keeping up the performance that we saw out of them in PGS 6. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to stop them, at least so far.
At least so far. I mean, I think we've seen some cool things from teams unexpectedly, right? Like Yay, Shadow. There's teams that are catching us off guard with how well they've come out here in the first 4, but I think in some of these teams' cases, like Shadow, they're going to get eclipsed tomorrow by the teams who are showing up. Possibly the worst day of their life tomorrow is sort of my guess here. So they need to keep grinding forward because teams like Twisted Minds, you're like, oh, they aren't doing great in the first game. They come out.
Yeah, and for all the squads too, especially for the squads that are in the A group, they need to make sure they start performing.
Right.
If you're towards the bottom, because tomorrow will be the last day. You're currently sitting with 8 games left. I mean, yeah, actually, I did the math right. 8 games left. That's all they have. And if they don't start performing, they're going to make it even tougher, and they're going to just be biting their nails on that last day when they're not playing.
And the hard part of that is you have to set your standards. You don't know what you have to do if you're not playing the last day. So they have to really have good day 1s and days 2s to make that work.
All right, well, you know what? I think we talked enough. I think it's time for us to go back. Claris, take it away from us. We want to relax and enjoy the view.
Thank you, boys. Yes, of course, I found the tall people to join me here. Thanks very much, guys, for growing exponentially compared to me. We've got Godspeed, we've got Avenger here to talk about what's gone on so far. We just had our rondo conclude, obviously, here with Myth looking amazing as always. Godspeed.
I mean, Myth is just making the case to be the best team in the world this year, honestly. I think so, especially coming off of that incredible PGS2 Cup final win. I mean, the sky's the limit, especially with Kiss coming here just, oh, so good.
Were able to come in, get the control that they had, and then Kiss just clutching it up, to be honest. That is just next level. 2 wins, a 2nd place, 52 points in 4 games. That is insane.
Yeah, they're looking really good here for EWC. Let's talk big picture, though, and see kind of what's going on right now, because there's some teams, obviously, that have surpassed our expectations a bit, and some that really need to have that step up now.
What happened to VP? They started the tournament so well, and they've really kind of floundered the last 3 games, Martin, and that's not really something we expect, especially with the consistency. You've got Nixie, Correct, BB, they're so good. What's going on? 3 games
you're running into some funny stuff on Taker. We have one more Taker coming up here in the 5th game, of course, here, so let's see how they approach that. I understand the way that they're approaching, you know, taking space away from supers. They're always aggressive in taking too much space around Godok, and they're looking to create that space around Youngchung to have an entry. So I understand it was great. You run into Liquid, Nixie was alone. I don't think they expected the retaliation that fast in that game. So I'm excited to see here what happens in the 5th game and on our 2nd Tago of the day.
I talked to a lot of people, and they're one of people's favorite teams to watch because they do those kinds of things, as you're mentioning, around around those areas, over on Tago, etc., and things like that. But is that sometimes a detriment? Are you sometimes being quite fancy to the point where maybe you're in too many conflicts? What do you think?
It's the saying of doing too much, right? They don't necessarily need to overextend that much, or they don't need to cut rotations that much if they don't have to. That being said, something that I actually really liked that AGAL did was setting up on that south side, and that's when we actually saw VP go for that. I don't want to say it was a send, right? But they had options. You and I were talking about it. They could have either gone west. They could have even taken the fight to AGAL. But because of that spread also, and because I think there was one member left, a solo in between, they just decided to go for that send. And it just, again, it's just doing too much. It didn't work out.
I want to talk a little bit more about AGAL. The first 3 games, 3 points here, 11 kills, 2nd place. They could have won this game as well, but they didn't. So far, I don't know if it's nerves, maybe a lot of pressure on them. They're here in the club championship as well. They're trying to put themselves in there, but yeah, it's not been the magic that we have seen. They've been, you know, they've had second place, they had top 3 positions in our PGSs throughout this year so far, and they can compete this time around. You just need top 16, and right now they've been struggling until this game.
I'll not make a question, I'll make a statement from this one about AGAL, because I think, as Godspeed is saying, I think the position that they took here on the south side of Rondo, technically the control that they had across that area was fantastic. It does beg the question though, allowing Myth to be able to even make that transition across the road, to have that smoke set up, and have what seemed like no utility to be able to respond to that Avenger, meant that eventually that really kind of bit them in the butt.
The big problem was you're losing a player. You should have been 4 in that late game. Losing Delvin, he took space too early. If he waited maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute, the pressure would have been on Myth to cross the road to expose himself way earlier. So had there been fun alive, this would have been AGL's game, and that would have been 4, 5, 6 more points on the board for them.
And the one thing about that push is, even with limited utility, you saw that smoke on the tree. I think you even called it out, that allowed, I'm not sure if it was Kiss or someone, to get across in order to get the shots on AGL, which is actually what won them that game.
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a look at everything that's going to be coming up as well here, because we've got tons on the way. We've already had ourselves Team Liquid and Myth with almost the back-to-back, but of course, it was sandwiched in the middle of another win here coming on forwards. 2 more games remain, though, today. It's not the most common map order that we actually go to here in a lot of our days. I mean, in most circuits, we actually play 5 games a day compared to what we have for the 6.
Yeah, this year's been updated to 5, and also we've seen so many times where it's just back-to-back. You play 2 Wrangles, you play 2 Miramar. Here it's spread. Now we go back, of course, we played Taco before, but it's disjointed in a way where the players have played so many games before, and you can't really go back-to-back with that. But sure, they're absolutely ready for this, but another Taco and another Wrangle. It's going to be good.
All right, we are going to head on over. We are ready for our 5th game here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the commentators here. Game number 5 on the way for day 1.
100% agree with what the desk is talking about there, about how, like Claris was mentioning, that it was Myth that had to move into the circle by going over a road with no cover on it into a defended position that AGAL had. I mean, at this point, we often talk about like these completely open circles being barren circles, but are they Myth barren circles?
Is that on purpose?
It wasn't.
Oh, you're nailing it today. I missed this, Matt. I missed this. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of unsure a little bit of the situation with the utility, exactly what they had left in the bag to make that crossing, because one of the Myth players we saw didn't have any smokes left, but they had just enough to get the job done. Really well highlighted there by the analyst desk on a really crucial piece of information about that battle, as well as AGAL had a few frags left that they weren't able to connect there in that last fight to really make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Myth could have potentially kind of hung back, still used that cover where we were talking about with like the railing up next to the road and continue to press that direction. But instead, they saw the opportunity and jumped forward, instead going for more of that center control as it presented itself. And yeah, AGAL, they didn't have as much cover to work with, and they were probably burning out a lot of their utility.
Preduge su pauze.
But I mean, it was
Smorio sam se.
Control for so long, because let's not forget, they were the team that was playing to the south of Dongjing. They were the one that was also corralling all the teams up there. They had to deal with GAM. Nothing inside that circle was moving without them having some say-so.
Absolutely, and they had to fight tooth and nail to get out of that fight up in the north. I mean, it was on the precipice for a while of them potentially crumbling, and who knows, maybe it's GAM in that situation instead. You know, something like that could have come through. So absolutely, just it shows the level of this team right now, that they have great firepower, they have great teamwork, great coordination.
I still remember that moment with Myth where they just decided to not keep control over what was going on with GAM, as they had 2 players knocked and then had both players commit into a res at the same time. You don't often see that happen inside of competitive PUBG, because you want to have somebody keeping some control, making sure that nobody runs up and tries to drop a nade on the person that's going for the res. And they were just like, nah, we've got it on lock. We're just going to go ahead and hold it. I have faith in the fact that we'll just blind res both of these and nobody's going to come for us.
Sometimes you got to gamble, right? Like, and that's the thing. Like, that's the beautiful part about PUBG is
they gambled against GAM.
Like, oh, it's true, they did. See, we're on it today.
And I agree, Jiven Gaming.
Yeah, Myth is incredible. Well, they won 2 PGSs already this year.
Yeah.
Those aren't flukes. These guys are really good at this game.
And it just feels like they continue to find more.
Hoćemo li partiju Majonga? Šta je Majonga? Možemo šah igra, bre, tako hoćeš.
Like whenever we look at squads like Twisted, we were always talking about like what's the upper scaling whenever we look at what the squad can.
Počeo sam šah nedavno da igram, tek sam krenuo da igram. Došao sam do 500 ratinga. Nubina. Samo Ward. Ward nije loše, bre. A šta je Mahjong? Brate, Domine, nisam igrao 200. Zadnji put sam s djedom igrao Domine kad sam imao 5 godina.
They went from being one of the most fun underdog stories to just being a dominant team right now. And they just
Kako je, šta je Mahjong? Nemam pojma, brate. Možda i znam, ali ne znam.
We end up with essentially Myth on one side and AJL on the other side of the circle, wondering why we're not seeing much out of VP today. Well, what do you do when you're trapped in that?
Yeah, right. I mean, SEA is dominating today. I mean, 3 out of the 4 games that we played so far have been won.
Ono kinesko sranje kad tražiš vist. Aha, da, znam na što misliš. Nisam znao se to zove Mahjong.
It's like a phrase that keeps going around. If it's Kiss Magic, does that make him a Cupid? Or like what's
To je dobra stvar, brate.
Oh, that's true.
A cherub?
A cherub, yeah. A succubus.
Ja znam, ne znam šta je taj Mahjong, mislim da i ti ne kontam šta je Mahjong, ali se rekao samo izglasa šta je Mahjong.
I'm sorry, not really.
Kontam, brate, baš.
Guys, it is time to take
Objasnio čovjek šta je.
And you can see plane path coming in from the southeast, ending up in the northwest. So, of course, everything opened up. Unless you want to go for a little bit of a
Mazong.
we're next to Husan Prison and the swamps around it.
Yeah, this one pretty fair-ish, but cutting off some of those western landmarks can make things a little bit tricky. But as per usual, a lot of the teams kind of in their known homes, and like we mentioned earlier, Shadow gonna have a lot of central.
Ovo je naš game, mora biti naš game ovo, ljudi.
Central at all. It is going up to the north. A little bit of shipyard.
Devarice. Lažljivice. Gdje si, Devara? Jel pauza za hidrataciju kad spojiš... Zamijem zubace pauza za hidrataciju u PUBG.
To... Tad ja mislim definitivno luče društvenim igrci. I ovako mi se ovo svjetsko nije gledalo radi ih 2 sata pauze između game-ova. Između poluvremena.
This is a very hard circle for a lot of these teams to try to figure out where they're going to want to go because you're having to deal with Twisted, Myth, and VP already in the circle at the start, going wherever they want.
Pauza za burger. Uf. Tu pauzu za burger rado bih je prihvatio.
Realno i ja bi. Ne bi je nikad preskočio.
Jesse Arimen, koliko još bodova treba? Pa nemam pojma, baki. Pretpostavka je 35.
One of the best teams in the lobby right now that is completely surrounding your drop spot. Very, very scary stuff. Kike, actually, I think you're looking at this thinking, okay, we have really good access.
Ali vidjet ćemo, sad je 8. na 21. Mislim 8. Nama treba top 16 iz 2 dana, nego ono, kontam da budeš u top 8. Da je to neki, da je to neka granica. U oba dana. I onda sad je 8. i na 21 bod, još 2 meča, računaj po 5 do 7 bodova, tako. Između 32 i 35.
Mind-boggling to me. This is like the 4 angry men from last year, where it just felt like they would go into a position and then get picked apart slowly before they managed to find any kills.
I'm a beamy.
Big successes, really
Kako je Bimi dobar dečko.
capabilities, but they just can't find it today.
Yeah, it has been a little bit, other than the one game, the last Tego, so maybe this time, you know, we'll get to see a little bit of that redemption for that team. And
da mid twisti nastaje daš, onda će i manje treba. Ali dobro, pitanje je da li će biti naš ono top heavy sutra kao danas. Nikad se to ne desi. Nikad se to ne desi. Jako rijetko. Izbalansira se to u 2-3 dana. U ovom slučaju 2.
Because 4 angry men is wrapping in back behind them. Looks like the more eastern duo is going to go for the bridge cross. I think that they were a bit hesitant, afraid of the fact that there might be a bridge camp. We have been seeing a circle leaning over into the northeastern area around Shipyard several times this year, and I think that they were expecting somebody to go for it. But instead, VP was going for a 2-2 split a bit more over into the west, keeping Yongchun as well as the foothills under control.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It felt like Myth was going to see if they could get away with taking a lot more space than they should be allowed to across both sides of the river, but going to have to regroup onto the other side. 4 Angry Men will be claiming their unoccupied space that was left over by Myth as they take in the view, looking over the river, just trying to figure out how Myth is setting up their defenses on that side.
We don't have too many squads that are doing this Eastern wrap. It's been 4 Angry Men as well as Twisted. Petrichor Road's also kind of over here, but they're not really moving too much. EK looks like they might be going for more of a wrap over as well. It's been a lot more on the west as far as approach comes in. And speaking of approaches, it's going to be a Thunadol finding a couple of bolts coming his way in the glider. Full Sense was playing around Army base, so they're just going to squeak their way into the foothills over in the east.
Yeah, man.
BP that we were talking about beforehand.
Yeah, a lot of these teams need to be active in the scouting department this game, so having the glider really nice, and why it's maybe even more important than usual is because of that river that runs
Nemo šta VP igra.
kind of middle of the
Dobro.
circle. I mean, yes, it's more likely to
Vjerojatno
go
će s ovog kampa tu da idu gore poslije ako krene shift.
landmass maybe, but it is still very much on an edge,
Ulijeva.
especially with the fact that the new circles can kind of do whatever they want. So you're in a position where you've got to be making sure that you're tracking a lot
Ivana.
of different options to get across that river if you're going to be anywhere near it. So you have the ability to find a way
Kaže Ivana, ajmo,
to understand the defenses that you're going to be facing and how to
je li
plan
Ivana
to
Ivanica?
get there.
S PUBG-a. Ajmo ovako, ako pogledaš koji će biti njihov, od Virtusa, jel? Broj kilova ide puta 5. Nisam to radilo dugo zavno. A nešto slično ćemo mi raditi u finalu, pogađamo ono, ko će ima najviše fragova, ko će biti. I onda ide prize pool. Hvala za donaciju. Sve donacije idu za prize pool, za predict za finale i dat ćemo opet Virtus Pro dres, ono. Ako smislim nešto pametnije, možda bude nešto drugo, ono. Za sad najbliže sam smislio je VP dres.
Yeah, and I think this is smart when you're coming in a little bit later to this circle because it gives you some options.
A ne znam čiji kilić od VP-a. Koliko će Virtus Pro ima kilova?
You've got control of an edge of that area of
Nisam taj Ivan, nego koji će biti ili koliko će kilova imati.
a little easier than you normally would, and then if a team comes from underneath you, you can keep track of them a little bit better.
Ja kontam
You have access to that southern bridge for free to
da
make
će da vinaju ovaj meč.
Got a couple of rotates coming in. AGA.
Jer su imali na skrimovima 2-3 puta ovu zonu i sva 3 puta su vinali. I mislim da će da uzmu jedno 11 kilova.
But still has Songjon's going to be on the opposite side. Not too much that he's going to be able to aggress for, but this is stop off for gas, where Petrichor Road hasn't gone for too far.
Stipi, hvala brate moj, živ bio. Eto, brzo smo popunili ovaj prize. Kaže, bolje nego da ja na kurve potroši. Morat ćemo vratiti ovih 50 evra, brate.
GK very late to these rotations, but going to be watching 4 AM players mosey along towards the safety of the shipyard. So
ja kažem 11 kilova, brate, i win. Neće da se troše 7 kilova. Zavisi od shiftova. Ako bude lijepilo za njih iz ovog kampa neće vidjeti ništa. Ako bude išlo ist, ne, to jest west, znači za više. Koliko bodova za prolaz? Kažem 11 i win. Ajmo. Ari je rekao, šta si ti rekao Ari? Ari kaže, nešto se vidje na napisu. Stipi, ja kažem 4 kila i 10 mjesto. Stipi, jesi donirao, brate, ali ako bude 10 mjesto ide ban. 17 kilova. 17 kilova. Ari, Bog te čuo.
Ja mislim da će biti četvrti s 9 kilova.
10 i win. Šta si ti rekao, četvrti?
Četvrti i 9 kilova.
Za sad je dobro. Četvrti i 9 kilova. A brate, sad sam ja pročitao 5 poruka što ste napisali, ja zaboravim što ja rekao. Morat ćemo vaćiti.
For Petrichor Road, and we have a ton of teams making their moves in towards the circle. There is Twisted right on the heels of Shadow.
Možeš ovo sve zapisati, buka. Ljudi, ostario sam, ništa, sve sam zaboravio.
we saw with Vitality. Vitality taking those shots at Petrichor Road has kind of stalled them out, and that means there's going to be a ton of squads all stacked
Pa
over.
misli da vidim.
Red zone on to make it even more spicy. Shadow's got to defend up, but it's going to be twisted. They'll take the shots at the rotate from GK back behind him. Doesn't find too much, just a lot of damage, but enough shots go back over to Gam to stall them from making the cross on the bridge.
AJL losing a player to R8's bridge camp. This is on the other direction, but right now GK trying to get to an area of
GG.
Tego really do offer you a lot of safety. There's quite a bit of areas where there's rocks and ledges, and in this case, a dip that you can work with.
Gam keeps trying to make this work, and it's just like slamming their head against the wall every time they try to go. Twisted doesn't have anywhere that they can go because this 2-2 split coming up from Shadow. Team Liquid's mirroring that. Of course, we had VP also retreat back a bit more, so Twisted doesn't have a lot of territory that they can work with, and that means that Gam has no way to make calls. They're just stuck over there, and now it's going to be them and Ming Ming just kind of chilling. The only squads that are not on the island yet.
Gam has to wait. There's no other opportunities right now.
Asterix, gledajte, tebi je problem s donacijama. Neš pogodi ništa na predikt. Otićeš u minus.
AGAL able to avert any disaster there. Here's that play. Gedrox watching it go into the air, and he's going to get this. Levante actually gets in there and gets the final hit, but lots of damage done. If you hit this, oh my God, that would be absolutely mad. Doesn't get the M24 to go, but nice little play there. Nice little
Bimi, ide Bimi, eto ga prvi kill, dečki.
While this is going on, Gam's trying for their third time to cross the bridge. I think that Twisted's now giving them enough space to maybe make it happen. So they're doing their mad dash. R8, you can see, is going to be dealing with Team Liquid very close.
Ari triggeruje Hasbulic, hvala Ari, živio.
Shots coming out from Team Liquid to force R8 onto a different territory pathing, but there's actually nobody playing this area kind of to the west of the circle in the hillsides. It's entirely open over here.
Da vratimo za Asterixa da ne ostane glav. Asterix, dobiješ $20, vać. Možeš da odeš u minus, možeš tiket još uplatiti. Samo nemoj davati Gruji i Tomici da ti sastavljaju tiket.
To sigurno.
Tomica je traktor izgubio.
Bude u njima dvojicu davo spavat ćeš od mosta večeras.
Was able to get them to halt in their tracks, and that's a really nice angle into this next circle now for Gam that is going to be blocking.
Ljudi, gledajte zonu. Gledajte zonu, Luki se brci miješe.
Tyler's going to have to make a wrap in from the north, as well as Nemesis. R8 that found that hillside open now has to make their way back down into Yongchan.
Samo da ne vuče previše na ovu plažu, ne bi valjalo.
Gam's going to have nothing to do with it. They're going to go ahead and make a send across over right along the coast. So they're going to be cutting right underneath of Twist to try and use the coastline itself. A follow-up is going to be coming up from AGAL, same pathing. The timing on it's going to be pretty good because you can see that GK was trying to get their vehicles a bit set up. Now, how far does AGAL want to go into this? As a couple of shots might be enough to deter them. Maybe think it's time
Ide 10, ja kažem.
This is really awkward
Nemoj,
for
Stipi,
because they were thinking about making a move behind Gam, sort of back.
Će 10 da bude. Evo Luka, Tigrićan oko. A Bimi konforma i ide VP, 2 kila.
Having a little bit of trouble. Beamy has taken Tigger out.
Iz ove pozicije ništa ne mogu. Kako misliš?
Dobija onaj koji bude u pravu.
Struggles here continue today. They've only got 2 left standing, and they're trying to get the hell out.
I mean, where do you go? It is just a gauntlet into another gauntlet.
Gledam, šta se dešava?
Jel dobija nešto ovaj što pogodi koji će biti
No, rekreativno, to ćemo za finale. Ovo je zagrejavanje sad. Još 15 samo. Ari, brate, ako bude 17 kilića, vodim te na burgere. Burger.
Oj, kakav je ta Hasbulca, doktor.
Pa, doktor.
That's anywhere near Duck Juice. He would have been knocked, but apparently didn't quite get there.
Just having to use the other side of the rock for cover. Better be careful. Twisted hears this firefight, seeing if maybe they can third party on it. They can't get too involved as they don't want to step out of their covered positions.
Ide Luka, ide treći kill. Ide treći kill. Ari. Još 14 bača.
Yeah, they all know where that was going down, and they were hoping to be the ones to claim those points. Lucarux with the M249 on just a little bit of a flank control mission here. He has Beamy ahead of him, a little bit more outwardly situated to watch the flanks.
Petrichor Road?
Well, they're going to try again. The first time didn't go so good.
And they're all going to drop on the crates that are out inside the water, so they might be able to find something.
Pogledajte ovo dolje.
AGL making a wrap across the hillside, so congratulations, you can deal with Supers, Team Liquid.
Sva tri shifta nam odgovaraju. I naravno četvrti je ovaj centralni. Sad je pitanje samo koliko će ovu vodurinu da drži unutra.
Petrichor Road would be laughing so hard. Remember, they're coming in as they've got nothing except for those crates, so this is glory to be had for them, except for, oh yeah, Gam and Vitality are having to...
Ovo će sad bude haosa.
Exactly, that's the real issue.
Bilo bi dobro Twisted izgine, vrati.
Fortification set up
Ovo su dve najjače ekipe.
Getting over there is going to be very, very dicey, to say the least.
Ovi Shadow eSports igraju odlično, ljudi. Prvi turnir im je, makar da ih ja gledam. I sad imaju opet najjači spot. Znači, ako vine za sad 15 eura. Ima, nema potrebe da se trošiš. Bitno je da oni vinaju. I ako Ari pogodi dode na burgere. Zamisli 17 kilova vin i to je kraj, ne moraju sutra ni igrati.
Ako neće da uopšte pare hoće, a nije problem, meni odgovara tih puta 5 kilova.
Loša zona.
Može meni posvaćati.
Not in a good state, to say the least, and just him and Delwyn left alive, trying to throw some smokes to buy some time.
Kako gledaš što se teleporte, vrte, ali im baguje obzir. Ne, Luka nokan. Gdje je Luka? A ne, dobri smo, ide revive.
Meanwhile, Petrichor Road is trying to cross the river, and it is not going good, as you can see in your kill feed. So this fight continues. Cowboy back up and running.
Team Liquid better be careful. R8 actually just managed to leapfrog, taking shots all the whole time from Shadow. They've gotten right down below the southern section for Team Liquid, so this 2-2 split starting to get pulled in too many directions. Now what do you do? Luke 12 is gone down.
Posto sam iz Pera, ved. Pero nije u formi uopšte.
Do they have any idea where it's coming from? Looks like he does, but it's going to go too far down the hillside.
Liquid izgubio igrača, Mit izgubio igrača.
That was Nixie getting some damage in there too. Delwyn is trying to get a little bit further forward, has to use a lot of stuns, but Cowboy had repositioned. Are they going to be ready for that? Salalzi looking for anything, but every time he tries to move out of that rock, he is just getting absolutely peppered from multiple different directions.
Cowboy can't retreat. There's no angle. He's just kind of stuck here. Team Liquid's trying to support. They're dropping a couple of mortars, but really the position coming up from R8 just threw off all of the timing. So it is going to be defended position coming up from Team Liquid, who now has to figure out how they get in the circle while they have to deal with VP as well as Shadow. And Cowboy has just been isolated for so long against AGAL. Finally, ALO does have the angle to approach and provide some support, and it is right in the face of Delwyn.
And they absolutely needed that. Cowboy tried to go out into the blue and almost paid the price to see if he could get the knock. Barely able to get on through, but here comes the reinforcements.
That's a big knock onto Delwyn, who is on the high side of the hill. Destroying a little bit more trouble. Flank position is getting complicated. Delwyn's going to go down.
Ja, treba nam Liquid da bude donji ovdje.
Here to go for the res. You can see Delwyn's trying to get over there fast as possible.
Molim?
Luke is playing right up, using the smoke on the peak of the hillside. No fear. New circle pops, and it heavily favors VP.
Luke here can't quite see where his opponents are. They do have the res through, but it's going to be the instant re-knock from Luke 12. Alo smells blood and wants to finish the job. He takes down Destroy, and now Salalzi out in the blue, absolutely screwed.
Četvrti kill pao.
Blue zone going to be the tail end, and Team Liquid handles a terrible storm.
Luka uzeo Delvina.
But now the new hurdle is going to be getting into the circle. The north is going to be Supers, who've been taking
Stipi je rekao, ne znam šta je rekao, vrat, moram da vratim nazad. Možda bi trebao da igram te kineske domine, vrate, memorija mi da ne kažem gdje. Ali tako nešto je rekao, brate, uglavnom bi bilo banable offense. Predikcija.
Kind of scrapping back and forth for some time, so looks like for now they're going to peel a little bit further back, realizing that Nemesis is in a stronger position overall in terms of numbers, in terms of terrain they're able to work with. VP underneath you. This is scary.
Here's the push coming up from Team Liquid. VP's just got a complete angle. You can see it down on the mini map there, just getting demolished on approach, but they do at least manage to get a foothold over. DL just trying to get his armor a bit better in position, because this is all Team Liquid has to work with over here. Geeky also trying to get in the circle just to the south of this. You can see off in the distance. That might pull Shadow as well as Twisted's attention that direction.
is looking awfully difficult for Team Liquid to go further forward. We do have a bit of a fight brewing with Vitality and 4M, but let's take a little bit of a look at, oh no, right off the door.
Čovječ, odbila mu se od prozor bomba.
In trouble. They're trying to make a crash onto Shadow Esports.
Treba nam 200 ljudi u lobby da bi VP vinuo, jer oni su doktori iz ove riđeve. Pazi, jedan kill im treba da mi šiju predikciju odmah propada i 10. mjesto. Ne mogu biti 10. Nemaš, to ti već ti je predikcija propala, to bila ti je baš YOLO prediktor.
Get flushed. DK can't find any angle of approach onto this, and we still have Jexy just waiting with the Panzerfaust on the other side.
Okay, here comes Team Liquid. They're sending it right down the hill. They need to do some serious damage into the backside of Shadow Esports. Purdy Curdy's going to stay back as an anchor, and this is exactly what's happening. Alo, a quick one and done there.
Au, brate, ovdje je treći svjetski na ovom kampu.
Purdy Curdy has to throw some smokes and go for the heal. I'm not sure if that's VP who was shooting at him or what.
Shadow thought that they had this on lock for so long, and Team Liquid saw an opportunity and they exploited.
Iskreno, Gike je izdržao više nego što sam mislio da će. Ovo mi je ovdje kraj, ali... Molim.
EJ doesn't get too much more out of it though. It's just looking back for more, and now it's going to be Shadow. But they still have to deal with Team Liquid to the north.
Obrad. Pozdrav, obrade. Hvala puno.
Where they went, Sungjong nowhere to go. A Panzer ready and waiting. Shadow Esports deal with their
sad Liquid nekako da izgubi ovo. Ljudi, pogledajte shift. Nisam vam pokazao shift, a nisu ni oni. Biće čupao za Vin, iskreno ću vam reći. Biće čupao. Dobra stvar je što će ovdje da se pokolju.
Spots out Alo, connects. This forces Team Liquid to run right in the building. No other options. This is one of those circles that is now popped where it is just time to get kills.
Kako igraju random, jesi vidio kako igraju ljudi, brate? Svaka čast. Nisam čuo za njih, uopšte ne znam ni jednog igrača. Plo, brate. Da provučemo mi njih, brate, kroz Overwatch. Čisto malo da idemo.
Did Cowboy had util in hand, nothing he could do in that scenario.
Osto Luka. Luka 12.
He heard the pin pop on the nade and went for the push. Luke 12 now trying to hang on to dear life. Purdy
prodaće se, nikad oko utility, nikad utility koristiti, ovo su početničke greške. Ja kad vidim utility u ruke na lika koji je na prvu liniju, pa čoveče, čemu ti služi time? Bukvalno je poklonio sad ovaj 2 na 1.
They're going to have vision for days on this circle.
Radomci zvižde, što bi rekao Asterix. Zvižde, Radomci. Jevi ga, ovo je sad na iskustvu bilo. Ubi svoga lika.
Just absolutely brutal. Nemesis and Myth have absolutely wrecked each other, and Myth in another
Diffix klača barena.
Just barely able to keep Myth any further in this one.
Diffix, Tito.
Can he get anybody back up? A couple of shots going to be coming out.
Ide Nino, ode Rex u lobby. 5. kill. 6. kill. Može 6. kill.
But he's been kind of distracting the other side of this 2-2 split from Twisted.
Twisted nam treba da izgubi igrača. Molim vas, samo jednog igrača Twisted izgubi, brate. Ako hoćete ovu stranu, problem. A sve što izgleda da će očistiti ovu stranu.
A grenade barrage on top of them from Twisted, and this is a pretty safe position for now for Twisted. It's just a matter of what does DL want to do.
Iskreno, izdan se u Tanua i Himasa, brate, pošto očigledno niko drugi ne može napraviti problem. Nixi puša, ljudi, jo! Nixi puša, brać. Ajmo, dečaci. Braćo, koliko je bolje kad ima njihov POV, a ne ovo, pratimo Virtus Pro preko Killfeeda, ko da je radio prenos. Nismo nijednom POV njihov vidjeli.
That's only one player so far, Spaceman dead, but still the big danger players.
Dobar shift smo dobili, sad ću vam reći. Sad polako imamo šansu za win. A moramo dočistimo DNS. Bravo Nino, 7. kill. Jel? Ili ovo flash, šta je ovo bio? 7. kill, da.
So, 4 angry men just continuing to get madder and madder by the second. They just
Nino
can't find
Nokan.
a circle that they can get control over. They need every single kill down here.
Nino Nokan, ali mislim da će uspjeti da ga izvuku. O, ja ne mogu ovo gledati. Previše stres. Da, dižu ga lagano, dobri su.
Large on the circle just to the south of you. It's got to start being terrifying. Gams had to retreat just pretty much on top of each other.
Yeah, I mean, literally, your only hope here as Gam is that somehow...
E sad, kad bi Nemesis otišao ovamo na third partiju, a ide Nemesis na third partiju, sad nam je sve otvoreno. O, braći su stalo. Sve je otvoreno, brate, nisu krenuli na nas, to je dobro.
Just, I mean, I'm more hoping from Gam's
Ušta
perspective.
fleške, pa neće da baci.
Oh no, while this is going on,
Če neće. Lik, LeBron James lično. Opet je neko noka naš Bimi. Deal. Sad znaju da je deal, ovo je odlično. Znaju da je deal solo. Sad će da ga kršaju. Moraju da ga čiste. Samo da nam deal ne napravi problem. Ne, flašanje Bimi. Moramo dočitimo bi ovoga deala. Ode Nemesis. Twisted je full, to ne valja, nikako ne valja. Moraju, 2 na 1 smo na deala. Dolje lijevo, 2 na 1 smo na deala.
Who are now seeing Twisted Minds start to come through that grenade. Oh my god, it almost rolled in.
So close.
Moramo što prije čistiti deala da bi krenuli čistiti ostatak. Još će živi lik, jebote, živete moguće. Twisted je dobio shift. Aj, molim tu bi perfektisa, molim te da umre nekako. Treba nam makar jedan... Jebote, život, ne može im niko ništa. Ajde, momci, ubite deala, molim vas. Oni ne mogu da igraju dok deal ne umre. Ljudi, ovo je Twisted win. Ovako što se tiče reljefno geografski. Bravo, Nino! Ako VP vina, promašio sam predikciju za 1 kill. Ali ću vam reći da dosta bolju zonu ima Twisted i to je bio problem što se deal prekasno očistio. I sad imaju čist fight. I previše kontrole. Morat će ovo na mišiće da izvuku. Ova ima AVM. Ne vidim način. Osim, jedini način je da Nixi unleasha Inner Devil u sebi. Ide Luka. Ajmo Lule. Ajmo Nino. Nema šanse. Ajmo Ćure. Nema šanse. Jevi ga dobar pokušaj, morali su nešto raditi, ovi imaju preveliku kontrolu. Bravo dečki. Svaka čast. Dobro, tu smo uzeli dosta poena, ISKR. 12 poena smo uzeli, ali da? Sam dobro začunao. Ne, više smo uzeli. 14 poena. Bravo, Luli! Jel' ovo Luka u teretanu malo krenuo, dečki? Čini mi se. Čini mi se da ga malo Luka dere. NT, GG. Ali ne, svaka čast jevi. Napravili su grešku. Iskreno su napravili grešku. Trebao je taj deal da se čisti. Da bi onda oni krenuli da čiste ovu stranu dok fight rage-a između Twisteda i ostalih ekipa vamo. Ali deal im je napravio problem i poslije su ovi dobili shift i doviđenja.
DL as well that did a lot of damage. So let's get a listen in to the end of this one. Just another day at work.
Jebote, Twisted s tabom dominira. Nema šta.
is, yeah, there's still another day of play, but stretching into that, they've already got the momentum out of it. You know that there was stress. You know, you heard it from Batu in that interview. We found out right before we got here that we were going to be playing without one of our core players. The expectations were just shattered, and so if anything, this is like finding $2,000 underneath of your bed while you're.
Ali ovo je bez ovog meča sad, jel da? Ovo je 3, da. A ovdje ne, ovo ni četvrti meč nije uračunat. A brate, kako su spori ovi rezultati, bukvalno ničemu ne služe rezultati. Mislim, nama ne služe. Sutra još 20 poena i GG. Čak i manje. A koliko imaju sad? Pa ne znam koliko imaju sad, brate. Moram vidjeti u tablicu. Imaju oko 35. Pa. Nek imaju još jedan meč. Nek uzmu 5. To je neki minimum. Da, pravo si. Još 30, da, ali ako govorimo za sutra, onda sve zavisi od zadnjeg meča, ali tako. Da kažemo da će uzeti makar još 5 sad. Dobri su. Ima ih refreshano 34. Vidimo. Da, evo refresh. A? Nije se refresh. Kako? 3 su računata meč. Meni nije, ja ne znam gdje gledaš ti, Marko. Jel imaš ti negdje drugu tablicu?
That was really fun. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The game's on!
She didn't make it in time. That's what happened. She didn't make it in time.
Should have ran.
With all that stuff happening though in this arena for EWC 26.
Sad ide pauza.
About some of that cool stuff that we might be able to do later, because right now, Twisted Minds, being able to overcome any adversity that they had to do with today, they're currently putting up the points and getting the wins.
Right? Getting wins in lieu of not having one of your players is absolutely wild to me, especially to see Tab coming out this strong. It makes you wonder, if Lou shows up, do they just leave Tab in? Because they are playing incredible. Like, this is a team with a sub, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you still want Lou, right? But the fact that Tab comes in, right? He hasn't played in a long time, especially at this level, right? I mean, we know he was good. He is a good player. Just coming in and filling and just still dominating, and that's a Twisted Mind thing. But that also goes to show you how strong that core 3 of Twisted really is.
It kind of gives you a backup too. Now you actually have a solid backup, somebody that was your coach. If anything happens throughout this tournament, you'd be like, you know what, let's put him in. One team that was actually able to bounce back in this last match for Angry Men. We saw them being able to start off hot and then they slow down coming into this last match when we were looking at the overall.
6 minuta, ovo je dobro, sad su stajali. Jel ovaj timer uvijek postojao, jel ga ja samo, a ne, nije. Možda je, ali ga nisam uhvatio.
Yeah, and remember, guys, we're playing for essentially top 16, right? You just need to make sure that you're qualifying in the top 16. Anything after that is just academic, right? And so these guys coming into this game, 4EM kind of had a couple good games early, squandered a few opportunities in game, I think 3 and 4, but came back strong in this game, Steve.
I mean, I think the issue is Winda had a couple of good early games. What we need is the entire team to step up and have those big games as we move deeper into this thing. Another team that stepped up is Team Nemesis, as they got 4th in that one. This is the team. I think somebody jokingly called him Navi 0.5. I don't know who would do that. But they are a team that, like, I was like, oh, maybe they'll fire up more tomorrow when they look across the aisle. But here they are setting a standard. In fact, before we walked out in the green room, I heard Martin and James, who watch them play, who cover their region, say, what are they doing? Why aren't they putting up the numbers? These guys is a good team. And then they did this, which is good.
Yeah, and they absolutely nailed it. Another team that I actually want to talk about is VP.
Okay.
Okay, VP had a great first game.
They did.
They had an amazing first game. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, not so much. But all of a sudden now coming back and finding this game, Nixie getting rid of DNS, and Supers being able to make it into this final against Twisted. Again, this was a massive boost because they were slipping. They were, it started the day really in top 5, and then they top 8. And what's going on? They're right back up there.
I mean, if anything, this was really outside of Twisted Minds in the last 2. Like these are teams that needed to make those moves, right? The fact that Myth has slid a little bit, Liquid's not showing up here in the top 4 for this one. That's good news for everybody who's in the race going forward. But again, it just comes back to Twisted Minds, and it happens so early. It almost makes me sad because it means we're gonna be talking about them for the next 6 days nonstop if they keep playing like this.
Talking about those guys.
I know, but they deserve it, right? Because these are the statesmen. They won here last year. I think it was devastating for them that they did not give the performance at PGC that they wanted to. Last year was the year to pull the double. This could be it again with the way they're playing. To have a can you imagine? Okay, can you imagine having a chance to do the double in back-to-back years? Like that is not something that almost any pro gamer gets a chance to do.
When you get a chance to start the tournament with the sub, not with your actual roster, you know what? I would love to see that. And so far, you've been pretty spot on. Earlier, you talk about Shadow Esports. Now with this Twisted, I'm gonna keep track of all this stuff. Toffees definitely know what you're talking about when it comes to PUBG Battlegrounds. For some of the other squads as well, I want to talk about squads that need to actually start being a little bit more consistent. We saw AGAL being able to perform well, but in this last match, the consistency is just nowhere to be seen at the moment.
Tell me more.
Go in. Come on, Godspeed. You know you want to.
There's a few teams that I think are underperforming right now. Okay, I think definitely Supers. Even though we do see DL here with 2 grenade LMs, we know how capable that roster is.
That means we're cherry picking stats to put them on there. Right?
Yeah, but at the same time, again, Nemesis again is another one of those teams who I think could have a higher ceiling than the way they're performing at. But yeah, Supers definitely. I'm looking at that team because they should not be struggling the way that they have been. Even though this is a strong lobby, I still think they should be getting more points on the board.
I still can't get over Myth with 2 wins in 5 games is astronomical, but then Twisted Minds, the team that pulled double-digit kills in back-to-back matches, is also one of those things when it comes down to averages. That's what we're looking for. These teams that can put 5 points per game together are on the long distance.
You want to talk about averages? Liquid has been incredibly consistent so far. I think they're currently still in the top 2. So, I mean, and Liquid is a team too where they need that strong start. You and I were talking about a bit in the green room. Liquid has to have a strong start because if they don't, you can start to...
Zamalo šteta, bio si blizu, malo sam bila zauzeta, ali sad tu. Da, bilo je blizu. Da su vinali, bio bi win 12 kila, opet bi promašio. Ali ovo je za 1 kill. Ali ne znam, imali stvarno dobar game, dosta je, 14 poena je baš dobro. Imali su prvi game 13 poena, sad ovaj 14 i imali su 3 gamea loša. Mislim, loša. Jebi ga. Ali ovo je skroz ok, imaju dovoljno da su sutra laganije. Ima još jedan meč sada, za 2 minuta početi. Tako da su dobri.
We're gonna have Group B sitting out tomorrow when we come back. So teams like Twisted Minds, I believe they're currently in Group B. They'll be able to get a chance to kind of breathe a little bit, even though they're currently performing so well. And it's one of those teams that if you were that squad, would you really want to just sit out that one there? Or would you just want to keep that momentum that they currently have?
I mean, I think they want to play the last days. The last days...
Momentum će izgubiti svakako od danas do sutra. Nije kao da igraju za 20 minuta opet.
You don't know who's going to the finals, but if you're playing the last day, you can choose who goes to the finals in some situations. You can choose who you knock out or hurt so that you can have the spots you want. So I think that is one. They're perfectly happy to be on the last day, and I think the fact that they are is kind of bad news for everybody else in the lobby.
I think, and so Liquid was top 3, not top 2. How could I forget about Myth? But Shadow Esports is a big surprise here too. I have to say, Shadow Esports is a team that I think none of us really had any crazy expectations for, but my goodness, have they shown some pretty good resilience so far in a group that you would argue AB group is one of the hardest groups we've ever seen. So
I'm going to be looking at Pretty Core because this squad, I mean, going into tomorrow, that will be their last day of Group A. They will have to do something here. So going into this last match, what are we expecting out of this squad? That kind of have to make sure something happens at the end of the day, Godspeed.
Look, Petrichor in the last game was in a very rough position on the east side of that circle, and they didn't really have a lot of great options. That being said, of the options they had, they still chose for some... They still somehow chose the worst of those options. So, and look, Petrichor is a team that this year has actually been much more consistent than we saw them last year, right? Especially when we switched the meta up. So, them, 4EM as well. I think the Chinese region in general has been strong this year, but...
Nemesis će sutra treba dobar dan.
I think Petrichor's successes have been too...
Oni su sad malo izvukli s ovim, ali loše igre.
Where they set themselves up. And I think that that can work really well for one event, but
It
is that
has in
going to
the
work for the
past.
rest of your life?
Right.
You know what I mean? So this is a set goals for the future situation. Another team that I wish was doing significantly better is Geekay. Like, this is a roster made up of consummate professionals, right? This is like Korea's version of Liquid, just a bunch of old guys who've been playing forever and know the game, and they're just not stepping up and performing.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. I mean, when I came back into it, I was like, oh, Geekay is Korean now.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. And I looked at the roster and I was like, oh, those are really good players. But again, the performance is just not there. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because we're switching up the way the maps are working now, which, by the way, I actually like. We used to do the, double Erangel, double Miramar.
Yes.
We'll throw a Tego somewhere in the middle, then a Rondo. But it's actually been really great to see the switch up because it also gives the players kind of a fresh look instead of, hey, we're going right into another Miramar. We already know we're dropping it at Pecado. Like, it's the same set thing that you're dealing with. So I like the change of pace in that.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day, we were able to do kind of predictions too. We were able to pick which teams we wanted to. I'm not gonna put you guys on that spot. I'm not gonna make you just go blindfold, throw a dart. Now you guys
Statistics
really want to do it, huh? For everybody currently watching at home, you can actually select who you think is gonna be winning this next match. Make sure you go to the EWC website or the app and put in your predictions. Just pick them. Let's see what you got. Maybe they pick Myth. Maybe they end up picking Shadow Esports, which honestly we said no expectations, but after what Toffee's told me, I had high expectations for them, and they're currently delivering for me. But the game is ready, and I'm ready to see if my prediction is going to end up coming true. So let's send it over to Paper Thin and Matt Rim.
Paper Thin.
Thank you so much, guys.
Ko bješe Paper Thin? Komentator ili nešto?
And it should be an amazing game to watch. Remember, we do not have a last chance qualifier on this. It is just your overall amount of points between all three groups. The top 16 go on, so this match is going to be a pace-setting match moving in, as these guys are still going to have a 1 day of play each afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So if you include this game, 7 more games to go for everybody. You're really looking to, have a good finish to the day. Set yourself up for your second day very nicely. Make yourself a little bit more comfortable to at least get into that grand finals. As we get a look at the plane path, not the most, fair plane path, we'll say.
I was talking to Colaris and Venger earlier, and they were talking about this new modified drop for Twisted Minds, where they're making a commitment into Novo. So shout out to them whenever we look at a plane path like this, how beneficial it to make a jump into it early. They're going to have inside tracks to a lot of different ways to go. So a squad that's been on a big come up, just continually building more and more momentum, even finding a plane path into an open drop is going to feel great.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like kind of an interesting new wrinkle for Twisted Minds, and they're just doing fine with it. It shouldn't surprise anybody. I think they could literally play from any spot on the map. They'll give them, level 2 gear, in terms of the armor and helmets consistently, and they're probably going to do A-okay, and that's not too bad at all for them from their perspective. R8 going to be in a nice spot there in Pachinki. VP very happy about their fairy pair position for sure.
Chewy is taking a couple of shots at supers, but this is just a dust up over vehicles on drop. It's a continued measure, right? Most people want to just play for points of interest, specifically to keep control over vehicles. I would think that Chewy is just being a little bit spicy over there to see if maybe he's going to get a free kill out of it, but it should be supers being able to retreat to Rise just fine. Pretty much do center up circle should be A-okay for everybody. Coming into this, there's going to be a lot of open territory, specifically over the west, because right along over there, it's going to be field. So I wouldn't be surprised if most of our teams just continue in a more centered meta, as that is going to be where we see Potato Mountain kind of being the focal point.
Yeah, with kind of the, chaotic nature of the circles now, you have to be kind of aggressive towards the center because, every time the circle shrinks, it's going to have to keep some amount of that center in there, so you're at least hedging your bets a little bit as time goes on in some ways. But
you know what's great about Twisted coming down to Novo? We actually get to see Novo more now. Usually the teams that get drops, no offense, aren't going to be the teams that are getting round wins, so we don't get to see them go down in Novo right off the get-go. So a little bit of a modification could be pretty interesting. VP also has a very long stretch that they're doing over here kind of from the center out. The squads that I'm looking at going into this last game, VP and AGAL, I think, are going to be wanting more out of this one. VP is having a good day. I'm not arguing that. 4th place. Sure. It's more just, I think that VP was wanting to be closer to that 60-point line than the 30-point line.
Yeah.
AGAL, how do you not just walk a direction and start killing people?
I agree. I mean, I think it's always kind of this weird thing with AGAL where they'll have some tournaments and they look like they're unbeatable, and then the next event it looks a little scrappy. It doesn't quite all click. Himas is dying early here and there for some reason, and just not really able to get everything figured out. There's a lot of teams on this leaderboard that I really have high hopes for, and they're kind of in the middle of the pack.
I was talking to one of the players, and they said AGAL is the squad that tries to be so smart when they don't need to be. and I feel like that summarizes them so well. Like they'll make the play for the right position and do all this other stuff, but sometimes
I want to guess the player.
I'm not going to reveal it. It's mildly toxic, and I'm not going to reveal mildly toxic conversations. Let that one go. Knowing the fact that it's mildly toxic, you can already have an idea.
I'm pretty sure I know. All right, over towards the Supers, who we absolutely, I think, need to be kind of keeping our eye on this game because they really need to bounce back from a kind of rough day. 20 points in 5 games just isn't going to cut it in terms of what you would expect out of a team with kind of their history and caliber. Vitality as well in a good-ish spot, but only 6 points ahead. So from where the Supers are at in 13th to where Vitality's at in 7th is only 6 points.
But look at the cut line. Where we see Vitality at 26 points right now, it's only 7 points down to Nemesis, and that's in 15th place. The bottom half, if you falter right now, it's just going to hurt, and they all know it. They all know that they need just a kill here or there. That means that they could be putting themselves in more vulnerable points, and then instead finding themselves dead instead of finding those 1 or 2 points that they want.
Well, you're already looking at this leaderboard, and everybody is starting to sweat. Oh, Teddy, not good, but Guman needs this. The Supers, one of the things about the Supers this year when I was kind of looking through some of their results was that they don't get a lot of their points from kills. They're one of the few teams that's kind of like consistently doing okay-ish or has had some good results that a lot of their points come from placements.
That's all fine and good, like 2 years ago meta.
Exactly.
Whenever you got squads that be popping off and getting kills,
Ne kontam ovaj kontest.
like 10, 12 kills a game for some.
Ili šta god je ovo bilo.
Just getting like second place and 3 or 4 kills is only netting you 9. So the squad that's in third place is technically out point matching you every single round. Placement's just not enough anymore.
You got to drop bombs, man. You got to be averaging almost
Što bi to iko radio?
more than 3 kills a game to be one of those teams that we're talking about as winning BGSs and things like that.
You remember the fact that we used to talk about like a good points per game like 3 or 4 years ago was like 5 points per game. So you can hold an average 5 points per game. Look at Twisted right now. We played 5 games. They're at 61 points. That is 10 points per game. That's double what we used to consider being good or safe. It is just so hard. And yeah, we're still in qualification stage, so
sure.
Okay, yeah, 5 points per game puts you right around 8th place, but that doesn't feel good these days.
If it's a normal finals, I'm saying like that's the pace that I look at for the winning team, right? Like if it's just like our normal, you play X amount of games, if you're averaging 10, 11 points per game, then I'm looking
VP i mid su blizu.
pretty much like 90%, as long as there isn't another team that's matching that.
And look, I love me an underdog story. Shadow, keep on keeping on, man. Like, you're finding stuff, and yeah, okay, it's not just finding position in the circle. They're taking firefights here or there. They're not the cleanest ones, but they are learning fast. And I love watching underdog squads that learn fast and manage to like really fix their mistakes game into game and just keep taking the curve up on their play real fast.
Kako su kamere dobre, brate. Stvarno su dobre kamere. Znate kako PUBG i Krafton, kako pozicionira, mislim nije Krafton, nego ta firma koju Krafton konstantno zapošljava. Postavi im kamere ili im pola lica se ne vidi ili gledaju ko zna gdje. Ovi su baš dobro postavili kamere.
I'm a simple man. I just like bicycles, dude. There's something about it. It's just the sound.
I know, but I really want to like get the card on a laundry bin.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Get it going back behind. Okay,
that's right.
Let's look at our center circle right now. As pretty much centered up is going to be around that position where our 8 VP AGAL are all going to be playing from. AGAL is running a 2-2 split closer to Death Road, but on the western side of Death Road. Petrichor Road's running a 2-2 where they've got themselves essentially Potato of Potato Mountain up on top, going down into those compounds that lead out Pachinki into the apartment's school area. Other strong positions, Super have taken over Pachinki itself, but a lot of our teams are on that kind of southeastern area leading into farm and whatnot and the coastlines that provides, just because that is the safer area. There's way more terrain to be played to the south and to the east than there is to the west.
Yep. And Team Liquid is very late from the north. It has Vitality up ahead. So these two teams, we already saw it on the very first Aaron Go, had a little bit of a dust up in this part of the map, but this time around it's actually Liquid on the other side of the river, trailing well behind Vitality, who is just going to drive around the Everest Mountain and move along the freeway.
Opa, nisam očekivao ovaj shit, a boga mi ni oni. Sad ćemo da imamo, vjerojatno idu u žute kuće. Ili, ne znam kako se zove ovaj kamp tu.
That's a bloodbath position to play. That means that most of our squads are going to be forced into Pachinki and Potato Mountain and more along the coast.
Ljudi, sa ovim shiftom ulazimo u placement sigurno. Možda top 5. Tako da, to je bilo apsolutno dovoljno da smo sutra lagani.
On the outside of Pachinki, the Supers are moving their way outside. Gam has already tried to fortify Belmoth out in a dip, and the rest of his team had to settle in and looking to maybe throw some smokes his direction.
Where do you go, Petrichor? You're kind of just circling the wagons down in this trench, and that's about the best you're going to find. AGL is just going to be to the south of you. Full sense that we saw going around the Pachinki area. Looks like seeing if they can get back onto their res. Gam's going to have control over the fields to work with. Team Liquid in their later rotate's going to be just to the north of that, realizing that this is going to have a lot more friends over here than they were expecting. Nemesis is going to be on the other side of it. How much of a commitment do we see coming out from Team Liquid? As it looks like they are going to try to just brute force their way right up into Gam's space, and it's going to kind of work.
There you go. I mean, sometimes just a show of confidence is more important than actually having it. And I'm sure Team Liquid has both, and they are going to move in very nicely. And Gam going to try a different angle. Tai Lu in trouble. What a grenade here from I2. He's looking to finish what he started, and easy money for Ming Ming to come in there. Get the job done for at least 1 point.
Every single peak is going to be punished so bad. Tai Lu does get eliminated. Petrichor Road enjoying the fact that they've got a lot of friends around them that are going to help out. Rap's going to be continuing in, as it looks like 4 Angry Men going to be touching the circle. Team Liquid not too confident in the position where they just pushed Gam away, is going to stretch more along the north, leading into Pachinki in that little mini ridge line that they're going to have. So Gam's going to have close range friends that have been supers that have taken control over the compound just to the north of Pachinki hillside that can be quite strong if the circle goes there.
I really like what the supers did here. This is exactly
Nemesis ima dobru zonu, but Nemesis će u ovom gameu popat.
A bit of control there outside of the field. Get close to the side of that mountain. Set yourself up for a potentially really strong late game if the circles get a little bit favorable for you. And even if they don't, you should be able to find some ways to get some kills here and there. You would think Nemesis just going to turtle on up. This is way on that western edge, just to the edge of the field and where there's a hill. Just on the outside of them with 4 AM looping around the back.
Sorry, you said, the way you said where there's a hill, it made me think there's a way.
Where there's a hill, there's a way?
That's the secret to rotating in PUBG. Where there's a hill, there's a way. All right. Twisted Minds updated guys that are on the top of the leaderboard right now. They're in kind of not a great spot, not a bad spot, but they're kind of playing over into the east. You can see the examples at least got foothold. It was going to be Shadow that was taking a couple of shots. Myth very stretched out in front of them, and this is what I was afraid of, that the circle was going to abandon this spot, and now they're dealing with a very gate-kept circle as Jacob's going to regroup. Shadow's going to kind of funnel them and keep them from going north the way that they wanted to, so it's going to be twisted of all squads with probably the worst rotate.
Yeah, this is
Ja sam očekivao će Virtus da uzme ove žute kuće. Po meni je to bolji spot low koji imaju. Za ovaj krug, naravno, ako vrati 17 shiftova na njih, onda ne, ali u ovom trenutku. Ali su se odlučili za ovo, što je okej.
And he's doing a quick check of the field, maybe going to land, and needs a, I don't know what exactly he's looking for here.
Hey, dude, sometimes the grass is just nice.
You know, it's just safe out there at least.
It is. Just kind of chilling, vibing. Everybody else is so busy, chasing the circles, you know, involved in the rat race. Sometimes you just got to stop, live your
Sad
best
ćemo da imamo shift.
Really just go smell the roses, touch
A zašto
the
ne
grass,
pokažu shift, brate, ili zašto ne pokažu shift?
I'm like, is there somebody body that's on the ground? He's looking to go for the blue chip? No, that's not it. Well, whatever. Shadow Esports.
Ovdje mogu bodova se uzme, ali idu direktno na mid. Proći će, ladno će proći ljudi i sad će šekove da uzmu.
Remember how we talked about Twisted over here? This is going to be kind of what they're going to have to deal with in a second.
Da idu šekove.
I guess Shadow at least getting inside track.
Pogledaj, da. Dva na... Prati kako im laguje obzir.
South, they're going to put themselves in Vitality's crossfire.
VP
is going to have control over everything in the east. It looks like Twisted is going to go for an emergency pickup that has been called. So that's going to be instantly picked up. Curious to see where they're going to
6 raketa gađa centar. Ovo je dobro, on može da pripremi teren ako budu krešali. Ako da je hard shift.
You're right. I'm very curious about Twisted Minds. What in the world they're going to end up doing here. Maybe the western edge of the field that's in the current circle might be an option, but Full Sense is currently driving in that direction. So if you try to parachute there, you might be just a little bit late.
Sad će da krene, viš priprema
Gets out the protractor.
rupe.
Thinking about doing a little bit of geometry here. A squared plus B squared equals C squared there, my friend.
Here's the rotate talking about from Full Sense. It's going to be Nemesis right in front of him. Those shots busting out between him means that Twisted Minds now knows that they don't go that direction. Great shots come out from Diffx. Gedrock's going to follow it up on the other side of the circle, kind of involved in what's going on in the center.
Čuda Stajed ne puca, brate, u lanu kao online, a? Ovdje mu rade miševi, majku tijebe.
Find the mark, but quickly over to the mini, and I don't know what in the world just happened to Setsuna. Had a grenade in his hand potentially, and a lot of his team went down. Speaking of going down, Belmoth will fall to Diffx as he looks to keep Full Sense very much in the bottom half of this leaderboard after the end of the day.
And Nemesis should be able to pick this up, but it is going to be Twisted Minds who offer their emergency pickup. Going to be in a pretty good spot. Sosed has had to stay back to kind of keep Petrichor Road at bay, so that way this rotate feels a bit safer, but it definitely don't feel good. The other side of the hill is going to feel a lot safer as you only have to deal with Petrichor Road. New circle is now popped, and that means it is going to be AGAL, VP, GK, Myth, Supers, R8, and Team Liquid all rotating right near each other, and it is just a stack. Everybody's running in the field. Find you a dip and fight for it.
Well, and there's some runovers happening here. Himas trying to crush VP underneath his tires, looking for more. Solalzi very, very weak, has more coming in. That grenade right next to Himas. He's gonna go down. Nixie almost falling to that grenade that fell into his hole. Solalzi holding on for dear life.
Everybody external from this has no idea what they're shooting at. They're just shooting into every dip that has a firefighter.
Uzeli smo bod, ljudi, imamo taču 35, sutra će nam trebati makar 30. U stvari vidjet ćemo, ajde, znači, možda bude cut-off i manje bodova.
Done yet as we still have another rotate, and that's going to be Myth passing just to the south.
Well, you're still looking at a couple teams that are outside of the circle that need to make their way in. The Supers on the north, Team Liquid up there as well. Myth over to the east. Park Pro is going to fall here. Baron getting the job done there will find the point. Purdy Curdy now wants that spot. He sees the damage that they're taking.
Is he going to go for the kill? Is he going to go for the circle? Looks like he's going to wrap back behind. Has faith on just trying to scout out for the rest of the squad. They just send it right up into his face. But that is going to be a solid defense for now. Finally having one falter. Akan the last one up. But the cost for Team Liquid has been high.
They might just be able to hold on. Those grenades not going to get there from Akan. The follow-up, though, he knows it. Oh, it's so close to wiping Liquid out.
It's just more cover potentially, though, the longer these nades continue to crash down upon him. But too many angles. Liquid's going to go down. New contenders on approach. Supers running down the hillside. Myth on the other side. Nakan just in the middle of it all.
Oh, Heaven taken out by the combined arms of 4AM, who have themselves 4 nice little dips that they have found inside of the fields right in the center.
Dobar je plan bio,
DL still kicking there,
ali je haos se desio i ovi nikad ne znaš ishod.
This time around, now things settle. Most teams have found some kind of footing.
Welcome to the fields, where everybody has a bit of a dip, and that's about all they can really work with. BRDM going to be big for Supers, and that's why they're kind of stealing this centered position right now. To the north of them is going to be 4 Angry Men, a bit more scattered across the fields to work.
Mislim da su napravili grešku ovdje što nisu uzeli žute kuće. Imali su oni prava, žute kuće su bile free. Imali su prava, mit ih je samo preskoči. Jer onda sa tih žutih kuća možete čistiti spot po spot, bukvalno. Ovo što sad mit radi.
I've seen Kiss dome a couple players with the bolts here.
Biće bolje. Pa dobro je, što nema šta bi bolje.
Good no matter what.
Ima jedan dovoljno bodova, sutra smo lagani. A i realno je bio danas poprilično težak dan, imali smo 2 shifta kako treba i ta 2 shifta smo iskoristili. Jebi ga. Ovo je TPP, zona. Pozicija nikad nije bila bitnija nego sad. Zato je igra malo više RNG.
It is going to be Supers raining down nade upon nade. What do you do? It's going to be Levante, I think, leading the charge forward to see if he can get a nade, but the BRDM is so strong, man. What do you... You can't really deal with it other than just dropping a couple of nades on top of him. Levante just has to deal with the threat right up in his face and just keep burning utility piece after utility piece for it.
Yeah, Vitality in kind of an awkward spot where They're trying to make their way forward. They want to deal with that BRDM in front of them, but it's really, really tough to when you still have some players and teams behind them.
Nemesis making a rotate, nowhere to really go on the western side, and it's going to be Twisted. It's going to take shots at them. Petrichor to the north, nowhere to go. They're going to have to be bumping right into Gam. And it is just Myth, slow, steady approach. Walking in is, what do we even have to deal with down here? There is no space, super flat terrain. It is just shoot whatever pops in front of you. And Petrichor Road gets demolished on their rotate by Gam.
Oh, I hope we have the replay for that grenade. Tanvu hit an absolute banger on the
Evo, krenuo je mid da čisti. I sad ćete vidjeti kako očiste poziciju po poziciju.
Eliminated in 10th, but a really nice day for them. 35 points, nothing to sneeze at. Myth now a little bit of a forward maneuver to gain a little bit of space. And look at this nice little dip that's been created for them.
That's not a little dip. Look at how many explosions happened
It's a big dip.
That is like, you could stand up in that dip and still have cover. That is...
You call it the Big Dipper.
I give it to you. I give it to you. Supers on the other side of that are just continuing to use the BRDM to make sure that Vitality doesn't get too close. See if they can scout out anything else. Over the west, and Nemesis is just trying to creep their way and get into the circle. Twisted's just going to make their life hellacious moment by moment as it goes, as most of our teams are playing over into the east. It's just Gam up to the north, R8 kind of the northwest, and
dobar kadar.
Well, it's
but it has to be on target.
It's absolutely nothing. Nobody's in those trees. The Super's BRDM, by the way, is about to die. It is on its last legs.
They could have just dropped the mortar into a point that they knew had a couple of cover points to play from, so that way they could get there. I wouldn't be surprised, because it looks like it came out from Gam. Now, Myth, where do you go? You've got a couple of different opportunities in front of you, and it looks like it is going to be the backstab onto Vitality.
Vitality has been trying to deal with the Super's BRDM for a very long time, and I think they finally...
Ne ide. Pogledajte šta radi Mid. Bukvalno će početi server cijeli. Mislim da je trebao VP da radi. Gdje Mari ima haksa dosta, a?
A udro už. 5 timova, penaš, jedno 10 timova cheatera.
Welcome to the fields, and how does the grass grow? With blood.
Yeah, no doubt.
Znači, dobro je što nisam došao igra.
The Super is pretty well dead to rights here. There you go. It is going to be Neil and Guman.
Što ih Kiss obrca s 5.90.
Pazite što sam rekao.
Još traje, a?
20 kilova lagan. Već su na 11.
Has Twisted Minds right in front of them, looking on this western edge, and gonna have to play a little leapfrog there. A couple grenades still in the bag for Diffix. Don't know how much exactly everybody.
A šta misliš, mogu li sutra 30 plus? Što ne bi mogli? Može. A je, mislim, to nije zapisano u kamen. Ja ne znam da li će sutra trebati 35 poena, razumiješ? Znači, može kad to biti manje. Ja, znaš, samo na osnovu generalno nekog prosjeka koji ti uvijek top 8 na 6 mečeva bude 32 do 35 poena. Nekad bude 40, nekad bude 27, razumiješ? Tako da se to ne zna, ali otprilike tu negdje je cut off. I onda kontaš ako je za prvi dan 30 bodova, će trebati drugi dan, ali se to ne zna. Tako da, oni su s 30 bodova safe. Možda će im treba manje. Možda će otkucati 50. Znaš, ne znaš i...
Koliko je dalje, ja?
16 grupna je faza.
But this means that Myth gets kind of high ground, a little bit of a fortification in that, I guess, the Big Dipper that they've managed to find for themselves. And it's everybody else just kind of scavenging for something. Twisted Minds good on their defense. Nemesis has no path in. There's still the tree fortifications that Gam is playing from. So, I mean, R8 still kind of stuck over here as well, and you just have to brute force your way through. It's all just going to be on aim. That's the only way you get into the circle. You got to get Nox, and you got to get him now.
Yeah, exactly. It's really important to do some serious damage, and Batulins has 309 damage in this one.
Ma nek Mit vina. Da, Mit nam treba da vina, znači, ako je top heavy, onda je manji cut-off. Razumiješ? Sa pitanje da li će sutra biti top heavy isto. Danas će cut-off biti 30, jel? Otprilike. Otprilike je tu. To ti je to.
He's finding some way to do it. He's inside the circle.
I onda koliko je Mitch ne zove. Mitch Vinema ovo mu uzeći 20 kilova. On potencijalno obaraju rekord s kilovima s ovim game.
I just saw that on the screen, but he's going to go down. Nemesis on the edge of the blue. Diffix Melman in trouble. Oh, Diffix barely sidesteps that grenade. Stays alive at least for now. Gam is on the hunt. They wiped out R8.
Look at this circle. Pops down to the south. Twisted's got control over the northwest. Myth's got control over the northeast. And Baron has now kind of left the circle, left the safety of the rest of the players with Myth. And he's trying to wrap around back behind 4 Angry Men. So that means that 4 Angry Men, Gam and Nemesis all only have really one angle of approach. And it's
Nemesisu treba sutra 35 plus.
They've wiped out a couple different teams. Nemesis gone, R8 gone.
40 plus.
Held the line, but they have no kills to speak for it, although they're doing just fine, of course, because it's just the group stage, and they aren't too fussed about it. But Gam is having a hell of a game. 12 kills.
Well, I thought Gam's problem was the fact that they didn't have very many vehicles left, but they've managed to keep one. With the C4, how are they going to wrap? The timing means that they're going to have to run this one pretty quick. They know where multiple players for Twisted are going to be at. How is this timed out? They managed to go down. Just example up, and Gam is running after it. Myth is real.
Kakav timing, ljudi. I to su ovi bili ukopani u rovove. Ja gledaj egzampla kako vuče. Kako vuče egzampl. Gle Mitch što se raširio. Uzimaju... Koliko sam rekao? Ja sam rekao 20 kilova ću uzeti. Ćemo nim.
How did he not get run over there? He hides underneath. HS pays the price.
Good example. Tito is back. Druže, kako je Lego League. Ovo je Markano radio ispod tenka.
I thought he was going to put on a show for us there, and he certainly did, but it could have gone a little bit longer.
Neće napraviti. Neće napraviti 20 kilova, uzeo im je example sve.
Absolutely smothered with utility, able to barely escape.
Ali mi je krivo mi je ovo VP trebao da uradi. Ali je...
In a world of trouble, Myth going to take their third game of the day, seemingly.
14 kills waiting
14 kilova već.
Makes it look easy. Myth with half the games on the day and massive kill counts. These guys are meticulously brutal.
Oh, they're so smart. I mean, the way that they play the edge of that circle, waiting for their right moments, extremely efficient with the grenades. Baron in particular doing a really nice job wiping out multiple opponents multiple times with his grenades. And Myth had one of the best days we've seen from them yet. They've had some damn good ones.
Oh, man. And this has been some crazy circles, too, that have just been really hard to navigate. I mean, pickaxes and explosions being really the only way you can find safety. I would say about 3 of our games today.
Yeah, for sure. Those field circles in particular, it's almost a blessing and a curse to have like the ability to remove the terrain like that. You know, it makes it a little more exciting, but it also just makes it so much harder in those situations because everybody's doing the same thing, and trying to navigate those spots is very difficult to keep track of everything, and you never know when like new, dips are going to be created, who knows where, and then players can somehow hide underneath your vehicle. It's crazy.
This has just been an absolutely wild day. I mean, Made in Thailand just made with success right now, and Twisted Minds, who came in with really no expectations, having a crazy day of their own. I still am just dumbfounded by how long Example survived in that last game.
Oh, there's a reason he's maybe the best to ever do it, right? He is just incredible. He is so fun to watch, so smart. The reactions, obviously, through the roof. The individual skill, we know the brains are huge on that Twisted Minds team. It's
we also did see Gam starting to find more, I guess, creative plays coming in the later stages of that. Using the C4, it's really hard to drive a vehicle across the circle like that in a more flat terrain. C4 to explode whenever it needs to. It'll often drive too far past if you come in with the wrong speeds. It's to be able to perform in that whenever you're under that much duress is really difficult, and especially you're getting shot and you're probably going to get knocked out of the vehicle. Like, no, my job is to get this in. You're like Luke Skywalker running down the Death Star trenches. Like, doesn't matter if I get shot, I just need to get this shot off.
On target. Stay on target. Yeah, and they did, and that's something they have done a lot in the past. Back when they're the Expendables, like I remember those C4 hits that they would try to varying levels of success. That one was one of their better ones. I think the way they played that end game, like when I said, okay, you need to clear R8, from that moment on, they played that game about as well as they could. Like they racked in a ton of kills. They cleared so many different edges. That is like textbook edge PUBG. They did such a nice job there. I was really impressed with Cam.
Oh, VP, man, it's like they're playing good in a day where everybody else is just finding miracles. Yeah, I feel bad about that because it's not like they're like struggling. They just can't find what they want. But we've got ourselves an interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kiss.
The Myth, I like that one. That was good. I've got Kiss here from Myth. Kiss, let's have a quick chat, okay, before I let you go. Talk to us about today. 3 wins, an extremely strong day. Talk about those final moments of map 4, if you could, okay? Rondo, you guys faced off against AGAL at the very end of that map. It was a really strong show out. You had 1 player down as well, and you managed to win. Talk about the approach of how you guys managed to overcome AGAL to win that map.
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะฮะแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะฮะวันนี้3ไก่นิ่มๆนะฮะมองย้อนกลับไปที่เกม4กันหน่อยดีกว่าฮะรอนโดครับตอนที่เราต้องปะทะกับ AGAL
brate izvukli stavio
ตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวบ้างฮะถึงแบบว่าเล่นออกมาได้สไตล์ขนาดนั้นได้
เรียกว่าเป็นมีกำลังใจแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่ตั้งแต่เกมแรกแล้วเราก็รู้สึกว่าทุกคนนะมีความแบบว่าปลดล็อกในตัวเองครับและทำให้ทุกคนเล่นได้ดีขึ้นในทุกๆเกมมีกำลังใจในการเล่นมากขึ้นเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่แล้วไม่มีความกดดันแล้วครับ
Yeah, because it's like we already like got the first chicken already, so we have no pressure at all. We just gonna play aggressively and like giving them everything we got.
I like that. Now, Jacob has joined your team this year. Joined in as the IGL. He's obviously been incredibly impressive. Talk to us about his style as an IGL and how he's able to lead you guys to so much success.
มาที่เจคอบกันบ้างนะฮะเพิ่งเข้ามาเลยปีนี้มาเป็น IGL รู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะกับการเล่นของเขาแล้วก็การสั่งแผนของเขาฮะ
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับที่มีเขาเข้ามาในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมเล่นกันเข้ากันได้ดีมากครับแล้วก็เรียกว่าเขาเป็นที่เติมเต็มให้ทีมเลยแล้วกัน
baš su zvijeri.
Yeah, because like to be honest, we were very happy and excited to have him in our team and he became our IGL. I think he's like one of the X factor of MITH.
Oh, the X Factor. Let's go. Kiss, thank you so much for joining us in this awesome interview. Congratulations on such a very strong day 1 in groups. Obviously, we've got more action to come your way. But you know what? Myth are absolutely popping off right now, and that's undeniable. But don't go anywhere, because we've got another interview lined up across the stage. It is, of course, Kalaris.
That's right. Thank you very much, Barney. Thank you very much, Kiss. Of course, I've got Nixie here with me from Virtus Pro.
Oh, Nino.
Shift of gears here. Not been the easiest day for Virtus Pro here, Nixie, to get things rolling. Talk to me about the day and how it's been so far.
I mean, we started off strong with 13 points on Erangel. Then it kind of fell off because we're just trying to get used to like the server because it's a little bit different experience, I would say. So yeah, we're just trying to get used to the server and like I don't know, kind of keep the pace up from the first game, but. Yeah, we just died in rotation every game almost, so yeah.
Maybe a bit of a bounce back in the next days.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Of course, you
Ajmo, Nino. Jebote, smršao Nino, brate, gle. Čini mi se smršao.
To deal with where Twisted Minds was compared to your position, of course, but before that and everything that was going on.
I mean, we got a really good zone first to 6th. We kind of like caught 6 zones, and then we had to play out of the compound. I would say we played good. We had good information on the teams around us, and we kind of lost Beamy for no reason to DNS guy, I think. And then it was 3-4 endgame against Twisted. I would say it was possible to win, but yeah, we didn't win. So it was possible, definitely though. So yeah, 2nd place.
All right, coming into your next day of groups, then, are there any teams on the other side that you're going to have to go up against that you might be concerned about? Maybe they're kind of dropping near you. Obviously, you said on Tego with DNS, you were actually able to catch 1 or 2 of them in the previous one, and then, as you say, had a little bit of a loss here and there. So what about the teams that you're going to be coming up against next?
I mean, not really. We're not getting contested on any of the maps, I hope. So far, we're not getting contested. So, yeah, I would say, no, not really. Like, we are just going to go tomorrow with the same confidence, the same everything, and we'll see. We're going to qualify.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Nixie, here. Good luck for your next day. And that is us done and dusted here for the interviews. Let's wrap things up and get our first day all done.
And even though he might not be happy with his performance today, still a good performance considering that the top 16 after groups will be moving on to the finals. But we saw the confidence there coming in with Myth as well. And we were talking about predictions, and hopefully you were able to go to the EWC website and the app and put in your predictions, because these 2 amazing lads with me were able to predict it. Even though I wasn't going to put them on the spot, they were like, Myth,
You guys were right.
I mean, they won 2 already.
We've been
statistics. We've been around. But I mean, it is. Any good first date in the City of Love ends with a kiss, and that's what we got to see here. Absolutely lambasted everyone. This guy is ridiculous fire, and giving him Jacob, taking him from E Arena, doing whatever you had to get that leader on the team has been the game changer. Kiss just he got the responsibility taken off his shoulders. He was given the freedom to play his game. He's got Scappadoo on his backside, making sure he's always covered. These guys look insane.
And honestly, I feel like when E Arena was at their best, it was with Jacob, right? And now that he has moved to Myth and he has the firepower plays like the French Kiss himself, right? It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And I think that's why Myth have not only dominated today, but dominated so far this year.
How many kiss jokes can we fit into a broadcast?
Probably a lot.
All of them.
It's a
well,
tongue
just
twister.
wait until tomorrow, the beginning. We'll see how many we can
Just until tomorrow, that's it.
But for the squad, it wasn't just Kiss, it wasn't some of the other players. Baron was able to actually perform really well in this last match, being able to put up those kills, and talking about teams that were able to perform well when nobody, by the way, we did expect Myth to do well. One team that we weren't expecting to do that well was Twisted. But the adversity, honestly, it didn't feel like it was there. They started off slow, Lays, but they were able to pick it up in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, we always have this conversation about placement and aggression versus eliminations, and I brought the stats for you guys. Ooh. Obviously, we're looking at our top 3 teams. I'm going to give you a little bit of a breakdown up until match 5, but Twisted Minds had a placement.
Ali ovaj timing, kako je dobar bio, je. Savršenstvo. Ima tabela, pa nemam pojma, mislim ima tabela, ali baš kasnije tabela.
Actually wild above Team Liquid at 5.8 and Myth, who was on 5.6.
Što ima fantasy, Mike?
So if you can see where that aggressive playstyle comes from, that's right in the stats there. But I mean, coming out of that final match, that probably would have improved their placement average as well, coming out at 3rd. But you know, they weren't able to hold on to that little top of the title because I think Myth got the same memo.
I also have to say, example proning in that defilade on the second card. I was talking to James about it, and I said, "Do you think he did it on purpose?" He said, "No, surely he drop shotted." But still, in all my years of watching, playing, whatever this game, that was one of the sickest things I've seen. That was so cool.
Play of the day. I feel like for me, that one has to be play of the day. We'll get a chance to maybe replay it tomorrow at the start of the show. But this is what the overall is looking like after 6 matches. It was Group A versus Group B today. Myth with the consistency, with the amazing gameplay that we saw out of them. No surprise that they're currently in first place after those 3 wins. And also GAM Esports. This is a team Godspeed that I feel like today they started off strong and then they weren't too flashy, but they're currently finishing in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very strong roster. We've been aware of Tonfu, Duck Juice, Clories. I mean, Hongaf, these guys have been around forever, but what they were able to do today on the comeback, bringing it, especially in that last game, I think was very important because, I mean, we talked about Shadow Esports, right? And they're good, and we think they're doing great, but I think 35 points is not enough, even though they're in 5th place now. You talked about it, 17, dealing with them in the hot drops. That's going to be a freaking nightmare. Do you remember last time we saw 17? Every time they hot drop, they just demoralize the other team.
I mean, I firmly believe part of this game in the early is loot efficiency. The idea of knowing your drop spot, getting it quickly, and getting out fast. They're going to get displaced. They're not going to drop 17 tomorrow. And that means they're going to be working somewhere that they're not as practiced in, and that's going to be a challenge for them.
Hi, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at AGAL here in 12th spot with those 23 points. Yeah, absolute yuck, considering that's also a team that's fighting for that club championship. A lot of people don't want Falcons to win. We'll see if they're actually going to be able to have what it takes to compete against them. Team Vitality, by the way, was one of those squads that were able to bring it back as well after half of the day.
Yeah, I mean, to see them bounce back. They're a solid roster made up of some really good players, so you know that 1 or 2 bad games is never going to hold them down. I'm frustrated seeing the defending world champions.
Ma, sranje im je ovo, brate. Evo, iskreno ću reći, ovo je najveće sranje ovaj leaderboard koji sam vidio.
Surprising. This is really surprising and a little bit hurtful because, yeah, we talk about this roster and this is something that they should be able to capitalize on, but it seems like a lot of zones did not go their way, a lot of play styles did not go their way, and it's really reflecting on that leaderboard now. But, you know, they do have the tenacity. A lot of these teams obviously do know how to bring it back. And we talk about the mentality of these teams as well. You know, sometimes when you get into the bottom of these leaderboards, it can be difficult to get yourself out of that mindset. But look, I 100% believe that they can, and just not going to be today.
I think the biggest issue for some of the teams that are coming into it is just Group C, right? I mean, just looking at a few of those teams right now, you got Falcons, you have Gen G, you have Na'Vi, you have 17. I mean, we already talked about, you know, a team.
Ljudi, idem nešto, gasim stream. Danas Redla ne igra skrimse, ali ću ja igrat skrimse, mix skrimse sa, ne znam kim, s Kraživim. Tako da ću pali stream za neki sat i po. Ko će da gleda. A vidimo se sutra opet za drugi dan. EVC. Ciao, guys.
That's why he's the GOAT. I don't care what anybody else says. He's got PGC. He's got...
And create your account by typing in your email and password. Check your inbox to verify your email. Next step is to connect your game account by typing in your in-game nick. That's it. Just play ranked. Win some, lose some. We count it all. Check your standings on ladder, compete and earn. Analyze your replays and track your improvements. Only on eWave.